I traveled across the Dou Qi Continent. I became the powerful 8-star fighting saint of the ancient tribe and the grandson of the Black Annihilation King Ji Yu Lai. At the age of 16, I already become the most outstanding genius of the ancient tribe. After that, the patriarch Ji Yu Yuan recalled Xun'er and betrothed to me. However, after getting married, Xun'er refused to consummate the marriage with me for half a year. Although I was obsessed with Xun'er before, when I discovered that Xun'er was indifferent to me because he cared about Xiaoyan, my heart is completely dead. It turns out that Xun'er said she wasn't ready because she planned to leave her virginity to Xiaoyan. How could I endure this? I decisively chose to divorce Xun'er. Chapter 1. Xun'er, let's get a divorce. On the balcony of the bamboo building, Ji Yufei turned around and looked at Xun'er, who had just returned to the room with a bright smile on her face, and said lightly, "What did you say?" In the room, Xun'er was obviously stunned after hearing Ji Yufei's words. Then, she looked at Ji Yufei in disbelief, thinking that she had heard it wrong. "I say, let's get a divorce." Ji Yufei looked at Xun'er calmly, and his voice was still as firm as before. He was originally from Blue Star, and after a car accident, he accidentally traveled to the Dou Qi Continent. Moreover, he became the grandson of Ji Yu Lai, the 8-star Dou Sheng of the ancient clan. In terms of age, Ji Yufei is only 1 year older than Xun'er, and the two of them are childhood sweethearts. However, a few years later, the clan leader Ji Yu Yuan suddenly decided to let Xun'er lurk in Wudin City. Go and wait for an opportunity to find the Tuosh ancient emperor Jade of the Shao clan. At that time, although Ji Yufei wanted to stop it, he was only a child of a few years old and had little weight in the ancient clan. He could not change the decision made by the clan leader Ji Yu Yuan. He could only watch Xun'er being sent out of the ancient world by Ji Yu Yuan. After that, Ji Yufei secretly vowed to find a way to bring Xun'er back. In the past 10 years, Ji Yufei's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has become the most dazzling genius in the ancient clan. Even Ji Yu Qingyang, who was once designated as the young clan leader, is much inferior to him. His prestige in the ancient clan even surpasses many of the old elders of the ancient clan. Then, Ji Yufei applied to the ancient clan elders' council to bring the clan leader's daughter back to the ancient clan. Moreover, he also expressed that he wanted to marry Xun'er. With his current status and unparalleled cultivation talent, even Ji Yu Yuan is very optimistic. Ji Yu Yuan agreed immediately and agreed to the marriage between him and Xun'er. After Xun'er was brought back to the ancient world, the clan leader Ji Yu Yuan personally arranged the marriage between Ji Yufei and Xun'er. However, although the two had already married, Xun'er had never been willing to consummate the marriage with Ji Yufei for half a year, and even refused to let him touch her. Her attitude towards Ji Yufei was even colder than that towards a stranger. For more than half a year, Ji Yufei tried his best to be good to Xun'er. However, all this seemed to be wishful thinking, and Xun'er did not appreciate it at all. The reason why Xun'er smiled so happily today was because Ling Ying brought back news about Xiaoyan from outside the ancient world. Before that, she asked Ling Ying to send the core fighting skills scroll of the ancient clan to Xiaoyan. Not only that, she was willing to send even the sub-fire of the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. Moreover, this time, she also asked Ling Ying to bring a message to Xiaoyan to meet in Wudin City in 3 months. As Xun'er's husband, Ji Yufei has never received a gift from Xun'er. Now, Xun'er is planning to meet with other men in private. How can Ji Yufei bear this? You, Ji Yufei, don't mess around. We've only been married for half a year. Xun'er had a bad feeling in her heart. Her pretty face tightened and she said seriously. Ji Yufei did not answer, but just looked at Xun'er calmly, without any emotion in his eyes. Seeing Ji Yufei's reaction, Xun'er realized that Ji Yufei was not joking. No, I don't agree. Xun'er's face changed and she shook her head. After we got married, didn't we get along very well? We never quarreled. Where have I ever let you down? Why do you want to divorce me? I firmly disagree with divorce. Xun'er pursed her lips and stared at Ji Yufei. As the daughter of the clan leader, she was extremely talented and radiant all over. If she divorced Ji Yufei, it would probably attract a lot of malicious speculation from others. In this case, her reputation would be ruined. She would never allow such a thing to happen. Open black lens bracket ding, Xun'er is angry, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sound rang in Ji Yufei's mind. At the beginning, after Xun'er left the ancient clan, Ji Yufei was very decadent. It was at that time that he bound the emotion upgrade system. By collecting the emotion values of people with different luck, you can upgrade your own abilities. It is precisely because of this clear upgrade system that Ji Yufei has been able to grow rapidly to the current level in the past 10 years. Get along well, haha. Looking at the extremely serious expression on Xun'er's face, Ji Yufei couldn't help but sneer. What qualifications do you have to disagree with the divorce? Xun'er used to be indifferent but gentle, but now, Ji Yufei only sees indifference. Even if the two are married, there is still no change, just like strangers. Why am I not qualified? Why do you say divorce? Xun'er was angry at the sneer on Ji Yufei's face and roared hysterically. Haha, you are about to have an affair, and you still ask me why. Ji Yufei sneered again. He had liked this woman for many years. Now, he finally made up his mind to cut off his relationship with her. Cheating. Hearing the words Ji Yufei used, Xun'er's body trembled. Open black lens bracket ding. Xun'er was extremely angry, and her emotion value increased by 200 close black lens bracket. You are talking nonsense. When did I cheat on you? You are insulting me. Xun'er's body trembled slightly, pointing at Ji Yufei and retorting loudly. I am talking nonsense. Ji Yufei's eyes suddenly showed a trace of disgust. He didn't expect that this woman would not admit it until now. He shouted. Who did you meet just now? Do you think no one knows? Master Ling is my elder. When I was in the ancient world, Master Ling took care of me. I kept in touch with Master Ling. Is this wrong? Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Xun'er was very unconvinced and asked back with confidence. It's right to contact Ling Ying, but you contacted Ling Ying to care about someone else. You care more about that old lover than me, your husband. Ji Yufei said sarcastically. Xun'er's eyes dodged for a moment. Open black lens bracket ding. Xun'er has panic plus anger emotions, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Nonsense, what old lover? I've been in the Xiao family for so many years, and I just treat him as a brother and a relative. I care a little about my relatives, is this wrong? Seeing Xun'er continue to quibble, Ji Yufei's eyes became even more sarcastic. Haha, a relative without any blood relationship, is it worth you to hide the clan's secret fighting skills from the clan, or even send the sub-fire of the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame? Ji Yufei sneered. Is it worth your attention to everything that happens to him every moment, and you have agreed on the next time to meet? Are you already imagining how to hug your brother tightly when you meet next time? When speaking, Ji Yufei's eyes were full of disgust and disgust. For a woman whose heart does not belong to him, no matter how beautiful she is, Ji Yufei does not intend to keep too much nostalgia. Chapter 2, 0.6%. You. Looking at Ji Yufei's eyes and that disdainful tone, Xun'er's heart trembled violently. During this period of time, Ji Yufei has always been very flattering and caring about herself. He never spoke to her as loudly as he did now. But now, he has completely lost his previous obedience, and Xun'er can't accept it. Open black lens bracket ding. Xun'er is panicking, and the emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. But, even so, I have never done anything to let you down. Xun'er lowered her head, not daring to look into Ji Yufei's eyes, and her voice was not as righteous as before, but with a bit of weakness. Really, as your husband, I invited you to go out and play several times, but you refused for various reasons such as cultivation. And your so-called brother Xiaoyan, before he even said a word, you rushed to go on a date with him, and even hid it from everyone. Isn't this a guilty conscience? Ji Yufei's mouth was even a little elegant and indifferent. No sarcasm, no disdain. Just plain, indifferent plainness. Quote. Looking at Ji Yufei's calm expression, Xun'er was a little panicked. She knew that Ji Yufei might not care about her anymore. Moreover, Ji Yufei's words made Xun'er feel ashamed. As a wife, she did not fulfill her duties as a wife. And as a married woman, keeping a distance from other men is also a default rule. Open black lens bracket ding. Xun'er feels guilty and panic, and the emotion value increases by 200 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei, it's not what you think, You just never cared about me as your husband. Even if I treat you well, it's still not as good as your old lover. No, no, I don't care about you. Speaking of this, even Xun'er herself couldn't say anything. There are some facts that she herself has to admit. As long as Ji Yufei is not blind, he can see through her various behaviors. It's just that our marriage is not important to you at all. All my kindness to you is just cheap, not as good as the one between you and your old lover. Ji Yufei spoke again. There was no warmth in his voice, as calm as a stranger. This made Xun'er panic. Whether before or after the marriage, Ji Yufei has always been very good. Moreover, Ji Yufei is indeed very outstanding and is a child of destiny in this world. At this point, Xun'er would never consider divorcing Ji Yufei. That would have a huge impact on her. Also, I am your husband now. You are so good to other men, giving them fighting skills and fertility fire, and even going to meet him secretly. You are meeting with him secretly without telling anyone. Are you going to sleep with him next? We have been married for half a year, and you have never consummated the marriage with me. Are you going to keep your chastity for another man? Ji Yufei looked at Xun'er with a bit of disgust again. No, Xun'er was anxious and cried out instantly. Looking at Ji Yufei's eyes, she almost collapsed. Who can bear being despised by her husband like this? Open black lens bracket ding. Xun'er has a breakdown, a critical hit, and the emotional value increases by 1000 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei, it's not what you think. I didn't consummate the marriage just because I'm not ready. Xun'er explained anxiously. Not ready? What does it mean to be ready? Are you planning to leave your virginity to your old lover? Is this what you are ready for? Ji Yufei's eyes showed a hint of disgust. Nonsense. I didn't. Xun'er was obviously stimulated by Ji Yufei's words and screamed out. Ji Yufei, how can you say that to me? Am I such a dissolute and dirty woman in your eyes? Xun'er stared at Ji Yufei for a long time, and 2 lines of tears flowed silently. She questioned Ji Yufei angrily. Open black lens bracket ding. Xun'er is angry. Emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xun'er is already beautiful, and now 2 lines of tears are running down her cheeks, which makes her even more sad and beautiful. Most men, seeing this scene, will have an impulse to pity her. However, Ji Yufei now has no sympathy at all and is still indifferent. What else? Do you think that you can put all your thoughts on other men and still want me to treat you as pure and innocent? Ji Yufei said with contempt. You did something dirty, and you don't let others say it. How can there be such a thing in the world? Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Xun'er's original anger gradually dissipated, and she felt a little ashamed. She understood that she was indeed wrong about this matter. Open black lens bracket ding. Xun'er felt ashamed. Emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei did not speak, and sat quietly on the chair. After a moment, Xun'er recovered a little and looked at Ji Yufei, but she did not dare to look directly at him. At this time, she gritted her teeth and said, I just wanted to help him, and I did not do anything to let you down. Open black lens bracket ding. Xun'er felt ashamed. Emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. That person enjoys treatment that I, as a husband, have never had. Do you think that you are not cheating because you did not sleep with him? If you want to see him so much, why not bring him to the ancient world to replace me? Ji Yufei continued to sarcastically. You, Ji Yufei, don't say such dirty things, I just treat him as a relative. Ji Yufei's words were extremely explicit. Xun'er was extremely ashamed and showed a hint of anger again. Is what I said very dirty? Then you did it yourself, isn't it even dirtier? Ji Yufei asked back. This sentence made Xun'er speechless. Why, are you anxious because I said it right? Ji Yufei looked at the stunned Xun'er and continued to mock her. Xun'er lowered her head, feeling a little terrified and ashamed. Open black lens bracket ding. Xun'er feels panic and shame. Emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xun'er, I admit that I liked you very much before, and I almost lost myself for you. I try my best to give you the best. I won't refuse anything you want. But, you always think that's a given. I thought that all this was only temporary. As long as I always treat you well, you will be able to put your heart on me one day. Now, I finally know that you have another man in your heart. Since your heart is not here, your body is not willing to give. You naturally have no qualifications for me to give for free. Ji Yufei's eyes are cold, and his voice is cold and sharp. As these words fell, Xun'er felt even more ashamed and couldn't speak. Open black lens bracket ding, Xun'er feels extremely ashamed, emotional value increases by 300 close black lens bracket. Chapter 3. What position do you put me, your husband, in? We are already married, but you can't restrain your heart. Ji Yufei's voice was low and sinister. Xun'er looked up and looked at Ji Yufei with a cold face. She wanted to explain, but she couldn't say anything. Ji Yufei was right about many things. She was already married, so she should automatically stay away from other men. But she was very willful and didn't consider Ji Yufei's feelings at all. Or rather, it's not that she didn't consider it, but she never cared. Open black lens bracket ding, Xun'er panicked and collapsed, and her emotional value increased by 300 close black lens bracket. Okay, no more words, just divorce. Since you don't want to give me your body, then I will let you go free. Ji Yufei looked at Xun'er in front of him quietly, and said without any waves. Xun'er opened her mouth, and she almost wanted to say, I can give you my body, at this time. But, when the words came to her lips, they stopped for some reason. Am I so untrustworthy? Looking at Ji Yufei with a resolute face, Xun'er's face turned pale and she felt uncomfortable. Open black lens bracket ding, Xun'er felt sad, painful, and ashamed, and her emotional value increased by 300 close black lens bracket. What is there about you that is worthy of my trust? Ji Yufei asked back. Xun'er seemed to have a brain short circuit at this time, and she didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Okay, let's part ways in peace and don't embarrass each other. Tonight, I will move out. Ji Yufei didn't want to entangle with Xun'er anymore. After leaving this sentence, he turned around and prepared to go downstairs. This residence belongs to Xun'er. Before, Ji Yufei followed Xun'er's instructions in everything. Therefore, even if the two got married and Xun'er said she wanted to continue to stay in her residence, Ji Yufei agreed to her without hesitation. Now that the two have quarreled to this extent, Ji Yufei naturally has no need to stay here. No, you are my husband, you can't leave me. Xun'er realized the seriousness of the matter, and hurriedly turned her head to Ji Yufei stubbornly. Since you won't let me go, then I ask you, will you consummate your marriage with me tonight? Hearing Xun'er's words, Ji Yufei frowned, with unspeakable disgust in his eyes, and finally asked a question. Xun'er was speechless. She had thought about this sentence before. But now, she is not ready. Okay, tomorrow morning, I will go to explain this to the clan leader. This time, Ji Yufei left the bamboo building with a firm step, and he did not stop even a step no matter how Xun'er tried to keep him. At this time, it was late, the night filled the whole land, and the cool moonlight poured down from the sky, covering the entire mountain range with a layer of light silver gauze. In the center of the mountain range, groups of palaces stood one after another. Under the moonlight, they are like ancient beasts, exuding a trace of ancient breath. And Ji Yufei, standing alone on a mountain far away from these ancient temples. At this moment, the surroundings seem particularly quiet, just as calm as Ji Yufei's heart. From now on, I will no longer put all my energy into pleasing Xun'er. Ji Yufei let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief and comfort in his heart. This mountain has his residence before marriage. Speaking of it, he hasn't been here for half a year. As he walked slowly towards his residence, Ji Yufei began to think about his future plans in his mind. This is the Dou Qi Continent. The ultimate wish of countless people in their lives is to become the legendary duty strongman, and Ji Yufei is no exception. 10 years ago, Ji Yufei activated the emotion upgrade system, which allowed him to be promoted from an ordinary talented person to the current ancient clan prodigy. Emotion upgrade system. The function of the system is very simple. Ji Yufei can collect emotion values by directly or indirectly stimulating people with luck to produce emotional fluctuations. The emotion value can be used to upgrade one's various abilities. In this world, almost all the people with great luck are people around Xiao Yan in the original novel. As the future Emperor Yan, Xiao Yan's luck is naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. In addition to Xiao Yan, other people with great luck are mostly concentrated in the northwest continent. In the past few years, Ji Yufei's attention was almost entirely on Xun'er. In order to bring Xun'er back to the ancient clan, he practiced very hard in the ancient world. In addition, There were also some people with little luck in the ancient clan, so Ji Yufei could make rapid progress. However, the emotional value obtained by people with low luck and people with high luck every time they stimulate emotions is too far apart. For example, Ji Yufei may only be able to gain 0.1 or 0.5 emotional points by directly or indirectly stimulating an ordinary person, but by stimulating a lucky person like Xun'er, he can gain hundreds of emotional points. Therefore, in order to collect more emotional points, Ji Yufei needs to gather those lucky people in Dou Qi Continent together. Open black lens bracket emotional value, 4000 close black lens bracket. The next moment, a panel that only Ji Yufei could see appeared in front of him. Ji Yufei remembered that before he filed for divorce with Xun'er, his emotional value was only a little over 2000, but now, it has reached 4000 directly. I have accumulated emotional points for so long, and it is time to upgrade my attributes. Ji Yufei's mind flashed. The attribute panel instantly appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket host, Ji Yufei close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 16 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation, 7-star Do Zong close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification. Level 101 90-100 is the qualification of the 10-star Do Emperor bloodline close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physique. Level 78 comparable to the physique of a 7th level late stage Emperor grade bloodline monster close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul, early stage of the spiritual realm close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skill, Great Flame Heart Sutra heavenly elementary close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fighting skills, Flame Devouring Cage Earth level advanced, Sun Finger Earth level intermediate, Sky Star Step Earth level advanced body movement fighting skill close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket alchemy, 6th grade close black lens bracket. The system panel is very simple, and Ji Yufei is very familiar with it. System, upgrade the alchemy. Ji Yufei gave an order to the system. Open black lens bracket ding, the host's current alchemy level is 6th grade. To upgrade to the 7th grade, it needs to consume 3,999 emotional points. Start upgrading now close black lens bracket. Buzz. The next moment, a large amount of information instantly flooded into Ji Yufei's mind. Some knowledge about alchemy took root in his mind. Alchemy is a profound subject. Even what the system input into his mind is just the tip of the iceberg. Ji Yufei carefully browsed the alchemy knowledge in his mind and was completely immersed in it. Of course, he knew how difficult it was to become a top alchemist. But as long as he had the system in hand, it was unknown whether he could become an alchemist that would make the whole continent turbulent in the future. He was completely immersed in the system panel, and at this time he was on the mountain where his residence was, so Ji Yufei did not pay attention to the outside world. Not far away, a beautiful girl from the ancient tribe was standing there and looking at Ji Yufei quietly. Chapter 4. This woman's name is Ji Yunyu, and her strength is considered excellent in the entire Ji clan. With her beautiful appearance and relatively strong strength, Ji Yunyu also has many suitors. Although she is not as good as Xun'er, since Xun'er left, Ji Yunyu can also be regarded as a little goddess of the younger generation. But she has always been secretly in love with Ji Yufei, the first of the younger generation of the Ji clan. She had been secretly in love with Ji Yufei for a long time, but she didn't expect that Ji Yufei's first request to the clan leader was to marry Xun'er. Ji Yunyu couldn't figure out why she was inferior to Xun'er every night. Xun'er left the Ji clan very early, and Ji Yunyu grew up with Ji Yufei. Even if the affection of growing up together is not as good as Xun'er. But even so, after Ji Yufei married Xun'er, Ji Yunyu would come here every night to see the things and miss him. Ji Yufei is so outstanding, of course she can't let it go. When she saw Ji Yufei again today, he seemed to have increased in strength again, and she had long been unable to see his strength and future. Ji Yufei was carefully checking the system panel. Ji Yunyu propped up her chin and secretly looked at him. She was a little dazed for a moment. Her face flushed and her breath was unstable. Ji Yufei quickly noticed the fluctuations not far away. Who? Ji Yufei looked over vigilantly and found that it was Ji Yunyu, a girl from childhood. Ji Yunyu was startled by Ji Yufei's look. She was afraid that Ji Yufei would find out that she had been peeking at him these days. Open black lens bracket Gu Yunyu is panicked, and the emotion value increases by 3 close black lens bracket. In panic, she asked first to cover up the embarrassment. Brother Ji Yufei, why don't you stay with Xun'er? She was a little uneasy. But she saw that Ji Yufei seemed to have completely changed, with a faint look in his eyes. In the past, whenever Ji Yufei heard Xun'er's name, he would smile and his eyes would soften a little. Now, he seemed to have nothing to do with it, as if he heard the name of a stranger. Xun'er, I don't need to accompany her anymore. Don't you need to accompany her? Ji Yunyu's heart unconsciously surged with a strange emotion. She realized something and subconsciously asked. Well, no more. Xun'er and I are about to get divorced. Ji Yufei looked into Ji Yunyu's eyes. But he saw the expectation in her eyes. Open black lens bracket Ji Yunyu has the expectation emotion. The emotion value increases by 5 close black lens bracket. The system prompts at the right time. Ji Yufei looked at Ji Yunyu's blushing face and understood something in his heart. Could it be that this girl is looking forward to his divorce? Could it be that she likes him? Ji Yufei was about to speak, but was interrupted by a female voice that he was very familiar with. I won't divorce him. Ji Yufei and Ji Yunyu looked at the source of the voice together. It turned out that at this moment, Xun'er rushed to Ji Yufei. Open black lens bracket Xun'er is angry. Emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. She looked angry and looked at Ji Yunyu unkindly. Ji Yunyu took a step back and looked at Ji Yufei helplessly. Xun'er saw her subconscious reaction of asking for help and was about to speak. Why are you still here? Ji Yufei's eyes were full of disappointment and anger. He scolded. You have someone else in your heart, and you still want to disgust me. After hearing this, Xun'er bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and looked at him nervously. Of course, she couldn't deny that she was wrong. But Ji Yufei shouldn't be here with Ji Yunyu. Then what are you and Ji Yunyu doing here? If I don't come, you will prepare to marry her, right? Xun'er's beautiful eyes flashed with anger, and she was aroused by her own imagination. Even if she cared about brother Xiao Yan very much, she would not allow Ji Yufei to care about Ji Yunyu. Open black lens bracket Xun'er is angry. Emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xun'er stared at Ji Yufei and said everything in her mind. Don't tell me, you want to divorce me just for her. Ji Yufei looked at her disappointedly and sighed unconsciously. Xun'er is still so beautiful and full of grace. But she is different from the little girl before. Xun'er, why do you think so? I grew up with this girl, it's normal for a brother to care about her. Don't you know the reason why I want a divorce best? Xun'er's eyes were red, but she still looked at Ji Yufei stubbornly. Girls are careful, of course she has long seen that Ji Yunyu likes Ji Yufei. It's okay that Ji Yufei has always kept a distance from other women before. But Ji Yufei is her husband now, even if she doesn't like Ji Yufei, she won't allow Ji Yunyu to miss him. Do you really want to divorce me? How about I watch you give all the things I gave him while I'm still cuckolded? Xun'er's eyes were a little evasive, but she didn't want to lose to Ji Yunyu. Open black lens bracket Xun'er feels ashamed. Emotional value increases by 80 close black lens bracket. Ji Yunyu stood not far behind Ji Yufei, listening to their conversation in silence. She was also curious why Ji Yufei suddenly wanted to divorce. Listening to Ji Yufei's heavy words, Ji Yunyu realized some reasons. Could it be that Xun'er has another man in her heart? Ji Yufei didn't want to say more. He frowned slightly and looked at the endless night. You two, it's late at night, please go back first, I want to rest. Xun'er's eyes flashed with disbelief. He actually wanted to drive her away. But Ji Yufei was determined, so she had to go down the mountain with Ji Yunyu. Ji Yufei returned to the room, without thinking any more, checked his system panel and practiced all night. The next morning, Ji Yufei went directly to a hall deep in the ancient clan. He didn't sleep all night, and he had thought clearly about Xun'er. Since half a year of companionship couldn't win back Xun'er's heart, then he might as well let go. So Ji Yufei waited for Ji Yuan's arrival in the hall. He planned to meet Ji Yuan and propose his divorce. He was the one who proposed to Ji Yuan to marry Xun'er. Unexpectedly, he also proposed the divorce to Ji Yuan. Ji Yufei smiled bitterly, and then thought of the emotional value he gained last night, and a trace of relief gradually appeared on his face. Next, Ji Yufei waited for a while in the hall of the ancient clan. At some point, a figure appeared silently at the first seat in the hall. This figure was about 40 years old and looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, wearing a simple linen shirt and a smile on his face. This man was the patriarch of the ancient clan, Ji Yuan. At this moment, Ji Yuan looked at Ji Yufei below with some kindness. As the patriarch, he was very satisfied with the strength of Ji Yufei, the leader of the younger generation. As Xun'er's father, he also had a very good impression of his son-in-law. Even so, Ji Yufei still felt a great pressure. No matter what, the one standing in front of him was the patriarch of the Ji Yu clan, who was much stronger than his grandfather. The strength of a late-stage 9-star Dou Sheng was invincible in this era when Dou Di did not appear. Chapter 5. Why did you come to me this time? Ji Yuan didn't know that Ji Yufei had driven Xun'er out of the mountain last night. After all, Xun'er herself knew that she would be embarrassed if others knew about this. Ji Yufei saw Ji Yuan's reaction and realized that he didn't know yet. When he first came, Ji Yufei wanted to make it clear. But Xun'er is Ji Yuan's daughter, and even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Even though Ji Yuan, as the patriarch, can't openly favor his daughter, he must be biased in dealing with it. Xun'er and I have been married for half a year, and Xun'er is a very good person. But, Ji Yufei thought of what Xun'er had done, and although he had let it go in his heart, his tone was still a little obscure. Maybe I'm not good enough, and Xun'er doesn't have me in her heart. Maybe Xun'er and I are not destined to be together, and I'm not suitable for her. Ji Yufei stopped talking and looked at Ji Yuan, who had been silent. Could it be that Ji Yufei wanted to get together and get divorced? Open black lens bracket. Ji Yuan is surprised, and his emotion value increases by 5 close black lens bracket. Ji Yuan's surprise was well hidden. He lowered his eyes and looked at Ji Yufei, who was sitting below. It was Ji Yufei who begged him and kept emphasizing that he wanted to marry Xun'er. Ji Yufei was the leader of the younger generation, and he felt that Ji Yufei had a bright future. In addition, he had watched the child grow up, so Ji Yuan agreed. But how could such a change happen after only 6 months of marriage? But then, Ji Yuan was slightly angry. If Xun'er separated from Ji Yufei, even if she did nothing wrong, her reputation would probably be greatly affected. Ji Yufei silently observed Ji Yuan's reaction. But in the next second, he received a system notification sound. Open black lens bracket. Ji Yuan is angry, and his emotion value increases by 5 close black lens bracket. He understood that he was probably going to speak up for his daughter. Ji Yuan would definitely question him next, and Ji Yufei would also have to organize some speech. The next explanation must be more tactful. Ji Yuan's eyebrows and eyes became more serious, and the whole person unconsciously exuded a faint sense of oppression. He did not do this on purpose, but he did this subconsciously. Just when Ji Yuan was about to ask Ji Yufei the real reason. Before he saw anyone, a female voice came first. Father, I will not divorce Ji Yufei. Then, Xun'er, who had not slept well all night, ran in hurriedly with her skirt lifted. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er is excited, and the emotional value is increased by 50 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei hid the smile at the corner of his mouth and sent his ex-wife with an emotional value to the door. Ji Yuan looked at her noisy appearance, snorted with both love and dissatisfaction, and then let her sit down. Xun'er hesitated for a moment and chose to sit opposite Ji Yufei. Although she also wanted to sit closer to Ji Yufei didn't give her any face now. She should not ask for trouble. After Xun'er sat down, Ji Yuan sat up a little straight and asked anxiously. Ji Yufei came to me early in the morning to discuss things. Xun'er, tell me, what happened between you and Ji Yufei? The worry on his face made Xun'er look ashamed and lower her head. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels ashamed, emotional value increases by 50 close black lens bracket. She lowered her head and refused to answer, so Ji Yuan had to look at Ji Yufei. Helplessly holding his forehead, Ji Yufei sighed. He tried to explain why he wanted to divorce in a tactful way. Xun'er and I have been married for half a year, and I wanted to live in harmony. But, we have never been husband and wife. His tactful first sentence made Ji Yuan dumbfounded. Ji Yuan expected that Xun'er might not be able to fall in love with Ji Yufei for a while, but he didn't expect that the two of them hadn't consummated their marriage in half a year. He had always hoped that he would have one or two smart, cute and innocent grandchildren, but it turned into nothing. Ji Yuan saw that Ji Yufei wanted to say much more than that, and nodded to signal him to continue. If it was just this one thing, I would never propose a divorce. Do you still remember the Xiao family? Xun'er's face changed. She was naturally afraid that Ji Yuan would put her under house arrest after knowing this and never allow her to see Xiaoyan again. She was even more afraid that Ji Yuan would send someone to kill Xiaoyan in order to stop her from thinking about it. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er is nervous, emotional value increases by 50 close black lens bracket. Of course I remember, it was the family in Wudin City that I sent Xun'er to back then. Ji Yuan continued. What was Ji Yufei going to say? There was a strange look in his eyes. Xiaoyan, the son of the head of the Xiao family, was a genius who was the best in Wudin City back then. He grew up with Xun'er and got along very happily, so happily that he even. Ji Yufei closed his eyes. Even when she returned to the Ji Yu clan, she had to give Xiaoyan a big gift. Of course, it could be just a friend, but she might have been afraid that I would get angry if she knew, so she secretly went to see Xiaoyan behind my back. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels ashamed, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xun'er lowered her head and listened to Ji Yufei telling her father what she had done in a tactful tone. She did not deny it, but her face was a little red. Open black lens bracket. Ji Yuan feels angry, emotional value increases by 5 close black lens bracket. Ji Yuan was angry at Xun'er after hearing this. But he could also understand Ji Yufei. As a man, if his woman did this, he would be angry too. He was even angry enough to want to divorce. However, it was Ji Yuan's daughter who made the mistake after all, so of course he wanted to protect her. But, I'm sorry for Ji Yufei, Ji Yuan sighed. Xun'er, how could you do such a thing? How can the boy from the Xiao family compare to your husband, and make you do such a treasonous thing? You really disappoint me. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels ashamed, emotional value increases by 200 close black lens bracket. Xun'er was even more ashamed of her father's scolding. Ji Yuan changed the subject. Xun'er must regret doing this, why don't you go back and think about it for a while? After all, a good son-in-law like Ji Yufei is strong and good to his wife. He still has to think more about Xun'er. If you still insist on doing this after a month, then I will agree to your divorce. This month, Ji Yufei looked a little strange. He didn't expect that even if he came to the Dou Qi Continent, there would still be a so-called divorce cooling-off period. Ji Yufei certainly didn't want to agree to such an absurd request. In a month, can he forgive Xun'er for cheating on him? But he couldn't contradict Ji Yuan at the moment, and Ji Yufei's strength was not yet to the point where he could do whatever he wanted in the entire Ji Yu clan. Ji Yufei had no choice but to nod helplessly. Patriarch, then it's up to you. Ji Yuan nodded with satisfaction, but was choked by his next sentence. But I think, after a month, my thoughts will still not change. Ji Yuan is the head of the clan, and his words are very important. Since he asked to postpone the separation of Ji Yufei and Xun'er, Ji Yufei had no choice but to agree temporarily. But who can predict what will happen in the future? Chapter 6. 1.7%. Ji Yufei stood up, bowed respectfully to Ji Yuan, and left. He never gave Xun'er any extra glances from beginning to end. Xun'er and Ji Yuan certainly noticed this. Xun'er didn't know why she felt a little strange in her heart. Didn't Ji Yufei have a deep affection for her before? How could it become like this today? She bit her lower lip in dissatisfaction. Seeing Ji Yufei leave, Ji Yuan sighed deeply. His daughter was so spoiled and lawless. She was married but still entangled with other men. Wasn't all this because Ji Yuan had doted on Xun'er too much before? Xun'er looked very much like his wife, so he unconsciously lowered his bottom line for Xun'er again and again. As he raised her, his cute and lovely daughter did such an unruly and lawless act. For a moment, Ji Yuan didn't know whether he was doing the right thing. His rather shameless response to Ji Yufei's request certainly eroded Ji Yufei's feelings for Xun'er. It was all this girl's fault. Xun'er, do you know you are wrong? Since you have married Ji Yufei, you should pay attention to your own behavior. Why are you still meeting with men outside? Besides, Ji Yufei is better than Xiao Yan in every aspect. What's good about a waste? Ji Yuan had sent spies to investigate the Xiao family a long time ago. He naturally knew that Ji Yufei's genius was a lie. Xiao Yan of the Xiao family was clearly a waste. Xun'er didn't like the genius, but she liked a waste. Ji Yuan's tone was not harsh, just the teaching and admonition of an ordinary father to his daughter. He thought his tone was gentle enough. But Xun'er looked aggrieved at this time. Of course, she still didn't think she was wrong. Daddy, it's obviously Ji Yufei who really made a fuss. Why are you scolding me? Ji Yuan glared at Xun'er, and seeing her red eyes, he softened his heart again. He had no choice but to give up. Ji Yuan waved his hand and drove Xun'er away. He also wanted to find a way to persuade Ji Yufei. After all, Ji Yufei's resolute words before leaving did not seem false. He really wanted to divorce his former wife. Xun'er turned and left. Ji Yuan sat and pondered for a long time, then stood up and left the hall. Next, he planned to find Ji Yufei's grandfather Ji Yulai to discuss the relationship between the two young people. Ji Yuan still hoped that Ji Yulai could persuade Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei respected his grandfather very much. If Ji Yulai spoke up, there might be a chance for this matter to turn around. On the other hand, the news that Ji Yufei and Xun'er had successively found the clan leader spread quickly in the huge Ji Yu clan. In addition, Ji Yunyu, who was driven out of the mountain with Xun'er by Ji Yufei last night, revealed something this morning. Her beautiful eyes were slightly excited, and she said a few words to reveal what happened last night. That was all, and Ji Yunyu turned and left, but the rumors in the Ji Yu clan became more and more intense. At present, many people in the Ji Yu clan already knew that the relationship between Ji Yufei and Xun'er was a little stiff. Ji Yufei's marriage with Xun'er had already caused a lot of discussion in the entire Ji Yu clan. Xun'er was the goddess of the younger generation, and Ji Yufei was the most powerful person of the younger generation. Naturally, their union attracted discussion. Now, only half a year has passed, and there is a crack in the relationship between the couple. Naturally, another round of controversy has arisen. After Ji Yufei left the hall, he was ready to go back to his residence. He had a high level of cultivation, so he naturally found that many people were whispering in his direction. Their eyes fell on Ji Yufei, but Ji Yufei walked towards his residence without changing his expression. Perhaps the matter has spread. Ji Yufei shook his head. If his matter spread, it would cause any bad influence, which had nothing to do with him. The followers who usually complimented Ji Yufei stood far away from him. They hid in the corner and whispered, and from time to time, doubtful, excited, and resentful eyes fell on Ji Yufei. And Ji Yufei was of course enjoying this kind of sight. No, he was enjoying the emotional value brought by this rich emotion. Open black lens bracket. Ji Yu has curiosity, emotional value +1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ji Yufei has resentment, emotional value +1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ji Yao has anger, emotional value +5 close black lens bracket. Although there are no lucky people here, the emotional value brought is just a drop in the bucket. But mosquito meat is also meat, he naturally won't dislike it. However, in the end, the anger from the person named Ji Yao caught his attention. Among the people who were discussing, a man named Ji Yao had anger in his eyes. The anger was caused by Ji Yufei, but not by him. Ji Yao also liked Xun'er, because Xun'er was the goddess of the entire young generation of the Ji Yu clan, so of course he liked her. However, after Xun'er came back and married Ji Yufei, Ji Yao had no choice but to give up. He thought he was a gentleman, and certainly would not do such a bad thing as stealing someone's wife. And Ji Yao was convinced by Ji Yufei. But where did that rubbish called Xiao Yan come from? Why was Ji Yao so angry, and how did he know about Xiao Yan? It turned out that Ji Yao had just learned about it from Ji Yuling, who had gone to pick up Xun'er this morning. The reason why Xun'er had a dirty relationship with Ji Yufei and their relationship became strained. It was probably because of a rubbish called Xiao Yan in the northwest continent. Xiao Yan was a man, and since Xun'er had a bad relationship with Ji Yufei because of him, it could only mean that Xun'er might have fallen in love with Xiao Yan. Ji Yao was extremely smart, and after listening to Ji Yuling's simple suggestion, he figured out the cause and effect. He was able to give in at the beginning because Ji Yufei was good enough and worthy of being Xun'er's husband. But why did Xiaoyan, a rubbish, do that? So, Ji Yuyao could not suppress his anger. He had a murderous intention towards Xiaoyan. Ji Yuyao sat by the bed, looking at the scenery in the distance, with a murderous look in his eyes. A waste like that could actually win Xun'er's heart more than me and Ji Yufei. It's damn it. Ji Yuyao's eyes were full of haze, and he couldn't bear the anger in his heart when he saw Ji Yufei passing by the window. He unconsciously transferred his anger to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei's system reminded him faithfully, and he looked as if he had sensed something. He met the eyes of Ji Yuyao, who had a haze in his eyes by the bed. Ji Yufei looked at him calmly, smiled lightly, and continued to walk towards the mountain. Ji Yuyao looked at Ji Yufei's calm appearance, and his murderous intention towards Xiaoyan was even more overwhelming. Such an excellent man was not as good as a waste in Xun'er's heart. It seems that Xiaoyan must not stay for long. As soon as this idea came into his mind, Ji Yuyao made up his mind. He decided to do it immediately. Ji Yuyao was a decisive killer, and Xiaoyan just ran into his gun. It was just a waste, so he killed her if he wanted to. Although he was not a person who killed indiscriminately, who asked Xiaoyan to covet a person who might not be worthy of him in his lifetime. If it weren't for the fact that the head of the Ji Yuan clan sent Xun'er to that poor place, the waste would never have seen Xun'er in his life. Chapter 7, 2%. Ji Yuyao pondered for a moment and called one of his confidants. Go to the northwest continent immediately. The confidant looked up at him with a little doubt, but saw a strong murderous intent brewing in Ji Yuyao's eyes. Find Xiaoyan and eliminate that waste. The confidant was frightened by his powerful aura and gloomy eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his back, and he quickly bowed his head and said yes. Here, the assassins targeting Xiaoyan have been sent out. On the other side, Ji Yufei returned all the way to the mountain. After returning to his residence, he sat down to rest for a while. Then he decided to start refining a 7th grade pill. 7th grade pills, if placed in the outside world, such a genius would scare a group of people. How young is Ji Yufei? He is only 16 years old. He can actually refine a 7th grade pill that many alchemists cannot refine in their entire lives. This 7th grade pill can be sold at a sky-high price at an auction. Many 7th grade elixirs are already priceless treasures, and any one of them can stir up bloody storms. Previously, the system upgraded Ji Yufei's alchemy skills to level 7. Naturally, Ji Yufei also mastered a large number of 7th grade elixir recipes. Ji Yufei did not sleep last night, and his thoughts were not only about Xun'er's marriage. More importantly, he was thinking about these 7th grade elixirs. Since he already has a lot of elixir recipes, he naturally has to start trying to refine them. This time, Ji Yufei is going to refine an elixir that can improve the cultivation level of Dou Zong by 1 star. It is called Ti Hai Dan. It is a priceless 7th grade elixir on the market. After all, the advantage of Ti Hai Dan is that, after taking it, it can not only improve the cultivation level of Dou Zong by 1 star, but most importantly, it has no side effects. There will be no unstable foundation. Relying on one elixir can directly improve the cultivation level of Dou Zong Strongman by 1 star. This 7th grade elixir would take a lot of time even for a 7th grade alchemist, and there is even a possibility of failure. Why did Ji Yufei try to refine the 7th grade elixir? He recalled the elixir formula provided by the system in his mind and muttered to himself. Just kill time. Yes, ordinary 7th grade alchemists would have to prepare for several weeks or even a month before they dared to start refining the 7th grade elixir. Ji Yufei refined the elixir this time. Part of the reason was to kill time. The divorce cooling off period is exactly 1 month, and maybe the time will be up when the elixir is ready. After everything was ready, Ji Yufei set up a ban outside the house. He didn't want any strangers to disturb him at a critical juncture. It would be bad if the elixir was delayed. Days passed, and the two protagonists never showed up in the Ji Yu clan. The discussion about Ji Yufei and Xun'er was so weak. After all, they would have to see the protagonists to have the desire to gossip. Now that both of them are gone, who knows what they are doing? Besides, daily cultivation is very busy. On the top of the mountain, Ji Yufei sat cross-legged by the window, quietly closing his eyes. The alchemy furnace in front of him was small and exquisite, emitting a faint luster. A faint medicinal fragrance hovered in the house. Until half a month later, Ji Yufei suddenly opened his eyes. The sky above the mountain where he was had changed a lot. Outside the mountain, there were no clouds and the sun was shining. Above the mountain, there were dark clouds. In between, there were also raging pill thunder. The pill thunder was so thick that it made people feel scared. The pill thunder first gathered rapidly in the clouds, and then struck down quickly like lightning. It hit the house on the top of the mountain. The sound and the impact alarmed many people from the ancient clan around. They all came to watch. There were also several alchemists among them. A highly respected alchemist among the younger generation looked at the pill thunder in the sky and was stunned. He took a breath of cold air in disbelief. This is the pill thunder that will only appear when the 7th grade pill is born. Although there were only a few alchemists around, they all knew how precious the 7th grade pill was. One of the girls praised her, and her face was filled with yearning for the strong. I didn't expect that brother Ji Yufei not only has a much higher level of cultivation than ordinary people, but also has a very high level of alchemy attainments. Yes, brother Ji Yufei is only 16 years old. Miss Xun'er really shouldn't have done that. A more respected person from the ancient clan said, with a little regret in his eyes. After all, Miss Xun'er is also a very talented person. Her combination with Ji Yufei will definitely allow the ancient clan to move to a higher level. However, Miss Xun'er has another man in her heart. There were many discussions around, most of which were in an admiring tone. All these emotions of admiration and envy from many people towards Ji Yufei were integrated into the system. Open black lens bracket Ji Yutian has admiration emotions, and his emotion value increases by 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Ji Yu Yan has admiration emotion value increases by 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Ji Yu Yukin has admiration emotion value increases by 1 close black lens bracket. All these fine and dense emotion values were collected by the system. Ji Yufei listened to the emotion values being recorded one by one with satisfaction. Although small, trickles can also converge into the sea, right? And the last prompt sound made his mouth curl up. Open black lens bracket Xun'er has depression emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. It turned out that Xun'er was here too, and was among the people of the ancient clan around. Of course, no one there noticed Xun'er's arrival. Only Ji Yufei's system exposed her. At this time, Xun'er hid in the dark, looking up at the house on the top of the mountain like the people around her. She couldn't help but think that she lived there a few days ago. If Ji Yufei hadn't mentioned the separation, would she also be the object of everyone's envy at this time? Instead of being pitied by everyone, it's a pity that she shouldn't have chosen another man. Xun'er heard all the discussions, as she was already a highly skilled cultivator. The noisy discussions were like knives and swords, piercing her ears and her heart. Originally, shouldn't she care about anything about Ji Yufei? Why did she feel depressed when she heard the discussions of this group of people? Xun'er felt very uncomfortable. Biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth, she frowned and looked up at the distant mountain top. Xun'er's eyes were empty, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Although Xun'er didn't like Ji Yufei, her admiration for the strong still made her come here. Because Xun'er had noticed the movement in this area early, like the pressure of a high-level elixir about to be born. She hurried over to join in the fun. After all, her father Ji Yuan was really angry at the time and even announced that he would confine her to house arrest for a month. Xun'er would not be allowed to move freely until Ji Yufei came to see his father again. Deep in her heart, Xun'er could not help but blame Ji Yufei. Half a month later, she realized that a high-level elixir was about to be born, and sneaked out while Ji Yuan was not paying attention. On the way, Xun'er was still very happy, thinking that another old generation of Ji Yu clan had made a high-level elixir. Who would have thought that the one who made the 7th grade elixir was Ji Yufei? Chapter 8. Xun'er felt a little uncomfortable watching the 7th grade elixir coming out of Ji Yufei's hands. She thought about it and decided to put aside what happened yesterday for the time being. After all, the yearning for the strong is something that every member of the ancient clan must have in their hearts. Although she didn't like Ji Yufei, it would be okay to bless him for refining the 7th grade elixir. She successfully persuaded herself to meet Ji Yufei and put aside the unpleasant discussions she had just heard. Xun'er was just about to congratulate Ji Yufei and explain the previous things. She still wanted to ease the relationship between her and Ji Yufei. After all, if a genius like Ji Yufei were her husband, she would also be proud. Xun'er couldn't remember why Ji Yufei proposed a divorce at this time. She still felt that Ji Yufei was making a fuss about nothing. It was just a small matter. Was it necessary to propose a divorce? Xun'er still thought that as long as she took a step back, Ji Yufei would forgive her. After all, Ji Yufei liked her so much in the past, and the first request he made to Ji Yuan was to marry her. Ji Yufei loves her very much, doesn't he? Who knows? The next second, Xun'er's steps stopped where they were. She had already walked to the foot of the mountain and was about to step up. A servant came to stop her. Sorry, Miss Xun'er, the master has issued an order to expel guests, and ordered no one to disturb. The servant's tone was light, with obvious politeness. It didn't seem like he was talking to the wife of the owner of this mountain. Xun'er's beautiful eyes glared with anger. These servants had never called her Miss Xun'er before, and their attitude had never been so distant. In the past, even if Ji Yufei wanted to practice and issued an order to expel guests, he would not stop her. She has always been free to enter and exit this mountain. This was the promise Ji Yufei made when he married her. This mountain with rich fighting spirit could never stop Xun'er. Xun'er wanted to speak when she saw this, but was blocked by the servant. The master has decided to start refining the next pill immediately, and no one can disturb him. Even a genius like Xun'er was shocked after hearing the servant's words. To refine the next one. Moreover, judging by the importance Ji Yufei attached to it, it is very likely to be another high-level pill. Xun'er couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Is Ji Yufei a monster? An ordinary 7th grade alchemist will completely lose his fighting spirit after refining a 7th grade pill. They need to rest for a few days or even more than 10 days before they can recover. After all, refining a 7th grade pill requires a huge amount of fighting spirit and consumes a lot of energy. There are even many people who hurt their origin when refining a 7th grade pill, and it is difficult for them to improve their strength in their lifetime. Ji Yufei just refined a 7th grade pill here, and he is going to refine the next one right away. Doesn't he need to rest at all? He is a complete monster. The servant had said so much, Xun'er could only give up. She stamped her feet and walked away angrily. All of this was seen by one person. Everything depends on God's will. The man sighed in his heart, revealing a plain face that had been weathered. Although he looked very ordinary at first, the dark light that occasionally flashed in his eyes made it impossible to ignore his existence. The top person of the ancient clan, the Black Annihilation King Ji Yulai, was looking down at that place from a high place. Ji Yulai had been watching the two young people quarreling for a long time. He smiled helplessly and sighed leisurely. Ji Yuan came to Ji Yulai to talk about this matter that day. Ji Yuan told Ji Yulai about this matter with a little embarrassment, and tactfully asked him to persuade Ji Yufei. When Ji Yulai heard about this matter at first, he was of course dissatisfied. He waited for Ji Yuan to leave and snorted coldly. His grandson was cuckolded by his grandson's wife, and Ji Yuan wanted him to persuade Ji Yufei to forgive Xun'er. How absurd! And Ji Yufei is not an easy target, why does he give in again and again? But the clan leader asked him to persuade Ji Yufei so earnestly, so Ji Yulai had to agree on the surface. But what can he do about Ji Yufei? Ji Yulai knows his grandson's character very well. He is a man of his own opinion. Even if Ji Yulai uses his grandfather's status to pressure him, he will not do it if he doesn't want to. Therefore, Ji Yulai did not have the confidence to persuade Ji Yufei. Moreover, privately, he did not want his grandson, who was the pride of heaven, to suffer such grievances. Just a woman, there are so many in the world. Why should Ji Yufei hang himself on this tree? It was a long time again. Every day, the people of the ancient clan came to the foot of Ji Yufei mountain. They looked up, full of admiration in their hearts. The emotional value was slowly collected into the system, and finally, the second 7th grade pill was born. The familiar dark clouds and pill thunder gathered on the mountain again. Around Ji Yufei's mountain, countless people from the ancient clan gathered again to watch. The pill thunder struck down in waves, and the terrifying pressure stretched for hundreds of miles. Many people below were pale, unable to resist this pressure. Some people began to worry whether Ji Yufei would be in trouble. After all, he did not stop in the middle, and after refining 2 7th-grade pills in succession, he withstood 2 pill thunders. Is this also necessary to worry about? Who is brother Ji Yufei? The pill thunder is not worth mentioning. That's right, if you have time to worry about brother Ji Yufei, you might as well think about how to improve your own alchemy skills. The people around laughed kindly, and the man also touched his head with a red face. He secretly decided to ask brother Ji Yufei for advice next time. A 16-year-old alchemy genius, I am afraid that even if I study hard for a lifetime, I can't even flatter him. At this moment, Xun'er came angrily. She stood at the foot of the mountain, her almond eyebrows raised, and her eyes were full of anger. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er is angry, emotional value increases by 200. Close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei frowned and looked down the mountain. Looking down the mountain, there was a small figure. The figure's breath sank into his dantian, and his voice was filled with obvious anger. She attached Dou Qi to her voice, so that the voice could spread and Ji Yufei on the top of the mountain could hear it clearly. Ji Yufei, I didn't expect you to be such a person, actually sending someone to kill brother Xiaoyan. There was an uproar around. Some people who knew the inside story did not believe Xun'er's words, while some were secretly thinking and hesitating. Xiaoyan was clearly the son of the head of the Xiao family in Wudin City, and also Xun'er's former lover. Could it be that Ji Yufei was betrayed by his wife, and because of love and hatred, jealousy drove him to hurt Xiaoyan? Even wanted to kill the adulterer. But when someone tentatively proposed this view, it was drowned out by the voice of opposition. How is it possible? That's brother Ji Yufei. That's right, would he hurt an ordinary person because of Xun'er? And brother Ji Yufei obviously doesn't like Xun'er anymore, and he's not a person who kills indiscriminately. People who know the inside story don't believe Xun'er's one-sided statement, and those who don't know naturally don't believe it even more. They usually watch what kind of person Ji Yufei is. Chapter 9. Ji Yufei is kind and generous, but also modest and cautious. He loves Xun'er to the core. Xun'er hurt him. Although Ji Yufei was hurt, he would never kill Xiaoyan. Some kind-hearted people from the Jiyu clan went to persuade Xun'er. Miss Xun'er, are you mistaken? Yes, how could brother Ji Yufei want to hurt people? Seeing that everyone around was defending Ji Yufei, Xun'er stamped her feet in hatred, her eyes red. You don't believe me. Ji Yufei is obviously jealous of Xiaoyan, so he wants to destroy him. Xun'er was so angry that she said something without thinking. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. This is clearly not what Xun'er wanted to say. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels regretful, emotional value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. But regret is useless. What she said is like spilled water, how can she take it back if she wants to? Xun'er's voice was not loud, but the accompanying fighting spirit made Ji Yufei on the top of the mountain hear it clearly. Faced with Xun'er's questioning and unreasonable troubles, Ji Yufei was a little annoyed even if he was good-tempered. However, this also made him more determined to divorce. Today, Xun'er could question him for a false accusation. Tomorrow, will she take Xiaoyan to his mountain in broad daylight? Ji Yufei sneered and glanced slowly down the mountain. He closed the window and ignored the furious Xun'er. Ji Yufei didn't bother to explain anything. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. He never did it, and since Xun'er thought he did it, let her do it. Let Xun'er be the one who makes trouble. It was just a little too noisy. Ji Yufei helplessly held his forehead and set up the formation around the house again. The house finally fell into silence again. The faint aroma of the elixir lingered in Ji Yufei's nostrils. Ji Yufei picked up a small elixir and put it in front of his eyes. He smiled faintly. Success again. On this side, Ji Yufei was obsessed with refining elixirs. On the other side, Ji Yuan had learned about the absurd things that happened today at the bottom of Ji Yufei's mountain. Xun'er stood beside Ji Yuan with an unhappy face, frowning. She was confined by Ji Yuan again, and this time it was the formation set by Ji Yuan himself. Even if she spent 3 days and 3 nights, she couldn't solve it. You should reflect on yourself. You were too noisy today. Xun'er glared at him and curled her lips. I will personally check this matter and give you and Ji Yufei an explanation. After he finished speaking, he left. After a detailed search and investigation, Ji Yuan's discovery made him frown unconsciously. The result of his investigation was that Ji Yufei had never talked to other people at all. During this nearly 1 month, Ji Yufei completely isolated himself from the outside world in his mountain. He spent a whole month refining the elixir, and no one approached his house during this time. Ji Yufei simply could not have arranged for someone to kill Xiaoyan. This conclusion has been verified by many parties and is a foregone conclusion. The matter originally ended here, but Xun'er kept clamoring for an explanation, so Ji Yufei had to investigate further. Following the clues, he actually found out a person who had nothing to do with the matter. That person turned out to be Ji Yuyao. Ji Yuan sent someone to invite Ji Yuyao to the main hall for a talk. Since Ji Yuyao dared to send his men to assassinate Xiaoyan, he was not afraid of being held accountable by others. In the end, he was just a waste, who cared about his life or death. After Ji Yuan seriously questioned Ji Yuyao did not hesitate and readily admitted the matter. As expected but not reasonable, Ji Yuan did not punish him. Who is Ji Yuyao, and who is Xiaoyan? The Xiao family was a declining family. If Xun'er hadn't been asking him, he wouldn't have bothered to investigate. Just ask yourself, if an elephant stepped on an ant to death, who would care? Even if the people sent by Ji Yuyao really succeeded and killed Xiaoyan. Ji Yuan, a high-ranking figure who was the patriarch of a hidden powerful family and was busy with all kinds of affairs, would not care. What's more, Ji Yuyao told him that Xiaoyan was not dead. His subordinates reported to him that Xiaoyan was just seriously injured and missing, and it seemed that a mysterious strong man had rescued him. Ji Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this. According to his intelligence, Xiaoyan's current strength was still not up to him. Moreover, there was no supreme strong man in the entire Xiao family, or even the entire Wudin city. Which powerful man was behind Xiaoyan? But Ji Yuan quickly put this matter behind him. After all, he was very busy every day. There was no way he could spend too much time and energy on such a small matter. The previous behavior was already an exception for Xun'er. Thinking of his willful daughter, Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh deeply. Therefore, he did not notice that Ji Yuyao had an unwilling expression on his face. Ji Yuyao thought that Xiaoyan was still the unarmed waste, and he looked down on the strongest person in their family. Therefore, Ji Yuyao was arrogant and sent out only low-level Dou Zong. Although low-level Dou Zong was inconspicuous in the Ji Yu clan, they had no power to fight back in the Xiao family. Ji Yuyao confidently waited for the good news from his subordinates. What he waited for was the news that Xiaoyan was seriously injured and missing, and was suspected to be rescued by a mysterious strong man. He crushed the porcelain cup in his hand with a hideous face, and hated Xiaoyan more and more in his heart. The subordinate said that Xiaoyan could not resist him at all at that time, and was on the verge of death. But in the next second, a drastic change occurred. Xiaoyan's momentum surged, and the pressure that was inadvertently leaked actually made him a little frightened. The subordinate just subconsciously retreated for a moment, and Xiaoyan disappeared. He was afraid of being punished by Ji Yuyao, so he searched the area within a radius of 10 miles. But he didn't find Xiaoyan even after digging 3 feet deep. Ji Yuyao's face was gloomy after hearing this, and his eyes were full of anger and hatred. Xiaoyan, this waste, must be killed to vent his anger if he is caught again. Because Xiaoyan was assassinated for no reason, Xun'er didn't believe her husband at all. She had thought about repairing her relationship with Ji Yufei before. Now, she didn't look at any evidence at all and hated Ji Yufei stubbornly. If it wasn't for Ji Yufei, how could brother Xiaoyan be seriously injured, and how could he be missing? Xun'er's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she looked at a house on the top of the mountain in the distance with dissatisfaction. Ji Yufei stayed in the house for several days, and after verification, he confirmed that there was no problem with the Tihai Dan. He repaired the house that had become a mess because of the Dan Lei with interest. Suddenly, he remembered that he was refining the elixir to kill time, and then he remembered the speechless 1-month cool-off period for divorce. Now that more than a month has passed, it is time to look for Ji Yuan again. Ji Yufei did not believe that after this incident, Ji Yuan would still have the audacity to use the majesty of the clan leader to suppress him. Chapter 10. This time, Ji Yuan really felt ashamed because of Xun'er's unreasonable behavior. He recalled what Xun'er had done and how he had protected Xun'er and forced Ji Yufei not to divorce for the time being, and he felt his scalp tingling. How many wrong things had he done because of Xun'er? Ji Yuan shook his head helplessly, and it was not easy to persuade the two again. He told Xun'er all the evidence he had found personally in the conversation with Ji Yao that day. Xun'er blushed a little, realizing that she might have wronged Ji Yufei. But she was always stubborn, and of course she would never admit her mistakes. She just snorted in dissatisfaction and walked away. But she happened to meet Ji Yufei, who hurried over at the door of the hall. The former husband and wife met now, but one was dissatisfied and the other didn't care at all. Xun'er stopped and bit her lower lip to speak. Ji Yufei brushed past her without looking back, as if he didn't see Xun'er at all. Ji Yuan certainly noticed the movement at the door. He sighed and took a sip of tea. Ji Yufei stood tall and graceful, standing at the bottom of the hall, with a firm look on his face. He didn't say much. Ji Yuan shook his head, feeling that Xun'er and him were not destined to be together. He asked again solemnly, "Do you really want to separate from Xun'er?" Ji Yufei nodded. Yes. Ji Yuan wanted to make one last effort, so he asked, "Will you never regret it?" Ji Yufei pondered for a moment. Open black lens bracket Xun'er has an expectation emotion, and the emotion value increases by 50 close black lens bracket. It turned out that Xun'er didn't know why, even though she was ignored by Ji Yufei, she stubbornly stood at the door and didn't leave. Ji Yufei turned his back to her and fell into a brief silence. Xun'er actually felt a little strange in her heart. Is Ji Yufei going to regret it? She is not a toy that can be summoned and dismissed at will, but if Ji Yufei wants to regret it, she can reluctantly accept it. Xun'er crossed her arms and thought angrily. But she heard Ji Yufei's cold words. I will never regret it. Xun'er's beautiful eyes widened, looking at Ji Yufei's back in disbelief. Ji Yuan was about to speak when he was interrupted by Xun'er. She rushed forward and stood in front of Ji Yufei. Do you really want to separate from me? Ji Yufei then gave her the first look of the day. He lowered his head and looked down at Xun'er, and his eyes no longer had the tenderness and love of the past. What else? Xun'er was stunned for a moment, and tasted the taste of regret for the first time. Open black lens bracket Xun'er has regretful emotions, emotional value increases by 10 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei turned around and wanted to leave, but she pulled his sleeve. He turned his head without emotion, but saw Xun'er crying in front of him for the first time. She didn't seem to understand where her tears came from, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes in a daze. The beauty's eyes are moist and she looks at you, with red eyes at the end. Any man will be soft-hearted. Ji Yufei refused to do so. He pulled off his sleeves in a distant manner and waited for Xun'er to speak politely. I will not see Brother Xiaoyan anymore. Can you not separate from me? Brother Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei's expression was a little subtle. How long has it been since Xun'er called him brother? The first time in a long time was to beg him not to separate. The last bit of affection that Ji Yufei had for Xun'er was crushed by her own hands, cleanly. No, Xun'er, you have to understand that this matter never originated from me. Ji Yufei turned his head and walked slowly towards the door. A voice came from afar. Don't beg me anymore. Ji Yufei's figure was so close to Xun'er, but she felt that she could no longer catch him. Open black lens bracket Xun'er feels regret, emotional value increases by 200 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Xun'er feels sad, emotional value increases by 200 close black lens bracket. Xun'er slumped on the quaint wooden chair, with clear sadness in her eyes. Daddy, did I really do something wrong? Ji Yuan looked at her deeply, and left without saying a word. What happened in the hall today was soon spread. Xun'er's willfulness was despised by many young people of the ancient clan. And the affectionate person who endured humiliation was also more distressed by them. Brother Ji Yufei, such an excellent man, was actually heartbroken by Xun'er. However, many women of the ancient clan reacted. Since Ji Yufei had separated from Xun'er, didn't it mean that they had a chance? Which girl had not fantasized about such a handsome genius in the middle of the night? In the next few days, whenever Ji Yufei left the mountain, many women would surround him. There was a pretty granddaughter of an elder who gave him flowers, and there was also a childhood sweetheart who grew up with him and went out with him. Even quite a few women who were a little older than Ji Yufei came. They found all kinds of reasons to get close to Ji Yufei. Open black lens bracket. Ji Yu Yan has admiration, emotional value increases by 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ji Yu Ting has admiration, emotional value increases by 1 close black lens bracket. Such emotional values have been pouring in continuously in the past few days. There was even one day when Ji Yufei was practicing in the mountains, and several old antiques came to visit him in person. There were also 2 or 3 petite women following behind them, hiding shyly behind them. From time to time, they poked their heads out and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Even if Ji Yufei was slow, he still reacted. This couldn't be a matchmaking for him. An elder patted the back of his hand affectionately, saying some intimate words, but in his words, he praised his granddaughter for her exquisite appearance and strong strength. Ji Yufei had never been afraid of anything, but the burning eyes of several elders and girls in front of him were all focused on him. The burning eyes of seeing a rare treasure made Ji Yufei a little restless. After finally sending them away, Ji Yufei sighed deeply. Although they were all well-intentioned, Ji Yufei couldn't handle it. With so many beauties, they were not afraid that Ji Yufei would be too full. After several days of tossing and turning, he also understood that these people were attracted by him. However, under such intensive siege, Ji Yufei never promised anyone from beginning to end. Now, he just wanted to work hard to become stronger. But it has been too stable in the ancient world. Except for Xun'er, there is no one with high luck to provide emotional value for the system. In other words, it seems difficult for Ji Yufei to become stronger in the ancient world. If he wants to practice steadily, it is natural. The ancient world is rich in cultivation resources, and his grandfather Ji Yulai is a respected person in the ancient clan. As long as he can concentrate on practicing hard, his future achievements will definitely be high. But Ji Yufei, who has the system in hand and has experienced the power of the system, how can he be willing to stay in such a place and practice hard? He longed to become stronger quickly, longed to have the power to rival the top strongmen. This required relying on his opportunities. In other words, a system that was like a god, and could do anything as long as it had emotional value. Ji Yufei thought about it and finally decided to go to the Northwest Continent. Chapter 11. There are a large number of people with high luck in the Northwest Continent. If I can cause the mood changes of the people with high luck in the Northwest Continent. Ji Yufei narrowed his eyes. That would be much better than staying in the ancient world. And with his current strength, he is enough to gain a foothold in the Northwest Continent. The Northwest Continent is barren and resource scarce, so it is generally difficult to produce strong people. Although there are top figures, in terms of overall strength, it is completely inferior to the eastern region. Not to mention Ji Yufei's strength, just the ability to refine the 7th grade elixir at the beginning can make him a guest of honor by many big families. After all, the 7th grade elixir is not something that can be found everywhere in the entire Northwest Continent. Since he has decided to leave, Ji Yufei must be prepared. He never fights unprepared battles. Although he is confident in his own strength, Ji Yufei never likes to be arrogant. It is better to make sufficient preparations. The ancient world has rich cultivation resources and rare medicinal materials. It would be a pity if Ji Yufei did not use them. With his status and strong strength recognized by all the young generation, many resources will be allocated to Ji Yufei. Not to mention that he has a grandfather who is the king of black annihilation. There were still a lot of precious medicinal materials left from the last refining of the 7th grade elixir, and Ji Yufei collected them all. He also brought a lot of cultivation resources and stuffed them all into the storage ring. Ji Yufei has been busy with resources these days. When he took a break, he remembered that he forgot to say hello to his grandfather Ji Yulai. Walking slowly to the door, Ji Yufei raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, Ji Yulai opened the door and smiled faintly when he saw his grandson who had been missing all day. Although he is Ji Yufei's grandfather, he does not look very old. On the contrary, Ji Yulai has a handsome face and a straight figure. He looks to be in his 30s or 40s, and his eyes are shining with an inconspicuous light. There was no fluctuation of fighting spirit on Ji Yulai, but Ji Yufei knew that if his grandfather didn't fight, it would be fine, but once he did, blood would be shed. If anyone dared to look down on him because of his appearance, that person would be finished. "Grandpa, I plan to go out and travel. I can't become stronger if I stay in the ancient world. Ji Yufei simply said it directly. After all, Ji Yulai could understand him best. Ji Yulai knew the news of Ji Yufei and Xun'er's separation early on. Although he didn't deliberately look for Ji Yufei, he knew that his grandson might be in a bad mood now. Even though Ji Yufei looked calm and didn't care. But Ji Yufei's loving look when he asked Xun'er to marry him before, he remembered it clearly as a grandfather. At that time, Ji Yuan agreed, and Ji Yufei couldn't hold back his smile all day, but Ji Yulai laughed for a long time. Now Ji Yufei's temperament has become much more stable, and there is no obvious fluctuation in his emotions. Ji Yulai doesn't know whether this is good or bad, he just wants his grandson to be healthy and happy. Ji Yufei took the initiative to ask to go out, just to go for a walk. Ji Yulai didn't particularly care whether Ji Yufei's strength could be improved. In his opinion, his grandson was good enough and talented enough, and his strength would definitely reach the peak in the future, so he didn't need this little time. What Ji Yufei hoped was that Ji Yufei could be happier. And Ji Yufei always had his own ideas. Since he had proposed it, Ji Yulai naturally agreed happily. He also took out a lot of good treasures and a lot of cultivation resources, and stuffed them all to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to take them all. After he packed up all his things, he simply said goodbye to Ji Yulai and left the ancient world in a low-key manner. Ji Yufei didn't tell anyone except Ji Yulai, but he was a celebrity in the ancient world. Once he hadn't seen him for a few days, there would always be smart people who could guess that Ji Yufei had left the ancient world. But these are all later stories. At this time, Ji Yufei left the ancient world, entered the ancient holy city, and had come to the East region. The ancient saint city is the passage connecting the ancient world and the outside world. As soon as he stepped out of the space, he felt a series of burning gazes. The ancient saint city strictly prohibits outsiders from entering. Most of the people guarding it are strong men of the ancient clan. And these strong men all know Ji Yufei, who is the strongest man of the younger generation. But they are well trained and did not come over to talk. They just stood there and looked at Ji Yufei with eyes of admiration for the strong. Ji Yufei paused for a moment and walked towards the gate of the ancient saint city. The guards guarding the gate greeted him respectfully and withdrew to let him go out. If the ancient saint city is the most famous in the eastern region, then the ancient world is the emperor of the entire eastern region. The eastern region of Zhongzhou is extremely vast and mixed with good and bad people. If you want to mix here, the easiest way is to have a subordinate force of the ancient clan on your head. There are even many people in the eastern region who regard the people of the ancient clan as gods and worship them crazily. This crazy attitude is shocking, but it also gives us a glimpse into how lofty the ancient clan's status is in the eastern region. If Ji Yufei chooses to develop in the east region, he will be like a fish in water, and everything will go smoothly. However, although the east region is good, it is not the place where Ji Yufei wants to train. He wants to go to the rather barren northwest continent. Ji Yufei has already embarked on the journey to the northwest continent. However, he received an inexplicable system prompt. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels regretful, and the emotion value increases by 300. Close black lens bracket. It turned out that on the other side, the news that Ji Yufei left the ancient realm spread secretly. Xun'er learned about this and felt even more regretful. But there was no change after this prompt. Ji Yufei's eyes were indifferent and he didn't care. In the ancient realm, although Xun'er regretted it, she seemed to be more worried about the safety of her brother Xiaoyan. After all, since the ancient demon sent people to kill Xiaoyan and he was seriously injured and disappeared, Xun'er has never seen Xiaoyan again. Xun'er convinced herself in her heart that she went to the northwest continent this time to find her brother Xiaoyan. It was not because Ji Yufei also went there. After convincing herself, she planned to quietly leave the ancient world and go to the northwest continent. In the ancient world, Xun'er left quietly that day, and her figure was seen by many people. Although she wanted to sneak away, she could do it without being discovered by most people with her strength. However, because Xun'er was restless and distracted when she was about to leave, some people found that she had left the ancient world. Because Ji Yufei and Xun'er, the two most talented boys and girls in the world, left one after another, many people were moved. You said, brother Ji Yufei and Miss Xun'er left the ancient world, are they looking for opportunities? If a peerless genius like brother Ji Yufei has left, if we want to become stronger, should we stay in the ancient world or follow his footsteps and leave together? The people of the ancient clan have always been strong, but they also admire the strong. They will try every means to become stronger, but they will not use such despicable means. Chapter 12. Ji Yufei and Xun'er, both of them are talented boys and girls of the ancient clan. They are almost the targets pursued by the young people of the ancient clan. Many girls who admire Ji Yufei have the idea of following Ji Yufei's footsteps when they hear that Ji Yufei is leaving. In the hope of gaining Ji Yufei's love, it would be great if they could accompany him for a while and let Ji Yufei fall in love with them. For a while, many young women in the ancient world had their minds fluctuated. They no longer immersed themselves in cultivation and wanted to go to the outside world. But when Ji Yuan and Ji Yulai and other senior officials heard about this, their expressions were a little serious. They were naturally the first to notice that Ji Yufei and Xun'er had left. After all, with their strength, any slight movement in the entire ancient world could not be hidden from this group of people. Let Ji Yufei leave because he has enough strength to protect himself. But now, among all the people left in the ancient world, no one can match Ji Yufei. Therefore, they were worried that these children would encounter accidents when they went out, so they didn't want them to leave the ancient world. Moreover, the ancient people always felt that in the ancient world, the energy of heaven and earth was abundant, and they had no need to go out to explore. A group of high-level officials gathered in the hall to discuss matters with the clan leader Ji Yuan, who was sitting in the highest position. Everyone was opposed to allowing the younger generation of the ancient clan to leave the ancient world. Therefore, when the younger generation wanted to go out, some high-level officials came forward and stopped them. At the same time, Ji Yuan officially ordered that the rest of the people were not allowed to leave without permission. So the ancient clan restored its former peace, but it was unknown whether this peace could last. On the other hand, Ji Yufei was traveling in the space wormhole all the way. Because the east region is really far away from the northwest continent, it will take several months to rely on the space wormhole to jump continuously. The road was not smooth, and there were many twists and turns. Ji Yufei usually doesn't like to use Dou Qi to suppress others, nor does he like to release Dou Qi. Ji Yulai taught him from a young age to restrain his fighting spirit and make others unable to understand his true strength. Ji Yulai himself is the same. On the surface, he looks like an ordinary person without fighting spirit, but anyone who dares to attack him will regret it for the rest of his life. Ji Yulai has always believed that there are always people who are better than you. Although his strength has reached the top of the ancient world, no one can say that he is the best in the world. There are always more powerful people. If he encounters bad luck at that time, he may be able to survive by relying on his seemingly weak strength to deceive. There is a reason why Ji Yulai did this. When he was young, he was very sharp and thought he was the best in the world. He never restrained his fighting spirit, and never thought that people with stronger strength than him could easily judge his realm. At that time, his mortal enemy was not as strong as him, so he went to invite the ancestor of his family. The ancestor's face is eternal. When Ji Yulai first met him, he thought that this person was young and must be not as strong as him. He used his terrifying aura to suppress him, but was easily defeated by that person. Although Ji Yulai finally saved his life, he learned to be low-key and restrained. So he began to think of ways to prevent his Dou Qi from being released and to keep it in his body. He also taught this cultivation method to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was of course smart and understood it immediately. Isn't this just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Ji Yufei reacted and seriously learned how to restrain his Dou Qi. Since he learned it, he has never released his Dou Qi completely again. Sometimes even Ji Yuan and Ji Yulai would be fooled by him and really thought that this kid's strength had not improved. Those fans of Ji Yufei didn't think so. Although they were not as strong as Ji Yufei, they could also sense the intensity of his Dou Qi fluctuations. If Ji Yufei's aura was like a prison and a deep abyss before, with terrible pressure, then he is now like a calm sea, looking completely harmless, but a terrible nightmare is hidden deep inside. Those who admired Ji Yufei only thought that Ji Yufei's strength had skyrocketed, and they could no longer detect his strength. Naturally, everyone admired Ji Yufei even more. And Ji Yufei also smiled, enjoying the small emotional value brought by this admiration. Then again, Because he had always hidden his strength and the fluctuations of his fighting spirit, several people in the space wormhole had their eyes on him. Ji Yufei's clothes looked very ordinary, but those who knew the goods carefully could find out how rare the fabric was. Apart from anything else, his pair of cloud boots were made of the skin of cloud beasts. Cloud beasts were almost extinct in the northwest continent, and the strength of each cloud beast was extremely terrifying. But the young man looked mediocre, but he had so many treasures. He was probably a disciple who sneaked out from a big family or a hidden sect. There were many vicious people hiding in the space wormhole. They were afraid of being hunted down by their enemies, so they kept hiding in the space wormhole so that they could escape at any time. Now, if such a rich little sheep runs in, isn't it like entering a wolf's den? These desperate criminals never look at other people's family background. As long as the person is valuable and easy to bully, they will rush up like evil wolves. So for several days, Ji Yufei could not rest. He had to face a hand that could be stretched out from the dark at any time, or a sword that appeared out of thin air. Those people wanted to kill him and then take the treasure and run away. Ji Yufei sneered. Do these people really think he is easy to bully? Of course, facing the sneak attack, he was completely ruthless. He beat one by one and two by two. Those people came aggressively and left in a hurry. No one thought that such a terrifying strength was hidden in the body of a seemingly weak young man. So after that, no one would disturb his journey. Ji Yufei could also rush on his way without distraction and set off towards his destination. Ji Yufei's first destination was the Black Horn region. Because of his skills, he needed to absorb the strange fire. Therefore, Ji Yufei wanted to take Han Feng's Sea Heart Flame away directly. So, after 2.5 months of trekking, Ji Yufei finally came to the Black Horn region, a famous place of extreme evil in the northwest continent. Here, because of the special terrain, it has almost become the most chaotic area in the entire continent. Countless powerful escapees from various countries have fallen into trouble here and established the most barbaric rules. There are no legal constraints in the Black Horn region, there is only one law, the law of the jungle. In other words, it is the law of the jungle. The weak have no right to survive here. This is an extremely pure area. As long as you want, no one will stop you even if you rape a woman in the street. Of course, the premise is that you'd better choose a good target when you are preparing, otherwise, the end may be quite miserable. In the Black Horn region, women may sometimes be more terrible than men, for only one reason, they survived here. In addition, the Black Horn region could perhaps be called an intelligence intersection on the continent, with countless intelligence flowing out from here every day, and countless intelligence flowing in from the outside. Chapter 13. Black Horn region can give you the fastest shortcut. Of course, the premise is that you must have enough strength and capital, otherwise, you will lose your life before you become famous. As a famous chaotic region on the continent, there are strong people dying here every day, and strong people coming from outside every day. This area is full of death, challenges and temptations. Here, the high-level skills, fighting skills, various magic weapons and armors, medicine cauldrons, medicinal materials, high-level elixirs, etc. that are difficult to see outside are dazzling. It is said that the earth-level skills have appeared twice in the auction house of Black Horn region. Of course, if you want to get these, you need to pay a price, which may be money or other products. In short, there will never be pie in the sky in the Black Horn region. Although Ji Yufei came here for the first time, he was very clear about the power of Black Horn region. He covered his face and found a place to inquire about the news. After finding out the location of Fengcheng, Ji Yufei rushed over. Fengcheng is located outside the mountains that stretch for thousands of miles in the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy. The city is not big, but it has a pivotal position in the Black Horn region. The reason is simple, just because the medicine king of the Black Horn region, Han Feng, lives here. As the first person in the art of alchemy in the Black Horn region, Han Feng, who has already become a 6th-grade alchemist, has a high status in the hearts of many forces and even strong people. Of course, a 6th-grade alchemist is not too bad even if you look at the entire continent, at least he is better than others. Ordinary Duhuang and even Duzong strongmen have to be polite when meeting him. After all, everyone knows how much appeal a 6th-grade alchemist has. Fengcheng, this city, is named after Han Feng. In the Black Horn region full of chaos and killing, only a handful of people can enjoy this honor, and Han Feng is one of them. In the center of the city, there is a bamboo forest that is completely different from the noisy market outside. This bamboo forest has extremely strict defenses, so ordinary people can't even enter it. Even if you get close to a certain range, you will be attacked indiscriminately. Every year, many people are killed by the bamboo forest guards for these reasons. Therefore, although this place is quiet, it is also a forbidden place in the hearts of many people in Fengcheng. In the depths of the bamboo forest, there is a bamboo building, and there is also a tall bamboo house next to the window. A man sat cross-legged, wearing a set of alchemist robes. On the back of the robe, there was a very finely crafted, Feng, character. At this time, the man was concentrating on a prescription in his hand, with no distractions, and seemed very focused. In the quiet concentrating, the man with his head down suddenly raised his head and looked around with sharp eyes. Ji Yufei had already come to this area. Although Han Feng did not find anything unusual, he felt uneasy. He looked around, and there was no movement under the perception of Dou Qi. Open black lens bracket. Han Feng feels uneasy, gains 15 points of emotion. Close black lens bracket. Just as Han Feng lowered his head again, Ji Yufei appeared silently and stood one step behind Han Feng. Han Feng turned his head suddenly and was frightened by Ji Yufei. Open black lens bracket. Han Feng feels fear, gains 20 points of emotion. Close black lens bracket. How could it be possible that this person broke through all defenses and suddenly appeared beside him without being discovered by anyone? Han Feng didn't understand why this person came here, and didn't dare to attack him rashly. Ji Yufei looked very weak, but Han Feng had been in the Black Horn region for many years, and his intuition told him that this kid was very dangerous. Whether it was to delay time or test, Han Feng politely clasped his fists and asked, "Little brother, why did you suddenly come to my bamboo building?" Han Feng, I came here for your sea heart flame. Ji Yufei spoke directly and stated his purpose. Han Feng was naturally shocked and angry. This sea heart flame is like his lifeblood. Without it, his ability to refine medicine will decline significantly. Ji Yufei suddenly appeared inexplicably, and asked for the sea heart flame as soon as he opened his mouth. He was so angry that he thought that maybe Ji Yufei had a treasure that could shield his breath, so he suddenly appeared. It was definitely not because of his superior strength. Han Feng's eyes suddenly closed slowly, and his fingertips flicked lightly. A deep blue flame like clear lake water strangely emerged from his body and finally wrapped him tightly. This deep blue flame is quite strange. It looks like a ball of clear lake water flowing. However, the most real sense tells people clearly that this is not a pool of water, but a flame. As the deep blue flame rises, the man's soul power suddenly increases significantly at this moment. Han Feng opened his eyes and laughed angrily. The sea heart flame is right here, come and get it if you dare. The flame flew out, but the scene that Han Feng had expected to burn Ji Yufei to death did not happen. Ji Yufei stretched out his hand, and the sea heart flame stopped in front of him and could not move forward any further. Seeing this, Han Feng finally realized that he and everyone in the bamboo building could not defeat the strength of the person in front of him. Although Han Feng was unwilling, he had no choice but to stop attacking. Shaking his head helplessly, Han Feng had to take out the sea heart flame and give it to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was suddenly attacked by the strange fire just now, and his face did not change at all. He took the sea heart flame and turned away. Although Ji Yufei could have killed Han Feng because he had just wanted to kill him. But Ji Yufei thought that if someone asked for the most precious thing from him as soon as they met, he would also want to kill the other person. Therefore, Ji Yufei did not kill Han Feng. Moreover, although Han Feng offended Yao Lao and Xiao Yan, he did not need him to take revenge. After all, Han Feng's hatred with Xiao Yan and Yao Lao had nothing to do with him. Ji Yufei accepted the sea heart flame and felt relieved immediately. The Great Flame Heart Sutra he practiced was originally an ordinary fire attribute heavenly level technique, but after using the emotion value to evolve once before, this technique mutated. Ordinary people can only refine one kind of strange fire in their lifetime. Strange fire is extremely violent. Even the patriarch of the Yan clan can only forcibly fuse two kinds of strange fire into a new strange fire. And practicing this mutated technique can enable Ji Yufei to fuse 5 different kinds of strange fire. At this moment, Ji Yufei focused on the sea heart flame and forced it to be contained in his body first. Inadvertently, a wisp of powerful breath leaked, and the terrifying pressure made Han Feng's face pale. Open black lens bracket. Han Feng has extreme fear, and the emotion value increases by 30. Close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei's expression is a little happier. Han Feng's luck value is stronger than that of ordinary people, so his emotional value brought by emotional fluctuations is also much higher than that of others. Chapter 14. Don't worry, I'm only here for the strange fire, I won't take your life. After a while, Ji Yufei opened his eyes and looked at Han Feng with sharp eyes. He lowered his voice, sounding hoarse and gloomy, and at the same time, Han Feng sensed that his connection with the Sea Heart Flame was completely wiped out. This person is so terrifying that he wiped out the connection between me and the Sea Heart Flame in a moment. Open black lens bracket. Han Feng has fear and gratitude, and the emotion value is increased by 50. Close black lens bracket. As expected by Ji Yufei, Han Feng, who occupies a lot of space in the original work, has a very high luck. He provides dozens of emotions at a time, which makes Ji Yufei more convinced that this trip to the northwest continent is correct. After Ji Yufei left, Han Feng felt like he had survived a disaster. After a long time, he was relieved to see Ji Yufei really gone. Since Ji Yufei has already obtained the Sea Heart Flame, his next plan is to go to Black Seal City. He wants to search again. In fact, he didn't go to Black Seal City specifically, but just took a look along the way. Although he didn't know whether the Demon Fire Remnant map had been obtained by Yuan Yi of the Eight Gates. But Ji Yufei was going to the Jia Ma Empire and would pass by Black Seal City. It would be good to ask. In the original novel, Xiao Yan went to the Black Horn region after the 3-year agreement and caught up with the auction of the third Demon Fire Remnant map in Black Seal City. If Yuan Yi had already obtained the Demon Fire Remnant map, Ji Yufei could get it in advance. Fengcheng was quite far from Black Seal City, so Ji Yufei took a short rest after arriving in Black Seal City. Then, he found out where the 8 gates were and concealed his own aura. No one stopped him along the way, it was like entering an uninhabited place. Ji Yufei closed his eyes and used his fighting spirit to sense the fluctuations around him. Within 5 miles, in the northwest direction, there was an extremely powerful person. That should be Yuan Yi. Like a ghost, Ji Yufei came directly to the secret room of the sect master Yuan Yi. He was wearing a black robe, covering his face. Yuan Yi was sipping tea at this time. He looked at him when he heard the noise, very calm. With his status and strength, Yuan Yi thought he didn't need to fear anyone. The black-robed man in front of him should have something to ask of him, otherwise he would fight as soon as they met. Yuan Yi had seen many people like Ji Yufei who broke through the barriers and defenses and appeared directly in the secret room. These strong men who didn't want to show their true faces concealed their own breath and came to him, because they had something to ask of him, but it was inconvenient to reveal their identities. Either they were looking for treasures, or they killed people for treasures, or they were hiding from their enemies. He had seen too many. Every time they raised the price, Yuan Yi could make a fortune. I just don't know what the person in front of me wants. Then, Ji Yufei, as Yuan Yi expected, directly stated his purpose. Do you know the whereabouts of a fragment of the map? He stared at Yuan Yi with deep eyes, and slowly put forward his conditions. I can exchange it for a 6th grade elixir. Open black lens bracket. Yuan Yi is surprised, and the emotion value increases by 5. Close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei heard the system's prompt sound and looked at him without changing his expression. Through the gap in the black robe, he clearly noticed that Yuan Yi's hand holding the cup paused for a moment, and then took a sip of tea to his lips as if nothing had happened. Then he turned his head and looked at him directly. His eyes were calm, hiding the ecstasy in his heart very well. A 6th grade elixir. This elixir can also cause a bloody storm in Black Seal City. Although the 6th grade elixir is not as good as the 7th grade elixir, it is also a rare item with extremely high value. Now, it is used by this black-robed man to trade for a fragment of the map. Moreover, judging from his appearance, he is afraid that he still has a lot of treasures in his hands. Yuan Yi's eyes turned and he had an idea. When Ji Yufei mentioned the word, incomplete map, Yuan Yi knew which one he was talking about. Logically speaking, ordinary incomplete maps are not worth this price. After all, although incomplete maps may reveal treasures, they are always incomplete. It is more difficult to find treasures. But that incomplete map is different. That is an incomplete map that may find the demon fire. Yuan Yi thought for a moment and said, I don't have an incomplete map here. Open black lens bracket. Yuan Yi has a greedy emotion, and the emotion value increases by 30. Close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei raised his eyebrows and immediately knew that Yuan Yi did have an incomplete map. Since he could have a greedy emotion, it means that Yuan Yi obviously has an incomplete map, but wants to raise its price to get more benefits. Ji Yufei twisted his fingertips and simply stopped restraining himself, showing his momentum directly. Yuan Yi was shocked. Open black lens bracket. Yuan Yi has fear, and his emotion value increases by 10. Close black lens bracket. The cup in his hand broke directly, his face turned pale, and his pupils were full of fear and terror. But greed still made him hesitate. Ji Yufei shook his head and sighed that Yuan Yi was ignorant. He continued to release 8 points of momentum, and the entire secret room seemed to be crushed, not to mention Yuan Yi who was targeted. Open black lens bracket. Yuan Yi has extreme fear, emotional value plus 12. Close black lens bracket. Under the pressure of the powerful momentum, Yuan Yi felt the crisis of death for the first time in a long time. His face was pale, and he couldn't move. He could only shout, I give it, spare my life. Although Ji Yufei had no intention of killing, he could release the momentum and murderous intent that even the leader of the 8 gates, Yuan Yi, was afraid of. He smiled slightly and restrained his momentum. Yuan Yi suddenly relaxed all over. He stood up to find the incomplete map for Ji Yufei, and under Ji Yufei's calm eyes, he trembled with both hands to offer it. Ji Yufei put away the incomplete map and swaggered out. Along the way, he also gained Yuan Yi's scattered emotional values mixed with fear and resentment. He didn't care, but calculated the time. Ji Yufei guessed that Xiaoyan probably hadn't entered the monster mountain range to train yet. After all, with his current strength, going in would only lead to his death. Because Xiaoyan hadn't gone yet, the incomplete map in the cave should still be there. Anyway, an incomplete map was already in hand, so Ji Yufei simply planned to enter the monster mountain range and get an incomplete map from the 3 buildings. With his current strength, as long as he didn't provoke those terrifying monsters entrenched in one area, he would be able to walk sideways in the monster mountain range. There were still most of the resources left in the ring, so Ji Yufei didn't need to stop to rest. He was eager to become stronger and urgently needed the demon fire. One incomplete map was already in hand, and the next one was another. When the incomplete maps were collected, he could get the backup left by the pure lotus demon saint. In this way, when the demon fire came out, Ji Yufei would be able to take the greatest advantage and finally get the demon fire. The pure lotus demonic fire is the 3rd-ranked strange fire in the world. Its strength is comparable to that of a 7-star Dou Sheng, second only to the void-devouring fire and the so-called Emperor Flame, which is ranked first on the strange fire list. With the demonic fire, Ji Yufei's strength will be rapidly improved. Next, Ji Yufei immediately set off and rushed to Qingshan Town on the edge of the Jama Empire. Chapter 15. Qingshan Town, located in the northeastern province of the Jama Empire, is almost next to the Monster Mountain Range. With Ji Yufei's speed, he arrived here in less than a week, and he also found time to refine the Sea Heart Flame. Qingshan Town seems to be called the Monster Town. Ji Yufei looked at the bustling and lively town in front of him and whispered softly. Qingshan Town is close to the Monster Mountain Range, which should be a bit dangerous. After all, in the minds of monsters, human territories are not divided. Qingshan Town is prosperous and lively, with many cultivation resources, and powerful monsters often come to plunder from time to time. But here are a group of mercenary groups headed by the 3 major mercenary groups, with more than 100 people. While accepting tasks, they also protect the peace of Qingshan Town. Although a few mercenaries are not good people, most of them regard Qingshan Town as a home, so they naturally protect it well. It is a good choice to come here for a stroll. Walking on the streets of Qingshan Town, Ji Yufei touched his chin as he looked at the dazzling array of shops around him. He wandered aimlessly, and soon he came to a medicine shop called Wanyaojai. The medicine shop was gorgeously decorated, with a faint smell of medicine floating inside, and it looked very good. There were also several tall and burly mercenaries guarding the door of the shop, who should have been hired by the owner to act as guards. Although Qingshan Town was generally in good order, there were also petty thieves, and these mercenaries were to deal with them. Ji Yufei looked around Wanyaojai, sniffing the faint smell of medicine in the air, with a hint of joy on his face. Found it. At the same time, a purple-haired girl walked in at the door of the shop. Her brisk footsteps came from afar, and Ji Yufei unconsciously looked back. The woman was wearing a pale white dress. Although her appearance was not stunning, she could be said to be a rare beauty. Her smiling face exuded a fresh and ethereal temperament, and this unique temperament instantly increased the charm of the woman. Her willow waist, which was less than a hand's length, was tied with a green belt. The waist was the most slender and delicate among the women Ji Yufei had ever seen. At this time, Ji Yufei did not wear a black robe like he did in the Blackhorn region, but changed into a young man's outfit early, handsome and unrestrained. Although he perfectly concealed his aura, his unique temperament was still very attractive. At a glance, the most eye-catching person in the entire medicine shop was Ji Yufei. Although his clothes were not very noble, and his aura also showed that his strength was not top-notch, he always had a unique charm that made people unable to help but look at him twice more. The young man was tall and straight, and his upright figure made people know at a glance that he was a rich and noble young man from a certain family. He was definitely not like those vulgar mercenaries who were very active in Xianxia town and licked blood on the edge of a knife. "Sir, are you looking for medicinal herbs?" Xianxia put on a faint smile and took the initiative to greet him and asked. Her purple eyes looked at Ji Yufei with a smile, and her delicate hands were hidden between her sleeves. Even though Ji Yufei was not obsessed with beauty, his tone of voice could not help but soften. Ji Yufei had guessed that the purple-haired girl was Xianxia through her ethereal temperament and elegant and serene beauty. So he asked about the medicinal herbs. "I need blood lotus essence and medicinal herbs such as ice heart flame grass." Although Xianxia was proficient in pharmacology and could cure diseases and save lives, she had been staying in this small Xianxia town and her knowledge was really limited. The medicinal herbs that Ji Yufei mentioned were not common. When Xianxia heard them suddenly, she did not know what blood lotus essence was for a while. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia had doubts, and her emotional value increased by 90 close black lens bracket. There was some shyness in her beautiful eyes, and she blushed a little for her short-sightedness. Ji Yufei heard the prompt sound of the system and understood it. He took the initiative to solve the doubts for Xianxia to avoid her embarrassment. This blood lotus essence is a medicinal material that is more powerful than the coptis essence. She had heard of the coptis essence, but how much more powerful is this blood lotus essence than the coptis essence? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then nodded and continued to listen to Ji Yufei. Seeing Xianxia nodded, Ji Yufei continued. "As soon as I stepped into the medicine shop, I smelled the smell of blood lotus essence, which was very strong." Seeing that Xianxia was still a little at a loss, Ji Yufei didn't want to embarrass the beauty, so he took the initiative to walk to the source of the smell. He took a few steps forward and carefully scanned the surroundings. Soon, Ji Yufei found it in an inconspicuous corner of the medicine shop. Ji Yufei picked up the blood lotus essence and walked over to show it to Xianxia in his palm. "That's it." The blood lotus spirit looked similar to the yellow lotus spirit, but it was a light red. Although it was only a small piece, the fragrance was strong. The little medical fairy took a sniff and felt refreshed, and there was a little light in her eyes. Open black lens bracket. The little medical fairy had admiration, and the emotion value increased by 90 close black lens bracket. As expected, looking at Ji Yufei's rich knowledge of medicinal materials and his unique keen perception, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little admiration for this handsome young man. Xianxia town is not big, and Xianxia has not met many rich young men. But those young men would come to her place to treat patients and save people every now and then to disturb her, saying that they would marry her with a large sum of money. Xianxia was naturally annoyed, but she was soft-hearted and couldn't say anything harsh. She had to ignore it, but she hated those young men who were unlearned and unskilled a little more in her heart. At present, although Ji Yufei's dress was a little more ordinary than those young men, his strength was much stronger than those people. Xianxia looked at Ji Yufei with admiration with a glimmer in her eyes. "Young master, are you a pharmacist?" Xianxia asked subconsciously. After all, the unique perception of medicinal materials and the rich knowledge reserves are essential skills for a pharmacist. Yeah, there was no need for Ji Yufei to hide this. He nodded and answered. Xianxia smiled in surprise. "Young master is indeed an alchemist." Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has admiration, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia sighed, her eyes brighter. She was quite excited, and a faint pink appeared on her face. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has excitement, emotional value increased by 80 close black lens bracket. Everyone in Qingshan town knows that the famous Xianxia has always dreamed of becoming an alchemist. Her gentle and kind personality makes many people like to come to Xianxia for healing when they are injured, and she is also very good at curing diseases and saving people. Therefore, she has the beautiful name of Xianxia. Every time a powerful alchemist comes to Qingshan town, Xianxia will ask for advice. But her attributes are not suitable for being an alchemist, so Xianxia has to settle for the second best and become a doctor who saves people. Doctors can only refine things like medicinal powders, but they cannot refine pills with powerful effects. Chapter 16. Ji Yufei didn't waste time when he was strolling on the street before. He also found out some things he wanted to know in the tea house. Most of the mercenaries were very enthusiastic. Ji Yufei just started a conversation, and they continued one by one. Ji Yufei sipped tea lightly on the side, and he had already mastered everything he wanted to know. He smiled and said that he would treat everyone to tea, and it was really hard to protect Qingshan town. Those mercenaries were even more moved, and some information was revealed as if it was free. Open black lens bracket. Yun Ling felt moved, and the emotion value increased by 0.1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Yu Cheng felt grateful, and the emotion value increased by 0.1 close black lens bracket. Although Ji Yufei didn't care about these mosquito leg-sized emotion values, but the information obtained from them was precious. At the moment, this piece of blood lotus essence further strengthened his judgment. The blood lotus essence has not been taken away by Xiaoyan, and it is still in Wanyaojai. All this together means that Xiaoyan has not yet reached the Warcraft mountain range. Ji Yufei was still thinking about where Xiaoyan might be at the moment, but at this moment, Xianxia spoke again, her voice soft and clear. Sir, if you don't mind, you can go to the Magic Beast mountain range with us to collect herbs in 3 days. She was a little shy, but she really wanted to invite this alchemist who made her feel very reliable, so she racked her brains and continued. Well, there are a lot of medicinal herbs there. The herbs you want are not available in Wanyaojai, but the Magic Beast mountain range must have the herbs you need. Ji Yufei pondered for a moment, and nodded slowly in Xianxia's uneasy eyes. Okay, he agreed, and Xianxia's eyes were full of joy. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has a happy emotion, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. There are many very powerful monsters in the Magic Beast mountain range. They usually collect herbs in the periphery, but once they mistakenly entered the interior and were almost wiped out by the terrifying monster. Although Ji Yufei's fighting spirit did not seem to be strong, Xianxia inexplicably thought that the strength of the young man in front of him was not comparable to those mercenaries. So at Xianxia's invitation, Ji Yufei lived in the manor of Wanyaojai. Xianxia took Ji Yufei to meet Boss Yao, and she directly introduced Ji Yufei's identity as a pharmacist to Boss Yao. Boss Yao was very polite to such a strange young man. After all, Ji Yufei looked very young. All pharmacists have to rely on extraordinary talents and many cultivation resources to support them in order to achieve something. And such a young and extraordinary pharmacist must have an extraordinary background. Although Boss Yao could not judge his cultivation at first glance, he also felt the unique temperament of this person. What's more, Xianxia treated him with great respect, which was obviously true. Boss Yao thought deeply in his heart that if he could curry favor with this pharmacist, he might have a good chance. Facing the careful look of Boss Yao, Ji Yufei was not polite. I am in a hurry, so I won't wait until 3 days later. I want to set off tomorrow. Ji Yufei said with a smile. He quietly revealed a little bit of his cultivation. The next second, Boss Yao's eyes suddenly changed, as if he saw a peerless beast. Open black lens bracket. Boss Yao has a fearful emotion, emotional value increased by 10 close black lens bracket. He felt that the aura of the young man in front of him was several times more terrifying than the third-level monster he had faced before. The huge sense of oppression made Boss Yao unconsciously afraid. So, his original intention to take Chao was extinguished. Boss Yao agreed to Ji Yufei very respectfully, and the next day he asked the medical team to go into the mountains to collect herbs. He couldn't afford to offend such a terrifying person. After the explanation, Ji Yufei followed Xianxia to the small courtyard where he lived leisurely, without revealing any aura of cultivation. The dinner that day was personally delivered to the small courtyard where Ji Yufei lived by Xianxia. Xianxia's purpose was also very simple, that is, she wanted to take advantage of the rare opportunity to meet a powerful alchemist to consult more about pharmacology. Such a powerful alchemist must have a wealth of pharmacological knowledge. She came in with a dinner, and the purple-haired beauty under the moonlight added a bit of charm. The faint moonlight sprinkled, and Xianxia was beautiful. The purple eyes stared at Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was not stingy with such a studious beauty. Xianxia also brought a few of her medical books, which were full of her beautiful handwriting. The books were turned frequently, and the edges were curled up, but Xianxia took good care of them. Except for a little yellowing, there was no other sign of damage. She did not disturb Ji Yufei, and sat aside quietly waiting for Ji Yufei to finish eating. Ji Yufei looked very elegant when eating, and Xianxia stared at him, and was unconsciously lost in thought. When she came back to her senses, Xianxia's face was full of blushing and her eyes were erratic. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia becomes shy, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei suddenly received a system prompt, and he couldn't help but look at Xianxia with some confusion, and saw Xianxia's beautiful eyes full of spring. Xianxia saw Ji Yufei looking at her, and after looking at him, she hurriedly turned her eyes away. He scratched his head unconsciously, not understanding what Xianxia was thinking. After finishing dinner, Xianxia came over to help him clean up the dishes. She had delicate hands, lowered her eyelids, and her cheeks were shining with a faint and radiant light under the moonlight. The scene in front of him was so beautiful that Ji Yufei couldn't bear to disturb her. After cleaning up, Xianxia hesitated, picked up the medical books and walked to Ji Yufei. In the past, Xianxia thought that if she met an alchemist who was willing to teach her, she would just ask openly. But this time, for some reason, facing the young man Ji Yufei, Xianxia's heart actually surged with a little girl's shyness. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia feels shy, emotional value increases by 80 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei saw that she couldn't move for a long time, so he took the initiative to stand up and take her medical book, causing her to pause. He turned to the side where Xianxia carefully put a bookmark. Seeing her beautiful handwriting, Ji Yufei's mouth curled up. Is there a problem here? Ji Yufei asked lightly without looking at Xianxia. Xianxia lowered her head and responded sullenly. This kind of medicinal material and ebony seeds cannot be taken at the same time. The patient's side effects will be more intense, and severe cases will cause rejection reactions. Before, Ji Yufei was generous with his advice. After a few words, Xianxia's eyes became more and more serious, and she kept nodding. Ji Yufei's few words made her feel that she benefited a lot. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia feels admiration, emotional value increases by 90 close black lens bracket. She raised her head and quietly looked at Ji Yufei's profile. Ji Yufei was explaining pharmacology seriously, with a very serious look in his eyes. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has admiration, emotion value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. After receiving the prompt sound from the system, Ji Yufei curled his lips calmly, and then continued to explain seriously. Under the moonlight, the figures of the two overlapped, looking beautiful in a different way. Chapter 17, 4.8%. The next morning, Wanyaojai recruited mercenaries in Qingshan town early in the morning to go up the mountain together. Wanyaojai has never been stingy with this kind of treatment. They promised a lot of good things, including treating mercenaries. Therefore, many mercenaries came to sign up. Boss Yao hesitated for a moment, took a step back and looked at Ji Yufei. Why don't you choose the mercenaries? Ji Yufei looked at him with a smile and shook his head. Boss Yao had to choose people according to the usual rules, and he looked at Ji Yufei's face tremblingly while choosing. Ji Yufei's terrifying momentum yesterday really left a deep impression on him. When he thought of yesterday, Boss Yao twitched all over. Are you satisfied with these mercenaries? Open black lens bracket. Boss Yao felt panic, and his emotion value increased by 10 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei responded lightly, and the matter of recruiting mercenaries was over. There were many things to do in Wanyaojai during the day, so Boss Yao did not go to see them off. Xianxia followed behind Ji Yufei, followed by a large group of mercenaries. Among the mercenaries who went to the Monster Mountain range with Ji Yufei, there was also the Wolf Head mercenary group, just like in the original book. Moreover, the Wolf Head mercenary group was the strongest among the three major mercenary groups in the entire Qingshan town. Therefore, they were also the main force among this group of mercenaries. However, Ji Yufei narrowed his eyes and turned back to inadvertently glance at the leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group, who was walking at the end with his head down and an unclear expression. That was the young leader Mu Li. He had ulterior motives. Xianxia introduced Ji Yufei to everyone. When she told everyone that Ji Yufei was an alchemist, a group of mercenaries looked at him with respect and yearning. Open black lens bracket Mu Chuan feels respect, emotion value increases by 0.1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Qin Zheng feels admiration, emotion value increases by 0.1 close black lens bracket. Most of these mercenaries who have lived on the edge of a knife have also imagined that they can also be legendary alchemists who can stir up the storm. But most of them have to choose the path of mercenaries due to their talent and poverty. In front of them, a young alchemist appeared in front of them, and they naturally yearned for him. However, Ji Yufei frowned slightly. Open black lens bracket Mu Li feels worried, emotion value increases by 10 close black lens bracket. In an instant, Ji Yufei looked up at a tall and burly mercenary. The mercenary was the leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group and their young leader. Ji Yufei remembered his name. Mu Li. He was also the Mu Li who wanted to plot against Xianxia and Xiaoyan for profit in the original book. Ji Yufei didn't believe that such a vicious person would worry about the safety of a weak alchemist like him. Calculating the time, at this point in the original novel, the person who entered the Monster Mountain range with Xianxia should be Xiaoyan. Ji Yufei thought about it and suddenly realized it. At the beginning, Xiaoyan was just a person of mediocre strength, so Mu Li was of course unscrupulous. But now it has been replaced by him, the alchemist. Mu Li might not think that he is in the way and delays his plan this time. Therefore, the original order should be that the strongest Wolf Head mercenary group will take the lead, and Ji Yufei and Xianxia will walk in the middle of the safest team. However, Ji Yufei walked in the front from the beginning, and Mu Li also acquiesced to this behavior that was simply suicide, and even secretly gave the entire mercenary group a death order not to remind Ji Yufei. But he was entrusted by Boss Yao to take on the task of escorting Ji Yufei and Xianxia, and he still had to pretend when he encountered monsters. What's more, Mu Li was so angry with Ji Yufei now. When the first wave of monsters suddenly attacked, Mu Li deliberately slowed down the attack speed, thinking that he would wait until the monsters' attacks fell on Ji Yufei before attacking. But he didn't expect that this man pretended to be full of courage when he first went up the mountain, but when the monsters attacked, he took Xianxia back and hid behind him. The first time Mu Li thought it was an accident, but several times later, Ji Yufei suddenly grabbed Xianxia and rushed behind him while walking, and fierce attacks followed one after another. Open black lens bracket Mu Li has anger, emotion value plus 10 close black lens bracket. Looking at Mu Li's rather embarrassed appearance, Ji Yufei's mouth curled up. Since he wants to plot against him, let's see if Mu Li can withstand the gift he gave him. Xianxia followed Ji Yufei obediently, her eyes alert and vigilant. She didn't make any comments on Ji Yufei's playful behavior. Along the way, after eliminating several waves of monster attacks, the team finally came to a place where medicinal materials gathered in the Monster Mountain range. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is excited, and her mood value increases by 80 close black lens bracket. Xianxia's eyes are bright, and she looks very happy. Ji Yufei laughed out loud. This girl is very obsessed with medicinal herbs. In her eyes, treasures worth thousands of gold are probably not as good as the rich medicinal herbs in front of her. Xianxia hurriedly told everyone a few words, asking them to rest on the spot first, and then go to mine medicinal herbs after resting. Ji Yufei didn't say anything, but leaned against the tree with his arms folded, and looked at her quietly. The place he chose was very clever. This position not only allowed him to see the place where the herbs were collected, but also allowed him to see the whereabouts of almost all the mercenaries. This also included Mu Li, who was obviously thinking after hearing what Xianxia said. Open black lens bracket Mu Li has malicious emotions, and his emotion value increases by 10 close black lens bracket. Xianxia glanced at Ji Yufei hesitantly and walked over again. I will go and see if there are any herbs that need to be replenished in the pharmacy. You can come down by yourself when you have rested enough. The herbs here are very rich, and there are many herbs that I can't even name. I hope there will be some that you need. She looked up at Ji Yufei, then waved goodbye with a smile. Ji Yufei stood there and watched Xianxia leave the tent alone and go to the surrounding dense forest. She didn't know that the next moment, Mu Li, who had been pretending to be doing nothing, stood up and quietly followed her. Ji Yufei frowned and thought about it. He knew that Mu Li had bad intentions, and was worried that Xianxia could not beat him. So, Ji Yufei chose to follow Mu Li and followed him quietly. Ji Yufei himself was a master at concealing his aura, not to mention that Mu Li's strength was not even a bit inferior to his. He followed him all the way, but Mu Li did not find any clues. After passing through the dense forest, a cliff appeared in Ji Yufei's sight. Mu Li hid in the dark and spied on Xianxia. Ji Yufei was behind Mu Li, and Xianxia had just climbed up from the bottom of the cliff with difficulty. Mu Li, why are you sneaking behind Xianxia? Seeing the malicious look in Mu Li's eyes, Ji Yufei took the initiative. He attached his fighting spirit to his voice and shouted loudly in the direction of Mu Li not far away. What? Hearing this, Mu Li panicked and turned his head suddenly. He did not expect that someone would follow him, and he was unaware of it. The little Dr. Fairy who was walking in the front also had a pale face at this moment. She was a little panicked. She didn't expect that Mu Li, the young leader of the wolf-head mercenary group, would secretly follow her. Chapter 18, 5.1%. Xianxia's pretty face was pale. She looked at Mu Li with a little panic at first, and then cast her purple eyes at Ji Yufei. Her eyes were full of surprise and a little bit of panic. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is panicking, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. She stopped there, quite at a loss. Suddenly two people appeared in succession, and Xianxia didn't know what to do. After all, Ji Yufei gave her a more reliable feeling. Xianxia looked at him helplessly, as if she hoped Ji Yufei could give an explanation. Otherwise, why did two people suddenly appear behind her? Xianxia, I saw this person following you secretly just now. I was worried that this person had some bad intentions, so I followed him. Ji Yufei naturally wouldn't feel guilty. After all, he didn't do anything shameful, but took the initiative to put a hat of ill intentions on Mu Li. Open black lens bracket. Mu Li is angry, and his emotion value increases by 10 close black lens bracket. Mu Li, who was trying to argue, glared at Ji Yufei in shock and anger. But he didn't dare to tear his face with Ji Yufei now. After all, Mu Li was able to sit in the position of the young leader of the wolf-head mercenary group, so he was not a fool. Of course, he could see the clues from the previous selection of mercenaries by Boss Yao, and the identity of this alchemist was probably not simple. In addition, he had been a mercenary for many years, and the most basic and necessary skill was to be alert at all times. Although he just focused all his attention on tracking Xianxia, it was his body's instinct to stay alert. If Ji Yufei really followed him all the way, he couldn't have failed to notice it. So, this shows that Ji Yufei was either very powerful or had a very powerful way to conceal his breath. So, he could only glare at Ji Yufei angrily, but didn't dare to attack immediately. Xianxia was full of trust in Ji Yufei. After all, how could such a powerful alchemist deceive her? Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is grateful, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. She was full of gratitude towards Ji Yufei, and at the same time, she became more wary of Mu Li. Mu Li suddenly followed her for no reason, and didn't want to be discovered by her. Could it be that her secret was exposed? Xianxia shook her head. She hid it so well that no one around could find out. How could a mere Mu Li know it? In order to confirm her guess, Xianxia was unwilling to keep quiet and pretend that this had never happened. Mu Li, why are you following me? Xianxia looked at Mu Li and asked loudly. The forest was airtight and oppressive, and the sun couldn't get in. Xianxia couldn't see the expression on Mu Li's face. He laughed twice and said slowly, "Haha, I'll tell you straight. There should be a treasure underneath." He saw that Xianxia was not giving up. Since things had come to this point, Mu Li simply stopped pretending and told the situation directly. Xiao Yixian's body shook, very incredible, with obvious shock and confusion in her beautiful eyes. I only told my assistant Li Fei about this matter. The anger and sadness of being betrayed surged in her beautiful purple eyes. You bribed her. Even if Xiao Yixian is gentle and kind, she is not completely without temper. Li Fei is not only her friend, but also a close friend she has long regarded as. Xiao Yixian has shared many thoughts and secrets with Li Fei. But she didn't expect that Mu Li would know what only heaven and earth know. She knows, and Li Fei knows. Who else could it be besides Li Fei? Mu Li laughed a few times and nodded in acknowledgement. He likes to see the surprised and angry looks of those people after learning that they were betrayed by their best friend. Xiao Yixian's emotions fluctuate too much, and her own talent and strength are not in fighting, so there is no need to be afraid. As for the remaining one, Mu Li turned his head and looked at Ji Yufei. He smiled and said, "Sir, why don't you join me in the treasure hunt with the wolf-head mercenary group?" He stared at Ji Yufei's calm face and said meaningfully, "When the time comes, the treasure will be divided 50 to 50. If it were anyone who came out with Xiao Yixian, whether it was the alchemist or the servant of Wan Yaojai, or even Boss Yao, they would have agreed without hesitation. After all, this was a great opportunity to cooperate with the strongest mercenary group in Qingshan town to share the treasure, and Mu Li was willing to make concessions. According to his personality, it would be good not to kill the person and take it all for himself. At this time, he was willing to give half to Ji Yufei, which was simply a pie in the sky. Mu Li picked his ears slowly and blew gently on his fingertips. How? Faced with Mu Li's invitation, Ji Yufei pretended to be moved at first. He deliberately showed a hesitant look, and sure enough, he saw Mu Li's unconscious grin. Open black lens bracket. Mu Li is proud, and his emotion value increases by 10 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei raised his eyebrows. I'm afraid it's a trick. He didn't believe that Mu Li was such a generous person. He was afraid that after they cooperated to find the treasure, Mu Li killed him and threw his body downstairs, and he came up alone. Facing Mu Li's invitation, his extremely confident eyes, Ji Yufei pretended to nod and agreed. But at the moment when Mu Li's mouth was about to rise and fly out of his cheek, his face changed. He refused decisively. A person like you is also worthy of cooperating with me. Open black lens bracket. Mu Li has anger, and the emotion value increases by 10 close black lens bracket. What did you say? Mu Li's eyes burned with anger, and he began to move his body, and the sound of bones rubbing could be heard from time to time. Seeing Ji Yufei's firm attitude, Xiao Yixian stared at him without blinking, with very complicated emotions. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian has a feeling of being touched, and the emotion value increases by 80 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian has a feeling of dependence, and the emotion value increases by 80 close black lens bracket. Seeing that Ji Yufei was unwilling to cooperate, Mu Li was too lazy to waste time. He smiled grimly, revealing his true dirty face. Since you don't want to cooperate, please don't stop me. His gloomy eyes fell on Xiao Yixian, with a hint of murderous intent. But he was caught off guard by Ji Yufei's words that were out of touch with the times. Xiao Yixian is my friend, I will take care of this matter. Ji Yufei said. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian is moved, and the emotion value increases by 80 close black lens bracket. Mu Li looked at him in surprise, wondering if this kid was really afraid of death or pretending to be afraid of death. He simply stopped talking nonsense and threatened Ji Yufei directly, and his hands also moved. In that case, don't blame me. Even if you have a strong background, but if you die quietly in the Warcraft Mountains, no one will suspect my wolf-head mercenary group. Mu Li's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he looked at Ji Yufei, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and he had a murderous intention in his heart. Ji Yufei was in no hurry to leave. After all, with his current strength, not only the entire Qingshan town might not be able to find an opponent, but even the entire Jama Empire might not be able to find one. Xiao Yixian had already hidden behind him. He stood in front of Xiao Yixian. His tall figure seemed to help her resist all harm. Xiao Yixian couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Under Mu Li's gloomy gaze, a dozen mercenaries emerged from the dense forest in a short while, and Ji Yufei had already discovered these. Chapter 19. Ji Yufei didn't even look at the dozen or so mercenaries. Even if they attacked together, they would not pose any threat to him. The same was true for Mu Li. Open black lens bracket. Mu Li has resentment, emotional value increased by 15 close black lens bracket. He stared at Ji Yufei with murderous intent in his eyes. Since he was unwilling to cooperate with the wolf-head mercenary group, there was no need to stay. Even if Ji Yufei was very powerful, so what? He didn't believe that a group of people here couldn't kill an alchemist. Ji Yufei certainly sensed Mu Li's murderous intent towards him. In this case, he would naturally not show mercy. Ji Yufei's eyes were filled with contempt, and he raised his palm lightly, and a stream of energy was released. The airflow was weak but extremely fast. When it penetrated Mu Li's chest, he still had a gloomy face and didn't react. The next moment, Mu Li's chest was instantly pierced. He didn't even change his expression, and fell straight to the ground, obviously deader than dead. The other mercenaries were originally aggressive, but seeing this, most of them were so scared that their legs and feet went weak. Open black lens bracket. Lin Yi has a fear emotion, the emotion value increases by 0.2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mu Huan has a fear emotion, the emotion value increases by 0.1 close black lens bracket. They stood there in a daze, not even having the courage to run away. After all, the strength that Ji Yufei just showed was too terrifying. That light move killed even the young leader of the 7-star fighter. Mu Li is a top-ranked strong man in the entire wolf-head mercenary group and even in the entire Qingshan town. Many of the dozen of them are not even fighters. How can they resist this? Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has a shock emotion, the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia was also shocked by Ji Yufei's strength. She stayed in a small place like Qingshan town, where had she seen such a powerful strong man? Xianxia would not be afraid of Ji Yufei just because he killed Mu Li with one blow. After all, it was Mu Li who wanted to kill them first. She covered her chest and was scared. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia feels lucky, and her emotion value increases by 90 close black lens bracket. If Ji Yufei hadn't been here today, she would have either exposed her secret or died here. Some mercenaries, seeing that they couldn't defeat such a powerful and terrifying person, thought of using the leader of the wolf-head mercenary group to suppress Mu Li. You killed the young leader today. If you dare to kill us, the leader will definitely not let you go. A mercenary said fiercely, but he felt a little guilty. Open black lens bracket. Yuan Chong feels guilty, and his emotion value increases by 1 close black lens bracket. This man is so powerful, I don't know if the leader can kill him. Yes, our leader is a 2-star fighter. I'm afraid you won't even have time to beg for mercy by then. Open black lens bracket. Qin Zheng feels proud, and his emotion value increases by 1 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei looked disdainful. 2-star fighter, he thought he was so powerful. Ji Yufei was also ruthless to these mercenaries. He was too lazy to kill anyone, so he quickly attacked, and dozens of powerful attacks flew flexibly in the forest. The cultivation of these dozen mercenaries was so easily destroyed, and they all became ordinary people. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is shocked, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were full of shock. Ji Yufei's methods were very sharp, and it was the first time she had seen such a scene. But after being shocked, Xianxia did not think that Ji Yufei was wrong to completely destroy the cultivation of more than a dozen people. After all, this is the law of this world. A group of weak people wanted to kill the strong, and the strong did not kill them all, which was already merciful. Isn't it scary? Ji Yufei said with a smile, looking very relaxed and comfortable. No, Xianxia shook her head gently, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ji Yufei then came to the edge of the cliff, looked down, and his eyes were quite appreciative. There are strange trees growing on the cliffs here, which is quite ingenious. It seems that there is a cave left by the ancestors here. It's good that you have this opportunity, he whispered, but there was no greed in his eyes. Xianxia was stunned. She actually wanted to share the treasure with Ji Yufei in half, but after hearing what Ji Yufei said, Xianxia could think that with Ji Yufei's identity, he might not bother to rob the treasure here. Xianxia knew that after what happened today, the secret here would definitely spread. Such treasures would definitely attract a group of treasure hunters. If you don't take it today, you won't have a chance later. Open black lens bracket Xianxia has a hesitant emotion, and the emotion value increases by 80 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei's eyes moved, and he took the initiative to ask, "Is there anything I can help you with?" So Xianxia hesitated for a moment, and still said, "Young master, can I ask you to do me a favor?" She looked a little uneasy, wondering if she would trouble Ji Yufei too much. Ji Yufei smiled faintly and nodded. Xianxia is usually shy and soft-hearted, and rarely asks for help from others. This shows that she truly trusts Ji Yufei. "Can you help me take out the treasures below? Of course, if there are any that you like, you can pick them, and leave the rest to me." Although her heart was bleeding, if Ji Yufei hadn't been there today, she wouldn't have gotten the treasure under the cliff. Xianxia was naturally grateful to Ji Yufei, and was willing to let him pick the best treasure first. Okay, although Ji Yufei didn't want the treasure at the bottom of the cliff, he didn't refute Xianxia, but nodded in agreement. A woman like Xianxia is most afraid of owing favors to others. As expected, Xianxia curved her eyes and her voice became a little lighter. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is excited, and her mood value increases by 80 close black lens bracket. "Sir, wait for me to tie the rope, and we'll go down together." Next, Xianxia took out a bundle of ropes and planned to hang down. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's safer. Xianxia had been hanging on a rope before. Ji Yufei interrupted her. "No need to go through so much trouble. I naturally have a more convenient way." Ji Yufei shook his head and got Xianxia's curious look. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is curious, and the emotion value is increased by 80 close black lens bracket. This cliff is so steep. Without relying on the rope, what can Ji Yufei do? Ji Yufei smiled faintly, and a pair of red wings suddenly spread out from behind. While the wings were vibrating, he whispered an offense to Xianxia, and then he hugged Xianxia's slender waist and flew down the cliff. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is shocked, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia was stunned when she suddenly saw the red wings that covered the sky. Seeing that Ji Yufei could actually fly with these red wings, Xianxia was even more shocked. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is shocked, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Isn't this an ability that only Do Wang strongman can master? How could the ability to fly appear in a young alchemist like Ji Yufei? This situation even made Xianxia ignore the embarrassment of being hugged by a man. Chapter 20. After the shock, Xianxia felt the hand on her waist, and her face turned red. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is shy, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Her fingers clenched the hem of her clothes, her eyes were a little vague, and her cheeks and ears were red. After all, this was the first time that Xianxia had such close contact with a man. In the past, facing the pursuit of those people, although she was gentle, she always avoided them. In her eyes, those people were not as important as a medicinal herb. But it was Ji Yufei. Xianxia patted her cheeks and shook off the random thoughts in her mind. Ji Yufei glanced at her, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. Next, Ji Yufei and Xianxia descended to the middle of the cliff. Just as they were about to get close to the ground, suddenly, a rock snake rushed out quickly, its cold snake tongue spit out, and the tip of its tail hooked, as if it would swallow the two of them in one bite in the next second. Although Xianxia is not afraid of snakes, she would be frightened by snakes when she was picking herbs. But this time, she felt different from the past. Open black lens bracket Xianxia develops dependence and trust, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia snuggled up to Ji Yufei, not afraid. She leaned against his slender body, feeling very at ease. Because Xianxia knew that with Ji Yufei there would be no danger. Although he was not as tall and burly as those mercenaries, he would never fall down. After Ji Yufei easily dealt with the rock snake, he finally saw an inconspicuous platform extending from the bottom of the cliff. He tapped his toes lightly, floating on the platform, and looked around. This place is very messy, and no one usually comes here, so they have nowhere to stay. Ji Yufei thought for a moment, raised his palm, and sent out a strong wind. His strength was controlled extremely perfectly, and he only moved away the surrounding broken branches and leaves without causing any other damage. Ji Yufei landed with Xianxia. After releasing his hand, the warm feeling faded, and Xianxia felt a little empty in her heart. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia feels lost, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. She came back to her senses, and remembered that she was actually lingering on Ji Yufei's hand around her waist, and her face blushed. Soon, she looked around seriously, confirmed her destination, stepped forward, and turned back to shout. "Sir, this way." Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. It was clearly a sunny day, and the surroundings were very hot, but the cave in front of them was filled with gloom. Next, Ji Yufei took the lead in walking into the cave. The cave was quiet and dark, almost to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. As the two walked in it, Ji Yufei looked calm and steady, but Xianxia's face became paler and paler. The faint chill in the cave lingered around her body, and Xianxia shivered a little, feeling goosebumps all over her body. Ji Yufei felt that it was okay. He was protected by Dou Qi, so he could naturally regulate his body temperature and was not afraid of the cold. In the quiet passage, only the subtle footsteps of the two people echoed one by one. Xianxia was not very brave, and facing this somewhat claustrophobic environment, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, Ji Yufei was with her, and Xianxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She followed Ji Yufei all the way and didn't dare to fall behind. They had walked for a long time, and the cave seemed to have no end. Xianxia's feet were a little sore, but she gritted her teeth and refused to speak. Bang! Suddenly, Ji Yufei in front of him stopped abruptly. Xianxia was in a daze, and she didn't notice it for a moment. Out of inertia, she bumped into Ji Yufei's back tightly, and the two of them actually came into close contact directly. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know you were going to stop so suddenly. I'm really sorry, I didn't notice it just now." Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is panicking, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia didn't know why her heart was beating fast. She felt her face burning, her face was panicking, and she apologized to Ji Yufei in a confused tone. There was a subtle cry in her voice, and Ji Yufei could tell it at once. Xianxia was obviously hurt by the collision, but she was still apologizing to him. Ji Yufei smiled helplessly. "It's okay, I didn't notice you were following me closely." Hearing this, Xianxia's heart beat faster, which was completely different from the popular and calm Xianxia in Xingshan town. The next moment, Xianxia looked around and understood why Ji Yufei stopped suddenly. It turned out that the road ahead was blocked by a stone gate. "Stone gates like this will have mechanisms. I'll go find it," Xianxia said tentatively. "No need to bother." Ji Yufei shook his head and struck out with his palm. The heavy stone door in front of him shattered. Xianxia dodged the broken stones unconsciously, but was surprised to see that under Ji Yufei's control, the broken stones did not splash towards the two of them at all. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has admiration, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Young master is too strong. His control over Dou Qi has reached the level of perfection. Xianxia sighed in her heart. Next, the two went deep into the cave to get treasures, and saw 3 boxes along the way. Because the demon fire remnant map was with the skeleton, Xianxia did not dare to go over, so Ji Yufei went there to get the key. While he was moving, he also secretly took out the demon fire remnant map hidden in the skeleton's arm and put it into the ring. Ji Yufei did not intend to tell her about this thing. Even if he did, it would be useless. Xianxia could not touch that kind of thing at all. Knowing more would not benefit her. Next, they opened the treasure chests one by one, and there were the 7-colored poison sutra, the flying Dou skill, and a Zon-level advanced Dou skill. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and she was almost blinded by these treasures. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has a surprise emotion, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei glanced at them and did not want any of them. With his current cultivation, unless he has a high level or higher flying fighting skill, it is useless to him. "Young master, don't you want anything?" Open black lens bracket. Xianxia feels guilty, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Seeing that Ji Yufei gave her all the things in the 3 treasure chests, Xianxia couldn't help but feel guilty. She asked someone for help, but didn't give any benefits. However, it is possible that Ji Yufei really doesn't like these things. Ji Yufei couldn't bear to see the beauty frowning, so he had to cast his eyes on a pile of wild medicinal herbs not far away. There are several good medicinal herbs over there, just consider it as your reward for inviting me down the cave this time. Ji Yufei pointed to the medicinal herbs growing in the cave and said with a smile. Okay, young master, wait, I'll go pick them for you. Hearing this, Xiao Yixian smiled, then took out the tools and concentrated on collecting medicinal herbs. Ji Yufei looked at Xiao Yixian's serious work, and his eyes showed some appreciation. Although this woman is not as beautiful as Xun'er, she also has an extremely special temperament. Chapter 21. Xiao Yixian was lowering her eyelids and picking herbs carefully. Her long hair fell on her side, and she looked very beautiful with a serious look. But such a simple girl. Ji Yufei closed his eyes. He knew that Xiao Yixian had the physique of the evil poison body. At present, Xiao Yixian did not know about this matter yet. In the 7-colored poison scripture she just obtained recorded some descriptions of this physique. When Xiao Yixian finished this matter and read the 7-colored poison scripture, she would know about this. The evil poison body is feared by countless people from ancient times to the present, but also yearned for by many people who want to take the evil path. Because these people, almost without cultivation, can quickly improve their cultivation by swallowing poison. But poison is poison after all. While the cultivation is rapidly improved, it will also damage the body. Moreover, this process of improving cultivation is full of pain. Moreover, the evil poison body will erupt from time to time. When it erupts, if a person cannot bear it and becomes a slave of the evil poison body, he will lose his mind and kill people until he loses his life. Therefore, many people who have been immersed in the evil poison body eventually kill people close to them and end up committing suicide in pain. The evil poison body chose Xiao Yixian, and this is Xiao Yixian's fate. Her evil poison body has not been unsealed yet, so of course she can pretend that nothing happened. Pretend not to notice everything today, return to Qingshan town to live a plain but happy life, and live an ordinary life. Of course, you can also unseal it and face the unknown side under the desire for power. Ji Yufei will not interfere too much with her choice. How to choose, whether to activate or not to activate this physique, is up to Xiao Yixian to decide. Moreover, although the evil poison body is terrifying, it is not completely impossible to save it. At least, Ji Yufei remembered that in the original book, Yao Lao had a way, and he saved Xiao Yixian's life with this method. He remembered that he used the method of poison pill to eliminate the hidden danger of the evil poison body. The evil poison body had no side effects, and only the positive power remained. Ji Yufei was leaning against the edge of the cave, thinking with his eyes down, but was awakened by Xiao Yixian's brisk voice. Sir, these herbs have been collected, for you. While Ji Yufei was thinking, Xiao Yixian had happily come over with a pile of herbs. Her eyes were sparkling, and a few drops of crystal sweat oozed out of her forehead because of picking herbs. The purple hair was soaked by sweat, sticky on Xiao Yixian's neck and cheeks. The girl was as gentle as a lotus emerging from the water, and her beauty added a bit of charm. Ji Yufei raised the corner of his mouth, put all the herbs into the ring, and did not refuse again. Well, let's go back to the herb collecting team. We've been out for too long, and I'm afraid someone will get suspicious. Xiao Yixian remembered that she and Ji Yufei had been out for too long, and Mu Li's group of wolf-head mercenaries had also disappeared for a long time. If they don't show up again, they might suspect her and Ji Yufei, so she said hurriedly. Ji Yufei nodded, then walked behind Xiao Yixian, and she led the way in front, and the two of them left the cave one after the other. They reached the platform at the bottom of the cliff. This time, Ji Yufei still held Xiao Yixian's slender waist and flew up. He was very gentlemanly, holding her lightly, but he was afraid that Xiao Yixian would struggle and fall, so he also used some cleverness. Open black lens bracket Xiao Yixian has a mood of enjoyment, and the mood value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. The time it took to fly up was very short, but Xiao Yixian actually had a mood of enjoyment, and Ji Yufei couldn't help but glance at her quietly. The girl's face was flushed, the corners of her mouth were raised, and her whole body was very relaxed. When Ji Yufei put her on the ground, she looked at the hand reluctantly before retracting her gaze. After this incident, Xiao Yixian had a deep affection for Ji Yufei. She herself did not realize it, but the fact was that this affection had already faintly exceeded the boundaries of friends. Even, some feelings between men and women began to sprout. When the two came up to the cliff, only Mu Li's cold body was lying there. Mu Li seemed to die with his eyes open, but he could only be left in this dense forest in the future, with no chance to breathe, and he might even be eaten by wild beasts soon. Those members of the wolf-head mercenary group whose cultivation was destroyed by Ji Yufei before, had already run away when Ji Yufei and Xianxia went down the cliff. They did not dare to stay here at all, and even did not dare to return to the team. The young leader Mu Li died, and they did not dare to collect his body, so they could only leave him there alone. Because they failed to protect the young leader, if they return to the mercenary group, they will die, and the leader's torture methods are even more horrible. Therefore, the only thing they can do is to escape from the monster mountain range at all costs and become ordinary people from now on. Ji Yufei didn't care about these things, and he didn't care about them. He returned to the herb collecting team with Xianxia as if nothing had happened, with an unusually calm expression. Xianxia did this for the first time, and although her acting was a little stiff, she fooled the mercenaries. Although some people found that many people in the wolf-head mercenary group were missing, they didn't think about them. On the lowest road 100 miles away from Qingshan town, a young man in black was struggling forward. His face was still a little immature, but his eyes were very determined. Looking closely, I saw that the young man in black was carrying a huge black giant sword on his back. However, rather than saying that this is a giant sword, it is better to say that it is a thick iron giant ruler without a sharp edge or blade. The black giant sword also has no sword tip. At the end of the giant sword, it is as if it was cut in half by something, revealing a smooth cross-section like a mirror. On the surface of the pitch-black giant sword, there were also some vague strange lines, which spread all the way to the hilt and almost permeated all parts of the sword. The strange lines, combined with the ancient black color, looked quite mysterious. The length of the strange giant sword almost exceeded the height of the boy. It seemed that the giant sword would crush the boy in the next second. This strange combination made some people who occasionally passed by on the road couldn't help but cast curious eyes on him. This person was Xiao Yan. Teacher, you said before that you wanted me to cross the Warcraft Mountains. I don't know what your intention is. Do you want me to stand in danger and burst out the true potential of my body? Xiao Yan stopped and seemed to be talking to himself, but the answer he expected did not appear. It seems that the teacher has not woken up yet. All this can only rely on myself. After a long time, Xiao Yan sighed and continued to move forward. Chapter 22, Wutan City, Xiao Family. At this time, it has been a long time since Xiao Yan went out for training. Before he left, with the help of Yao Lao, he left a lot of elixirs for the Xiao family and occupied the largest market. As for the Xiao family, it was like a long drought and then a good rain. The past that had always been trampled underfoot made them madly eager to become stronger. With the large amount of elixirs provided by Xiao Yan, they undoubtedly became the largest family in Wutan City. Today, everyone suddenly discovered that Xun'er, who left the family a year ago, was back. The news spread quickly as Xun'er returned to the Xiao family again. Xun'er hurried to the Xiao family. Uncle Xiao. When she saw Xiao Zhan, she still saluted Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan's father, very politely as she did before. When Xiao Zhan smiled and signaled Xun'er that there was no need to be polite, Xun'er immediately raised her head and asked anxiously, Uncle Xiao, where is brother Xiao Yan? Xiao Zhan was silent for a moment and said, Xun'er has been out for training for a while. She didn't have time to reminisce and exchange pleasantries. After quickly thanking Xiao Zhan, she stood up with her skirt lifted up and immediately planned to look for Xiao Yan. This time, Xun'er sneaked out of the ancient clan. Not only was she accompanied by Ling Ying, an 8-star Dou Huang, but also a Dou Zong strongman from the ancient clan who was following in secret. After all, Xun'er was Ji Yuan's favorite. As the head of the clan, how could he not notice any disturbance in the ancient world? As soon as Xun'er planned to sneak away, he learned the news. His daughter had grown up, and he couldn't take care of her for the rest of her life. As the wings of a bird gradually became full, he had to give her a place to fly. Ji Yuan sighed secretly and chose to let go, but how could he not send someone to pay attention to Xun'er's safety? Therefore, Ling Ying and another Dou Zong strongman were sent to follow Xun'er. Moreover, if Xun'er encountered a life and death crisis, facing a dangerous situation, she only needed 1 second to struggle, and she could crush the space jade slip she carried with her and summon Ji Yu Yuan, who was far away in the ancient world. For this daughter, Ji Yu Yuan spent a lot of effort, just hoping that she could grow up safely in the end. Ji Yu Yuan silently watched Xun'er's back as she left, and sighed deeply. On this side, after some investigation, Xun'er soon learned about Xiao Yan's whereabouts. After thinking for a while, she decided to go to the direction of the Monster Mountain Range with Ling Ying to find Xiao Yan. Monster Mountain Range. At this moment, Ji Yufei and Xiao Yixian and his party had collected a lot of medicinal herbs. Although Ji Yufei's storage ring still had a lot of space, there were no medicinal herbs he needed here. Brother Ji Yufei, we. Xiao Yixian looked at Ji Yufei, and before she finished speaking, Ji Yufei nodded. So she told the mercenaries that they were ready to go down the mountain. However, her beautiful eyes were full of worries, and her brows were furrowed. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian is worried, and her emotional value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei, with the help of the system, certainly noticed that Xiao Yixian's state was not right, but he didn't say anything. Xiao Yixian was quite absent-minded. She didn't even notice when Ji Yufei in front of her stopped while walking. She bumped into his strong back and came to her senses. Her brows were still not relaxed, and her whole body was a little depressed. Ji Yufei stared at her for a moment and shook his head. The reason why Xiao Yixian was so worried was that she had read the 7-colored poison sutra that she got in the cave under the cliff while picking herbs. When she saw the words, "evil poison body," at the beginning of one of the pages, her heart sank slightly, and an inexplicable feeling told her that if she finished reading, she would regret it. But Xiao Yixian pursed her lips and continued to read. After reading the entire 7-colored poison sutra, she knew that she had the constitution of the evil poison body. Xiao Yixian felt that her evil poison body had not yet been unsealed, so she tried her best to persuade herself not to think about it anymore. At the moment, the more important thing is obviously the matter of the Wolf Head mercenary group. Ji Yufei killed Mu Li, the young leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group this time. Although there was no witness left, the mercenaries who were still alive did not have the courage to go back and tell about it. However, the people of the Wolf Head mercenary group are likely to associate her with her. After all, among this group of people, Ji Yufei is here for the first time, and logically there should be no conflicts between him and Mu Li. Most of the remaining mercenaries were not as strong as Mu Li and could not kill him, and the few who were stronger than Mu Li could not afford to offend the Wolf Head mercenary group. Therefore, as long as they thought carefully, they might suspect Xiao Yixian. If Xiao Yixian continued to return to Qingshan town, I am afraid that the people of the Wolf Head mercenary group would not let her go. Although Ji Yufei was strong, he should not continue to stay in a small place like Qingshan town. Xiao Yixian's pair of clear purple eyes were full of worry. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian has a worried emotion, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei sighed. Of course he could see Xiao Yixian's worry. It was impossible for him to wait for Xiao Yixian to come to her senses, because this girl's mind was always full of random thoughts. Ji Yufei stepped forward and whispered, "Xiao Yixian, are you worried that after returning to Qingshan town, you will be retaliated by the Wolf Head mercenary group?" His face was gentle, and his eyes were fixed on Xiao Yixian. She hesitated for a moment. "Well, young master, you may not know that the Wolf Head mercenary group is the most powerful mercenary group in the entire Qingshan town. Their young leader is dead, and the mercenary group will not let it go. Moreover, Mu Li is the son of the leader." Xiao Yixian nodded and admitted it generously. Xiao Yixian was too worried. The Wolf Head mercenary group was ruthless, and anyone who offended them would not have a good ending. Now, their young leader died inexplicably, and the revenge would be even more terrifying. Ji Yufei smiled and said calmly, "Don't worry, I will solve all the problems. Next, I will leave first, but I will stay in Qingshan town for a few days. If anyone tries to do anything bad to you, I will deal with them all." Ji Yufei paused. "Just be a good Xiao Yixian, leave everything else to me." Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian is moved, emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian stared at Ji Yufei blankly. The confidence in his voice made Xiao Yixian unconsciously feel a warm current in her heart, and she felt full of security. Ji Yufei looked down at the girl with purple hair and purple eyes. Her eyes were shallow and a faint mist floated up, as if she was about to cry. In Qingshan town, everyone respected Xianxia, but no one had ever told her, "Just be a good Xianxia, leave everything else to me." Xianxia's throat choked a little, and her long-lost heartbeat accelerated again. Open black lens bracket Xianxia has admiration, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. She didn't say anything more, but her expression was much calmer, and she followed Ji Yufei down the mountain. Chapter 23. After returning to Qingshan town, Ji Yufei immediately hid himself and did not show up in front of people. He looked at Xianxia deeply, told her not to worry, and then he stopped talking. Open black lens bracket Xianxia feels lost, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Although she had made a plan in advance, Xianxia was still heartbroken when she saw Ji Yufei suddenly disappear. She hid the fluctuations on her face and said calmly, as Ji Yufei said before, when Boss Yao asked, she announced to the public that the powerful alchemist had left. It was said that after Ji Yufei got the satisfactory medicinal materials, he separated from the herb collecting team when he went down the mountain. That lord actually left. After hearing this, Boss Yao responded calmly, regretting that he did not curry favor with the alchemist. Qingshan town, the headquarters of the Wolf Head mercenary group. Mu Shi was furious when he learned that his son Mu Li had died tragically and no one had collected his body, leaving him alone in the monster mountain range. His eyes were bloodshot, and the cup in his hand was crushed to pieces in an instant. As the glass fragments fell, Mu Shi looked gloomy and gnashed his teeth. He was not stupid, and after thinking about it, the only suspect was Xianxia. He knew that Mu Li's death was related to the little doctor in Wanyaojai, so he couldn't help but immediately sent someone to kill Xianxia to vent his anger. But at first he didn't know that the powerful alchemist who protected Xianxia had left, and was waiting for him for his face. The subordinates sent a message that Xianxia said Ji Yufei had left first. Mu Shi smiled gloomily, his expression full of murderous intent. Go, send someone to notify Wanyaojai Boss Yao to hand over Xianxia, otherwise, when I come to the door in person, you will not be treated like this. The subordinates rarely saw Mu Shi so gloomy, and whispered tremblingly, and then hurried to Wanyaojai. At the same time, Boss Yao of Wanyaojai also revealed his true face after confirming that Ji Yufei had left, again and again. He was very smooth and shrewd in dealing with people, so he could naturally see that Ji Yufei had been protecting Xianxia intentionally or unintentionally before. Now that Ji Yufei had really left, wouldn't Xianxia let him do whatever he wanted? Boss Yao had always known a little about the treasure under the cliff, but he had never revealed it. That was why he had always been greedy and wanted to get a piece of the pie. Boss Yao knew that Xianxia and Ji Yufei must have retrieved the treasure on this trip. Now that Ji Yufei had left, he sent someone to put Xianxia under house arrest and kept asking about the whereabouts of the treasure. The situation was just short of a direct body search. Moreover, after receiving Mu Shi's message, Boss Yao agreed to Mu Shi without hesitation. He raised the corners of his mouth and showed a sinister smile. Boss Yao was planning to hand Xianxia over to Mu Shi to vent his anger after finding out the treasure. Xianxia was suddenly put under house arrest. She was smart and soon discovered that this was a conspiracy by Boss Yao. She was of course incredulous, because Boss Yao always looked kind and peaceful, and never said harsh words. She also overheard Mu Shi's name during their conversation. I'm afraid Mu Shi asked Boss Yao for her. This series of events happened quickly, making Xianxia very worried. However, she remembered what Ji Yufei told her in the Warcraft Mountains before, and gradually calmed down. That night, Boss Yao's men questioned her again without any results, and left angrily. Xianxia leaned against the wall a little tiredly, her eyes empty. It seems that after I left, many people really want to attack you. Xianxia, are you okay now? Open black lens bracket Xianxia has a surprise emotion, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia heard the familiar warm voice, and suddenly opened her eyes, full of surprise. It turned out that Ji Yufei appeared again, directly in Xianxia's room. He walked over step by step, picked up a chair, and sat down in front of Xianxia. Brother Ji Yufei, you are finally here. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is moved, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian was interrogated and forced for a day. Although she was not hurt, she was very tired. At this time, she finally saw Ji Yufei, and her eyes were red and full of emotion. "Let's go, I'll take you to kill people." Ji Yufei smiled slightly, and his expression when he said this was no different from usual. But his words made Xiao Yixian stunned. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian is moved, and the emotion value is increased by 100. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian couldn't say what she felt in her heart at that moment, sour and numb, but not annoying. Next, Ji Yufei took Xiao Yixian and walked out of the room directly. Xiao Yixian's heartbeat quickened for a moment, and she saw that the vicious guards who were originally sitting at the door of the room were now lying on the table, as if they were dreaming a dream from which they could not wake up. They first went to Boss Yao's residence. Boss Yao had already gone to bed. Hearing the sound of the voices, he sat up suddenly and shouted, "Who?" "It's me." Ji Yufei approached him, followed by a little doctor. Two people who shouldn't be here showed up together. Boss Yao was stunned for a moment, and then cold sweat broke out on his palms. Open black lens bracket. Boss Yao felt guilty, and his emotion value increased by 10. Close black lens bracket. "You brought the little doctor to visit me in the middle of the night. Is there something wrong?" He pretended to be stupid and asked, but his body kept retreating until he was fixed in place by Ji Yufei's cold eyes. Ji Yufei raised his palm lightly, and a terrifying airflow brewed in his palm. Open black lens bracket. Boss Yao has extreme fear, emotional value increased by 15. Close black lens bracket. Boss Yao immediately knelt down and begged for mercy with tears. "Sir, spare my life. I locked up Xiao Yixian to protect her. Mu Shi wants to kill her to vent his anger. I did this for her own good." Ji Yufei stopped talking nonsense. He had watched all the events in secret during this period of time and knew that Boss Yao's words were all lies. The next moment, he swung out a palm with a crisp and neat hand, and the terrifying airflow accurately passed through Boss Yao's chest, making him, like Mu Li before, die before he could react. Xiao Yixian pursed her lips and did not speak. Ji Yufei took her to the headquarters of the Wolf Head mercenary group and found Mu Shi. During this period, Ji Yufei saw all the viciousness of Mu Shi and Boss Yao, so he acted without mercy and hesitation. Open black lens bracket. Mu Shi has fear, emotional value increased by 10. Close black lens bracket. He did not give Mu Shi a chance to quibble, but a light palm made Mu Shi's eyes with fear completely solidify. Xiao Yixian was right behind Ji Yufei, quietly watching him kill Boss Yao and Mu Shi one after another. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian feels grateful, emotional value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Although Ji Yufei kills people without blinking an eye, Xiao Yixian is not afraid. Because she understands that these people deserve to die, Ji Yufei is standing up for her. She is grateful to Ji Yufei from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for Ji Yufei, her current situation would probably be very difficult. Chapter 24. Xiao Yixian looked back at Mu Shi's ugly face, and her heart was calm. She followed Ji Yufei and returned to her room quietly. In the night, Wan Yaojai was dead silent, and no one had discovered Boss Yao's death. Xiao Yixian lay on her fragrant bed, showing a faint smile, secretly looking at the boy sitting quietly beside the bed. This face is very reassuring, and the occasional smile seems very easygoing. It's not the same person as Ji Yufei, who just killed Boss Yao and Mu Shi with a blank expression. But Xiao Yixian felt warm in her heart, someone was protecting her. This time, Ji Yufei killed so many people in Xianxia town to help Xiao Yixian. Moreover, they were not unknown people. Among them, one was Boss Yao, the owner of Wan Yaojai, who usually had contacts with many people. There is another one, the leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group, the two-star Dou Qi Mu Shi, who is famous for the strongest mercenary group in Xianxia town. Xiao Yixian is kind-hearted and knows that she will not be able to live the peaceful life she longs for in Xianxia town. If she insists on staying in Xianxia town, she will have a hard time without Ji Yufei's protection. So, when Ji Yufei turned his head to look at her, he asked in a leisurely tone, "Xiao Yixian, what are you going to do next?" Xiao Yixian thought about it, smiled and said, "As for me, I want to live in the small valley I found before for a while." Ji Yufei did not ask more questions. Since Xiao Yixian had already made up her mind, he did not need to worry about her. Then, Xiao Yixian jumped out of bed, stood by the window, and blew a whistle. Ji Yufei keenly heard the sound of wings flapping violently in the distance. The sound came from far away and finally slowed down and fell outside the window. A crisp knocking sound came. Xianxia pushed open the window, and a blue eagle landed on the flat ground outside the window, looking at them with its smart eyes. Xianxia flipped out of the window neatly and walked to the huge blue eagle. The blue eagle lowered its head to look at her, and leaned against Xianxia very docilely and intimately. Xianxia turned her head and stroked its smooth and soft fur, causing a crisp cry. This is my pet warcraft Blue Eagle, a first-level flying warcraft. Xianxia explained after noticing Ji Yufei's eyes. Blue eagles are common in the Warcraft Mountains, but it took Xianxia a lot of effort to tame a blue eagle. Xianxia stood there hesitantly for a moment, turned her head to look at Ji Yufei, and asked hesitantly, "Brother Ji Yufei, can you accompany me there?" Xianxia asked. She was not afraid of danger, but her heart was filled with inexplicable reluctance, which made her make a request in a hurry. Open black lens bracket Xianxia has an expectant emotion, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei pretended to think for a long time, and under Xianxia's expectant gaze, he slowly responded and nodded gently. Open black lens bracket Xianxia has a happy emotion, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia showed a faint smile and got on the broad back of the blue eagle first. Afterwards, Ji Yufei no longer flew by himself, although he had the ability to fly. Next, Ji Yufei followed Xianxia and came to the back of the blue eagle. After the blue eagle confirmed that they were all seated firmly, it flapped its wings and slowly flew into the sky. The experience of being in the sky was quite interesting. Xianxia was just a girl no matter how calm she was on weekdays. She was very excited and leaned over to look at the distant ground. "Brother Ji Yufei, that's my favorite shop. I know, be careful." Although the space on the back of the blue eagle is wide, Ji Yufei was afraid that Xianxia would fall down accidentally if she moved too much, so he sat very close to her. When Xianxia turned her head, her lips brushed Ji Yufei's cheek. She shuddered all over, and then she realized what she had just done, and her face turned red instantly. Such an action also made Ji Yufei feel strange and indescribable for a moment, and both of them were silent. Open black lens bracket Xianxia feels shy, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. After that, Xianxia was much more obedient. Not long after, the blue eagle flew over the edge of the Warcraft Mountains and came to a basin. This basin was where the Wanyaojai herb picking team hired a group of mercenaries to pick herbs last time. However, the place where Blue Eagle went was the deepest part of the basin, which was covered by fog all year round. Ji Yufei could only vaguely see the outline from a distance. In the depths of the basin, Blue Eagle slowly descended, and the small valley was filled with rich energy. Ji Yufei was a little surprised. Although the richness of this energy was not as strong as that of the ancient world, it was much stronger than outside. Open black lens bracket Xianxia was feeling proud, and the emotion value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. "How is it, brother Ji Yufei, is this place good? The small valley here is completely isolated from the outside world, and the sky is covered by thick fog, which is very hidden. If I hadn't accidentally broken in, I would probably not have discovered this strange place." Looking at Ji Yufei's somewhat surprised expression, Xianxia smiled slightly with a little pride. "It's really good." Ji Yufei nodded. Next, Xianxia took Ji Yufei to a thatched hut. This was where she stayed temporarily when she came here before. Ji Yufei didn't mind and happily stayed. Coming to this refreshing and energetic place, Ji Yufei's mind was also relaxed, and he and Xianxia enjoyed the unique quiet time for a while. There was no one in this small valley, only the creatures of nature. However, the next morning, Ji Yufei found that Xianxia had not come out for a long time. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He knocked on the door of the thatched hut, and when no one responded, he pushed it open directly. The room was filled with smoke. Ji Yufei squinted his eyes and saw a lot of poisonous gas coming out. Ji Yufei couldn't help but sigh and shook his head helplessly. It seems that she has chosen this path. This poisonous gas is fatal to others, but it has no effect on Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei waved his sleeves and walked in directly. The smoke in the room gradually dissipated, and on the bed, Xianxia was closing her eyes tightly, looking quite painful, with her brows furrowed. Her originally rosy face was actually showing strange colorful colors at this moment. After Ji Yufei simply checked Xianxia's condition, he realized that she would not be in any danger of life. It's just that her current cultivation is too low, and she took too much poison at one time, and this silly girl couldn't digest it. It seems that I have to watch over you for a while. Ji Yufei meditated beside her, quietly guarding Xianxia, waiting for her to wake up naturally. Although he could forcefully awaken Xianxia, it would probably cause harm to her body. Although Xianxia was not in danger of death this time, Ji Yufei was still keeping an eye on her, fearing that something else might happen. Chapter 25, Xingshan Town. The boy carrying a black ruler walked curiously in the busy street market, looking around. He still had many scars on his body. Although they had been healed, there were still faint scars. An inconspicuous black ring was worn on the finger of his right hand. This boy was Xiaoyan. He finally came to the town closest to the Warcraft mountain range. Xiaoyan walked and stopped in the street market, bought some things he needed, and also inquired about some news intentionally or unintentionally. This time, Xiaoyan originally left home and planned to prepare to enter the Warcraft mountain range for training as soon as he arrived in Xingshan town. However, because the ancient demon sent people to attack Xiaoyan before, Yao Lao's soul fell asleep in order to save him, and Xiaoyan was seriously injured. Although his injuries were almost healed, Xiaoyan himself was not sure to go into the mountain alone. So, he planned to join the mercenary team and enter the Warcraft mountain range together, so as to add an extra layer of protection for his safety. While asking for information from people on the street, he also heard about many major events that happened in Xingshan town recently. Xiaoyan had heard about the famous wolf-head mercenary group in Xingshan town early in the morning. When he heard the man blushing and talking about his admiration for the leader Mu Shi, Xiaoyan also felt a desire for power when he heard Mu Shi's identity as a two-star Dou Qi. But the well-informed shop owner pulled him over mysteriously and whispered, "The wolf-head mercenary group, the strongest mercenary group with Dou Qi masters, was completely annihilated." Xiaoyan's pupils shrank sharply. He happened to hear this news and sighed that things are unpredictable. But the shop owner's words next shocked him even more. It is said that they were killed by a mysterious alchemist boy who looked only 16 years old. After listening, Xiaoyan walked out of the store. His expression was still a little dazed. So powerful, even Nalan Yanran, the so-called young master of Yunlin sect, cannot compare to such a powerful person. Xiaoyan is now just an ordinary fighter, so he only sighed for this kind of thing, and did not have any other thoughts in his mind. The reason why he chose to come to the Warcraft mountain range this time was because Yao Lao consumed his soul power and fell asleep, and he wanted him to come here to train for a year. And Xiaoyan's plan was to train while looking for elixirs that could restore Yao Lao's soul. Yao Lao's soul was probably seriously damaged this time. Xiaoyan called him countless times in his heart along the way, but did not receive any response. Although he was worried, he had no choice but to take it one step at a time. At noon the next day, Xiaoyan finally selected a mercenary team and went into the mountains together. And when Xiaoyan entered the mountains for 2 days, Xingshan town also welcomed 2 other distinguished guests. A beautiful girl with long flowing hair walked on the street, stopping from time to time, looking at a product with shining eyes, and pulling the sleeve of the elder next to her to ask him to pay. Ling Ying naturally sighed and bought it for the lady helplessly. Many shop owners and mercenaries stared at these 2 very rich strangers intentionally or unintentionally, and their eyes wandered over them. In fact, she was trying to catch the big fish she wanted by such a high-profile behavior. If Brother Xiaoyan was here, he should have known about her arrival and come to find her, so why has he been missing? Seeing that this method was not working, Xun'er had to ask in person whether a young man carrying a black giant ruler had come to Xingshan town in the past few days. Xun'er inquired for a long time, until the sun set, the dusk was thick, and the night had come. She finally got some clues. The news was found out, but Brother Xiaoyan had already left. Xun'er returned to her residence, holding her chin and sighing. "It seems that we are late. Brother Xiaoyan has already entered the monster mountain range." Ling Ying nodded and said nothing, because he knew Xun'er would have her own ideas. As expected, Xun'er looked at the distant mountains outside the window and thought for a moment, then clapped her hands and said to Ling Ying excitedly, "Why don't I go directly into the monster mountain range to find Brother Xiaoyan?" Although the outer periphery of the monster mountain range did not pose a threat to Xun'er, what kind of monsters were hidden in the inner edge, no one has yet explored thoroughly. In order to ensure Xun'er's safety, Ling Ying did not want to persuade her anymore, and only planned to follow silently. Next, Xun'er also entered the monster mountain range, following Xiao Yan's footsteps. Fortunately, she had a treasure to find traces in her hand, but it was still very difficult to find a person in the huge monster mountain range. On the other side, although Xiao Yan chose a team to go into the mountain together, he quietly left the mercenary team soon after entering the mountain and chose to train alone. After all, these mercenaries saw that Xiao Yan was young, so they would protect him when he encountered monsters, and Xiao Yan could not hone himself well. So, he gritted his teeth and chose to take the risk and explore the monster mountain range alone. Because Xiao Yan separated from the team, the traces he left alone were more hidden and difficult to find. Therefore, although Xun'er had Ling Ying's help, she did not find Xiao Yan in a short time. Xun'er was very patient and followed Ling Ying all the way to the Warcraft Mountains. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her steps. "Miss, I seem to smell something familiar here, something is not right." Suddenly, Ling Ying spoke with a little surprise, his expression was quite unexpected. Xun'er stopped and looked back at him with a serious face. She knew Ling Ying's strength, and if Ling Ying said there was a problem, there was really a problem. As a bodyguard, Ling Ying was best at hiding and spying. However, the breath that he thought was very familiar, belonging to Ji Yufei, was very faint, and Ling Ying could not judge it. He only knew that this breath was likely to belong to someone from the Jiyu clan. Xun'er took a few steps closer, and Ling Ying hesitated for a moment. "I can't tell who this breath belongs to. But there is no doubt that it comes from a person of the ancient clan, and his strength is unknown. Ji Yufei is good at restraining his breath. The breath left along the way was several days ago. It is very powerful that Ling Ying can find it. Although Ling Ying is very powerful, he has no way to judge the owner of this breath." After listening to Ling Ying's words, Xun'er's face was stagnant. Ling Ying's discovery made Xun'er very panicked and a surge of anger. Because of the previous experience of the ancient monster, even if this judgment is unfounded, Xun'er is still worried that this time someone from the ancient clan wants to kill brother Xiao Yan. Therefore, Xun'er is more eager to find Xiao Yan and confirm his current safety. Brother Xiao Yan's strength is not strong enough. Facing the killer sent by the ancient clan, will there be a mysterious person to rescue him this time? If not, what should brother Xiao Yan do? Please order first. Chapter 26. In the Warcraft Mountains. Ji Yufei quietly waited for Xianxia to wake up, and this wait lasted for 3 whole days. During this period, Xianxia's breath also fluctuated, but fortunately nothing went wrong and it eventually stabilized. Ji Yufei was not in a hurry. After all, the energy in this small valley was very rich. Although it was a drop in the bucket for him, it was better than nothing. The only bed was left for the motionless Xianxia, and he had to sit on the ground and practice meditation. On the 4th day, Xianxia finally woke up. Ji Yufei opened his eyes the moment he sensed Xianxia waking up, and happened to meet Xianxia's eyes. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia was moved, and the emotion value increased by 100. Close black lens bracket. Xianxia saw Ji Yufei beside her and understood that Ji Yufei had been protecting her these days. A warm current suddenly surged in her heart and she smiled. But soon, Xianxia seemed to remember something. Her eyes were a little evasive, she lowered her head, and dared not look at Ji Yufei again. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has low self-esteem, emotional value increased by 100. Close black lens bracket. Brother Ji Yufei, these few days. Thank you for taking care of me. I just had a little accident when I was preparing medicine a few days ago. Xianxia bit her lower lip and said in a hoarse voice. Her fingers tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, and her purple eyes were full of strange emotions, fearing that Ji Yufei would discover her unbearable secret. If brother Ji Yufei really found out, would he dislike her and be afraid of her? She was like a disaster star. Ji Yufei saw that the girl who was originally smiling suddenly became cautious, and frowned unconsciously. Of course, he noticed the change in Xianxia's mood and shook his head helplessly. Xianxia thought he was a person, how could he dislike him? I know everything, your constitution. Evil and poisonous body, right? Although Ji Yufei was asking in a tone, his expression was very calm. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is frightened, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia's eyes widened as she watched Ji Yufei casually pointing at the 7-colored poison sutra that she had casually placed beside her. Xianxia's brain was buzzing, and she didn't dare to look at Ji Yufei's reaction. This kind of physique will only harm everyone around her in the end, and even she hates it. However, the speed of cultivating the evil poison body is very fast, which can bring her strength. Brother Ji Yufei, do you dislike someone like me? Are you still willing to be my friend? Xianxia's voice trembled a little, and she whispered. Ji Yufei laughed and shook his head. Silly girl, of course I won't, and of course I am willing to be your friend. No matter what your physique is, in my heart, you are still and only the kind and gentle Xianxia. You will always be just yourself. Ji Yufei paused and continued to add, besides, based on the current realm, your poison is not a threat to me at all. Have you forgotten my strength? Or do you not believe that I can be immune to your poison at all? Unless Xianxia has a Dou Zong cultivation that is comparable to him, otherwise, her poison will hardly pose a threat to Ji Yufei. Xianxia shook her head violently and explained anxiously and hurriedly, fearing that Ji Yufei would misunderstand. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is moved, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. However, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a warm current surged in her heart again. Although the knot in her heart was untied by Ji Yufei's sincere words, Xianxia instinctively did not approach Ji Yufei because she knew that her body was poisonous. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is worried, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. The record of the evil poison body in the 7-colored poison scripture is shocking. Xianxia doesn't know how powerful Ji Yufei is. She is only worried that her poison will hurt him. Evil poison body, a strange poison body, can quickly improve its strength by swallowing poison. The way to identify the evil poison body is that there is a small 7-colored hidden line in the lower abdomen. The 7-colored line will grow with the concentration of poison contained in the body. When the 7-colored line extends to the heart, it is the strongest moment of the evil poison body. At the same time, it will also be bitten by all kinds of poisons. Under this line of small words, it also lists in great detail what kind of damage the evil poison body will cause. Since Xianxia has chosen to remove the seal, this is a road of no return. Now her evil poison body is only in the initial stage, so when she is awake, it is nothing for Ji Yufei to have physical contact with her, but once she falls into a coma, or when the poison body becomes more and more mature in the future, it will really be, anything you touch will die. However, Xianxia used a smile to cover up her worries. She thought she had disguised herself well, but those emotions were faithfully reported by the system. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is worried, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei's eyes flashed, but he didn't say much, just as usual. Next, the two continued to live in this small valley for several days. Life in the small valley is really leisurely and peaceful, and Ji Yufei also likes this kind of life. However, he also understood that it was impossible to live such a comfortable life without working hard to become stronger. At this time, on the other side of the monster mountain range, Xun'er was still looking for Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan's itinerary was disorganized, and even if she had the help of treasures, there was no trace to find. Xun'er and Xiaoyan were a little far away, and she gradually went into the depths of the monster mountain range to look for him. Xun'er went deeper and deeper, and at this moment, Ling Ying, who had been silent and like a shadow, suddenly spoke. Miss, not far away, there seems to be the breath of a 6th-level monster. Xun'er thought for a moment, and murmured in her heart, it seems that I have found the wrong direction. With Brother Xiaoyan's current strength, there is no way to go deep into such a dangerous place. He should still be near the periphery. The 6th-level monster is not a behemoth that Xiaoyan can challenge now, so he will definitely not go forward. Xun'er plans to go back and continue to look for Xiaoyan in the edge area. She looked a little anxious. After so long, she didn't know whether Brother Xiaoyan was safe, and what the purpose of the ancient clan was. At the same time, Ji Yufei also sensed the energy fluctuation in the distance. He thought about it and saw that the violent energy fluctuation must have caused a 6th-level monster to be angry. The 6th level monster has a very strong sense of territory. At this moment, someone or a monster must have invaded its territory or even offended it. Ji Yufei narrowed his eyes. At this time, in the monster mountain range, could it be the battle between the purple crystal winged lion king and Yun? He vaguely felt the source of the monster's breath. Ji Yufei was a time traveler and was familiar with the plot in the original book. Just by sensing the monster's breath, he guessed the real answer. Chapter 27. Originally, Ji Yufei did not intend to get involved in this mess. Now that Xianxia has awakened, he should stay with her for a few more days to take care of her, and by the way, think about how to solve the hidden dangers of the evil poison body. However, Ji Yufei changed his mind and thought that Yun, as an important character in the original work, must have a good luck value. Even, not to mention Yun, even the luck of the purple crystal winged lion king who fought against Yun would be far beyond ordinary monsters. Therefore, Ji Yufei did not hesitate too much and decided to go over there to take a look. However, he was worried that his sudden disappearance would cause Xianxia to worry, so he simply explained before leaving, "Xianxia, I have to leave for a while, take care of yourself." Open black lens bracket. Xianxia feels reluctant to leave, and the emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Xianxia felt a little reluctant in her heart, but she could only nod and agree obediently. Above the blue sky, the violent energy fluctuations continued to create a sound like thunder. Ji Yufei's eyes were fixed on the distant sky, and he hurried over there with his breath concealed. There, the blue and red colors almost filled half of the sky. Even the lazy white clouds were rendered with two-color light. A thunderous sound rang in his ears again, and Ji Yufei saw that the purple light from the purple crystal winged lion king enveloped the world. After a long while, the purple light suddenly shrank. In just a blink of an eye, the purple light in the sky was compressed into a dark purple light column of only half a foot. The dark purple light column in the sky flashed out like lightning, and the speed of the light column was extremely terrifying, almost like a flash. In just 2 jumps, it appeared in front of the petite figure in the sky. With Ji Yufei's eyesight, he could see the outline of the petite figure from a long distance. The woman in the sky, with a plain dress wrapped around her plump body, held a strange-looking long sword emitting green light, and her black hair was tied into a noble phoenix hair ornament. Her beautiful face looked calm and peaceful, but at this moment, because the purple crystal winged lion king began to use his innate sealing skills, the indifference on her face finally dissipated. Obviously, this woman is Yun who fought against the purple crystal winged lion king in the original book. Purple crystal seal. When the purple light flashed in the sky, the low roar of the purple crystal winged lion king also echoed in the mountains. The purple crystal seal touched the wind-rolling blade in front of Yun for a moment and then dispersed it. Ji Yufei had just approached, and this huge battle was already coming to an end. The purple light column pierced through the dozens of wind shields arranged in front of Yun in a crushing manner, and finally shot into her body. Then, the purple crystal winged lion king flashed quickly, and its giant palm slapped towards Yun. As the long sword in her hand trembled, a thin ray of light suddenly flew out, and it actually cut off half of the sharp horn of the purple crystal winged lion king. Roar! Damn it! In pain, the purple crystal winged lion king let out a violent lion roar. Its palm and claws, mixed with fierce and unmatched energy, chopped heavily on Yun's chest. With a somewhat harsh metal creaking sound, Yun, who was hit hard, spit out a small mouthful of blood, and her cheeks were a little pale. She used up her last strength and flashed continuously, and soon disappeared from the Lion King's sight. However, at this time, she was already exhausted and fainted directly. Swoosh! Coincidentally, after she fainted, the direction she fell was actually towards Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was surprised for a moment, and somehow reached out to catch Yun covered in blood. Then, he hugged Yun, covering up the aura emanating from the two of them. Little ones, find her for me, you must find that human woman. In the sky, the purple crystal winged lion king found that Yun's aura had disappeared, and roared angrily. It sent out its subordinate low-level monsters to search for the place where Yun escaped. And Ji Yufei had already brought Yun to the nearest cave. In this cave, there was a stone platform made of bluestone slabs. Yun was a little seriously injured. Ji Yufei carefully put her down and carefully looked at the woman who dared to challenge the purple crystal winged lion king. Ji Yufei looked at her carefully, and a sense of amazement naturally surged in his heart. It seems not an exaggeration to describe her with words such as eyebrows and eyes like a painting, ice-like skin and jade-like bones, which symbolize beauty. She has a delicate face with perfect bones and skin, delicate skin, white as snow, and black hair neatly tied behind her head. And what amazed Ji Yufei the most was the grace and luxury contained in her. Ji Yufei's eyes swept across the delicate face, and he slowly lowered his eyes, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. 5 horrible claw marks were seen on the chest below her jade neck, and the blood stained her clothes blood red. She was injured so badly. The next moment, Ji Yufei took out a pill from his ring and fed it to Yun. Ji Yufei's pill is a 6th grade healing pill, and its effect is very significant. Yun's seemingly terrible injury was quickly stabilized. Although the pill is good, it will make people feel pain when the body is repairing. When the effect of the medicine took effect, Yun frowned slightly, and a trace of pain was faintly on her cheek. Although this look was somewhat inconsistent with her temperament, it was quite charming. It seems that the pill I made myself is effective. Ji Yufei watched Yun's expression gradually relax, and he was also relieved. However, after a while, Yun, who had closed her eyes, suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were cold, staring at Ji Yufei, and her expression was completely different from the weakness she showed when she was in pain just now. Open black lens bracket Yun has a vigilant emotion, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Who are you? Looking at the strange boy standing in front of her, Yun spoke with some doubts. When Ji Yufei carried her into the cave, Yun vaguely woke up for a moment and took a vague look at Ji Yufei's face, but she completely forgot about it afterwards. Facing the strange man who appeared in the monster mountain range, Yun subconsciously became alert. Just now, you were injured in the battle with the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, after I fed you the healing pill, it's fine. Although the blood on your body looks scary, the wounds have stopped bleeding and are mostly healed. Ji Yufei spoke very calmly. Hearing these words, Yun let down her guard. When she wanted to get up, she found that she was very weak and couldn't use her fighting spirit. She quickly realized that this was caused by the amethyst seal of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Ji Yufei looked at Yun with a look of annoyance on her face, cleared his throat, and continued, as for the seal, you don't have to worry, you can break it yourself in 2 days. Open black lens bracket Yun has a curious emotion, the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Yun is a little curious about Ji Yufei at this moment, because Ji Yufei looks much younger than her age. Not only is the strength of a boy of this age beyond her comprehension, but he even knows so much about skills such as the amethyst seal. Chapter 28, 8%, Chapter 28 Yun, young people should not be too arrogant. Are you a Dou Zong? Thank you for your rescue just now. A sincere voice of thanks came out of Yun's mouth. However, Yun was still curious about how a young man like Ji Yufei could enter the dangerous area deep in the Warcraft Mountains alone to train. At this time, Ji Yufei restrained his breath and did not expose his strength. If Yun knew, the other party would probably be shocked. Yun looked at Ji Yufei's whole body at this time, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Open black lens bracket Yun has doubts, emotion value 100 close black lens bracket. Strange, what is his cultivation level, why can't I see it at all? Yun supported her forehead and frowned slightly. She guessed that it might be because of the seal that caused her ability to distinguish to decline. Are you a pharmacist? Yun asked after hearing that she recovered from her injuries after taking healing pills. Ji Yufei nodded and admitted it directly. Yun was instantly interested when she heard it. He was so young and was still a pharmacist. He would definitely have a bright future. Little guy, you saved me. I can introduce you to a pharmacist master in the future. I believe it will be of great help to you. Yun thought of Dan Wang Ji Yu. The two of them had a good relationship. Today, I received such a great favor from Ji Yufei. I will repay him in the future. Introducing him to Dan Wang Ji Yu is also a way to repay this favor. You know, Dan Wang Ji Yu is a 6th grade pharmacist, and he is the best in the Jama Empire. No need. Ji Yufei smiled and shook his head. With Yun's knowledge, the highest level pharmacist she knew was the 6th grade pharmacist known as Dan Wang Ji Yu. And Ji Yufei is now a 7th grade pharmacist. Why does he need Ji Yuhi's guidance? If Ji Yuhi knew his own pharmacist ability, he should ask Ji Yufei for guidance instead. Seeing Ji Yufei's refusal, Yun Yun did not continue to say anything, but changed the subject. By the way, I forgot to ask what your name is. Ji Yufei. Hearing this, Yun Yun was stunned. He did not expect that the boy in front of him had the same surname as the Pill King Ji Yuhi. Ji Yu surname. Based on this surname, she guessed that Ji Yufei and Ji Yuhi had some connection. After all, both of them are alchemists. It is unlikely to say that they have no relationship. What is your relationship with the Pill King Ji Yuhi? Yun Yun asked curiously. It's a relationship that has nothing to do with each other. Ji Yufei said lightly. Well, it seems that I thought too much. Yun Yun smiled slightly embarrassedly. I just heard from a distance that you came here for the Lion King's purple spirit crystal. I guess you want to use it to refine some kind of pill. Ji Yufei asked. Well, but the Lion King was unwilling to exchange, so I had to take it by force, but I was injured by the Lion King's life-sealing technique. Yun Yun nodded, and her body was still a little painful at this time. Speaking of purple spirit crystal, he knew it because he was familiar with the original work in his previous life, so he said casually. If I guess correctly, purple spirit crystal can generally be used to refine purple crystal pills to improve the cultivation of the great fighting master realm. Is the purple crystal pill you want to refine? Yes. Yun Yun was shocked. She didn't expect Ji Yufei to know so much. Open black lens bracket. Yun Yun has a shocked emotion, and the emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. She really wanted to refine the purple spirit pill for her apprentice Nolan Yanran. You are so young, what is your purpose in coming to the depths of the Warcraft Mountains? Yun Yun finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Ji Yufei didn't keep it a secret and directly told the purpose of this trip. Actually, I came here this time to subdue the purple crystal winged Lion King as a mount. The purple spirit crystal is very important to the purple crystal Lion King lineage. If he is unwilling to exchange, you should not take it by force. Moreover, with your strength, you can't defeat the Lion King. Then, Ji Yufei's words made Yun Yun a little stunned. She couldn't believe what she heard. This young man actually said that he wanted to subdue the purple crystal winged Lion King as a mount. Did I hear it right? Yun Yun was shocked. That was the 6th level monster purple crystal winged Lion King. Open black lens bracket. Yun Yun has a shocked emotion, and the emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Yun Yun's shock was well hidden, but Ji Yufei easily discovered it through the system prompt. He smiled faintly. Haha, it's just a 6th level monster. What's the fuss about it? Ji Yufei didn't find Yun Yun's surprise strange, but responded with a faint smile. At this time, Ji Yufei habitually restrained his own aura. In addition, he had just been too lazy to avoid the pursuit of the purple crystal winged Lion King, so he had not revealed his aura of cultivation. Yun Yun felt that he was bragging. Why is this young man so arrogant? However, Ji Yufei was too lazy to explain anything, and walked slowly out of the cave. Seeing Ji Yufei walking out, Yun Yun, whose injuries had recovered a little due to the healing pills, followed him out. At this moment, outside the cave, there was chaos, and the roars of monsters were everywhere. Just now, the purple crystal winged Lion King couldn't find Yun Yun's whereabouts, and his horn that was cut off in half was still in pain. His terrifying roar spread across most of the monster mountain range. Many low-level monsters were frightened by his roar and trembled. They wanted to hide back in their nests, but they were forced by the Lion King to go out and search for Yun Yun's whereabouts. In the original work, after Xiao Yan rescued Yun Yun, he couldn't block Yun Yun's breath in the cave because of his strength. In the end, he had to sprinkle some powder outside the cave to cover up the smell. And because those low-level monsters didn't search seriously, they took advantage of the situation to cover it up. Ji Yufei didn't need to do this at all. His strength could directly block the leakage of Yun Yun's breath. However, when he came out at this moment, he did not help Yun Yun to cover up her breath. Therefore, not long after Yun Yun went out of the cave this time, her breath attracted a large number of monsters. Yun Yun reacted and her face changed slightly. Oh no, these monsters are the subordinates of the Lion King. They smelled my breath. It seems that I will implicate you. I'm really sorry. Open black lens bracket. Yun Yun feels guilty, and her emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. In her opinion, Ji Yufei is very weak. Although she is a Dou Huang, she has not recovered completely and may not be able to protect Ji Yufei. Obviously, Yun at this moment still thinks that Ji Yufei is just bragging. However, the next moment, Yun watched Ji Yufei soar directly into the air. There was nothing behind him. Unlike Yun, who had to rely on Dou Qi wings to fly, Ji Yufei just stood in the sky like this, with a calm face, without any leverage at all. Yun was stunned. Open black lens bracket. Yun was shocked, and her emotion value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Is this Dou Zong? Such an incredible word popped up in her mind, and Yun's calm face showed a rare surprise. Just a boy who looked 16 or 17 years old, could actually have such strength. Even though Yun was considered a gifted person in the Jia Empire. He was an existence that many people looked up to. But Ji Yufei's extremely powerful talent far exceeded her imagination. Chapter 29, Lion King, are you willing to follow me? Ji Yufei stood in the sky, his eyelashes drooping, his voice dissipated with the wind, and the fighting spirit he exerted made the voice spread very far. The voice with terrifying pressure resounded in this dangerous area full of monsters. After feeling the powerful momentum emanating from Ji Yufei, those low-level monsters that had originally surrounded him with their fangs and claws, even if Ji Yufei did not deliberately target them, all retreated, trembling and dared not move forward. Every monster nearby, the originally ferocious pupils were full of fear. Open black lens bracket. The second level monster Black Hawk has a fear emotion, and the emotion value is increased by 0.01 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The third level monster Ice Wolf has a fear emotion, and the emotion value is increased by 0.05 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The fourth level monster Black Bear has a fear emotion, and the emotion value is increased by 0.1 close black lens bracket. This breath, not far away, the purple crystal-winged Lion King also heard Ji Yufei's words. Although it had felt Ji Yufei's powerful strength from the overwhelming momentum. However, this is its territory. It is impossible to make it retreat before the battle. Soon, the huge body of the purple crystal-winged Lion King appeared in the sky. It lowered its head and glanced at Yun standing under Ji Yufei. A fierce light flashed in its eyes. Then, it aimed its eyes at Ji Yufei and spoke in human language. Human strongman, are you also here to take my purple spirit crystal? When saying this, the Lion King felt a little uneasy. If Ji Yufei stood up for Yun, then today there would be no escape from a bloody battle. Open black lens bracket. The purple crystal-winged Lion King is uneasy, and the emotion value increases by 50 close black lens bracket. Not so, the purple spirit crystal is useless to me. Ji Yufei smiled and shook his head after noticing some emotional changes in the Lion King. Hearing this, the Lion King breathed a sigh of relief, but was choked by Ji Yufei's next words. I came here because I think you have decent talent and are qualified to be my mount. Ji Yufei's face was calm, but he said something that made the Lion King's expression suddenly change. Open black lens bracket. The purple crystal-winged Lion King is shocked and angry, and his emotion value increases by 60 close black lens bracket. What, you actually want me to be your mount? What an arrogant human. The Lion King was furious at this moment. As a magical beast, especially some high-level magical beasts, it is difficult for humans to tame them. They are born proud and will never bow their heads to humans. Even if humans are stronger than them, they will not surrender even if they die. That is why it is very rare to see living adult magical beasts on the market. Ordinary magical beasts are killed, dismembered, and then the useful parts of their bodies are taken out and sold. Those who want to buy complete magical beasts can only buy some magical beast eggs or ignorant magical beast cubs. For example, the guardian magical beasts of a large family must be cultivated from a young age, so that they will not have a rebellious heart and can be loyal to the family. Don't be surprised. When you become my mount, you will understand that this is the wisest decision you have ever made in your life. Ji Yufei ignored the rage of the purple crystal-winged Lion King and smiled lightly. Then, he closed his eyes and released his aura completely. As soon as the powerful pressure was released, not only did the surrounding low-level monsters kneel on the ground and tremble, but even the Lion King felt unprecedented pressure and sweated profusely. Yun, under Ji Yufei's care, did not feel uncomfortable, but she could also feel the horror of Ji Yufei's strength. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun has shock emotions, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket The purple crystal winged lion king has shock and fear emotions, and the emotion value increases by 60 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket The third level monster earth splitting bear has fear emotions, and the emotion value increases by 0.01 close black lens bracket. Although Yun Yun did not feel the pressure, her face was also solemn. This is a natural reaction of the weak facing the strong. Even as powerful as the purple crystal winged lion king, he couldn't help but take a step back. Yun Yun's eyes unconsciously fell on Ji Yufei's back. Who was he? Ji Yufei's aura continued to spread outward, and a steady stream of fighting spirit burst out. At the same time, Ling Ying, who was some distance away from here in the monster mountain range, also felt the horrible aura fluctuations, and his footsteps suddenly stopped, with a look of surprise on his face. This aura, what's wrong? Ling Ying had protected her since she was a child, but she rarely saw Ling Ying's shocked expression. After all, as her shadow, Ling Ying had to remain calm enough to be competent. Ling Ying had a rare emotional fluctuation at this moment, Xun'er asked in confusion. She also felt a little uneasy in her heart, but she deliberately ignored it. Ling Ying was very sensitive to this aura. Although Xun'er also sensed the powerful fluctuations, her strength was a little weaker than Ling Ying's, so she couldn't sense it clearly. She could only vaguely perceive that it was a very powerful aura. Miss, let me feel it carefully. Ling Ying couldn't believe it and felt it again. But he found that it was still almost the same as his previous guess. He paused for a second, looked at Xun'er, and his face was a little solemn. It's the breath of Master Ji Yufei. Ling Ying paused, and then answered with certainty. His perception could not be wrong. Such a strong and familiar breath could only be Master Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei. Hearing this, Xun'er was also stunned. She was very confused. Why did Ji Yufei come here? What was worth his experience in such a barren place like the Northwest Continent? The Northwest Continent was completely inferior to the ancient realm. Ji Yufei left the ancient realm for experience, so it was impossible for him to give up many rich places and come to such a barren place. Let me ask, in the ancient realm, who knows Qingshan Town, and who knows the Warcraft mountain range? Is it really such a coincidence that they just met by accident? Or, could it be that Ji Yufei came here for brother Xiaoyan? Xun'er had an incredible guess in her heart. She was very worried about Xiaoyan's safety. Because she couldn't find Xiaoyan during this period, Xun'er was very anxious. After all, Xun'er knew Ji Yufei's strength best, and he was the first prodigy of the Ji clan. If Ji Yufei really attacked Xiaoyan, the mysterious strong man next to Xiaoyan might not be able to resist. Xun'er bit her lower lip nervously and looked at Ling Ying. She was struggling whether to go over there to check the situation. What if that fluctuation was a battle between Ji Yufei, Xiaoyan, and the mysterious strong man? What should she do? Time is running out. Every second late, Xiaoyan might be in more danger. Xun'er no longer hesitated. Let's go find Ji Yufei. Seeing this, Ling Ying simply took her and rushed to the source of the Dou Qi fluctuation. At this moment, Xun'er was very eager to find Ji Yufei. However, she was so anxious to find her ex-husband, not because she missed him. But she was worried that her ex-husband would hurt her old lover. Chapter 30. Deep in the Warcraft Mountains. After Ji Yufei revealed his aura without reservation, the originally chaotic and arrogant low-level Warcrafts fell silent instantly. Even the amethyst-winged Lion King paused for a moment. With his toes slightly raised, Ji Yufei took a few steps forward. It was obviously a leisurely posture like taking a walk, but after the sound of breaking through the air, he instantly arrived in front of the amethyst-winged Lion King. This extremely terrifying speed, even the amethyst-winged Lion King did not react. Ji Yufei stood in front of him, as small as an ant, but the amethyst-winged Lion King felt a smell of extreme danger. It was a long-lost breath of death. After he dominated this mountain range, he had never felt a terrifying threat again. Open black lens bracket The amethyst-winged Lion King is afraid, and the emotion value is increased by 50 close black lens bracket. The feeling of accelerated heartbeat made the Lion King's scalp numb. He roared and subconsciously stretched out his huge claws to slap Ji Yufei. The purple crystal-winged Lion King did not hold back any strength and used all his strength to strike. His intuition told him that he did not need to use all his strength. If he dared to underestimate Ji Yufei in any way, he would definitely die. Yun Yun was frightened by the Lion King's sudden strike. Although she felt Ji Yufei's strength, he looked too weak compared to the Lion King's huge body. Open black lens bracket. Yun Yun felt nervous and worried, and her emotion value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Will he be in trouble if he is hit by a strike like that? However, the next moment, the huge claw that weighed 1,000 kilograms was stopped in the air as if it was suddenly braked, and could no longer be pressed down. At the same time, a violent metal collision sounded in the sky. The sound was harsh, and the huge energy bursting from the center made the low-level monsters approaching below spit out blood. Yun Yun stared at it without blinking. She squinted her eyes and found that it was Ji Yufei who stretched out a hand. Compared with the giant claw, that hand was just like an ant at the foot of an elephant, but it intercepted the giant claw that was pressing down. Open black lens bracket. Yun Yun was shocked, and the emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. How is this possible? Yun Yun exclaimed. Her seal had been almost lifted, and she could feel the energy fluctuations from the outside world. The reason for the shock was that Yun Yun could sense that the protagonist of the battle, Ji Yufei, did not use the fighting energy at all. He just stretched out a hand and used his physical strength to block the heavy blow of the 6th level monster without retracting his strength. Moreover, this is not an ordinary 6th level monster. The moment when the attack of the purple crystal winged Lion King was easily caught by Ji Yufei, he felt the sharp pain from the claws. Open black lens bracket. The purple crystal winged Lion King was afraid, and the emotional value increased by 50 close black lens bracket. He subconsciously retracted his claws quickly, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. The purple crystal winged Lion King was stronger than Yun Yun. As a wise monster, it had good knowledge. It was natural to notice that Ji Yufei had taken the punch with only his physical strength. Moreover, Ji Yufei's face was calm, and he even looked relaxed. The strongest point of monsters has never been their fighting spirit, but their strong bodies. On the contrary, most of the weaknesses of humans are in their bodies. However, now, the positions of humans and monsters have been completely reversed. Ji Yufei could easily block his full-strength attack without using fighting spirit. The purple crystal-winged Lion King's fur exploded, and his pupils shrank. How terrifying was Ji Yufei's physique! Ji Yufei shook his hands and felt that there was no challenge at all. He still remembered that the system panel said that his physique was level 78, which was equivalent to the physical strength of a 7th-level late-stage monster with an imperial bloodline. When a monster reaches the late stage of cultivation, each level leap is a qualitative improvement. Between the 6th and 7th levels, there is already a natural chasm. Not to mention, there is also the blessing of the strength of the imperial bloodline. If Ji Yufei gets serious, he can easily beat the purple crystal-winged Lion King with his physical strength. It is not easy to encounter a magic beast that is reluctant to agree with him. Ji Yufei intends to persuade him again, and his patience is about to end. Believe me, becoming my mount will be the wisest decision of your life. In the future, it is possible to break through to the 7th level, or even the 8th level. At least it is better than you staying in this magic beast mountain range. Open black lens bracket. The purple crystal-winged Lion King has a hesitant emotion, and the emotion value increases by 50 close black lens bracket. After shocking the purple crystal-winged Lion King with his strength, Ji Yufei knew the principle of giving a slap and a date, and offered some conditions. Moreover, Ji Yufei smiled faintly, and seeing that the purple crystal-winged Lion King was still hesitating, he spoke again. After that, I will give you a transformation pill. The combination of kindness and force is absolutely useful, and coupled with the various potentials shown by Ji Yufei, the Lion King finally wavered. Open black lens bracket. The purple crystal-winged Lion King has a hesitant emotion, and the emotion value increases by 50 close black lens bracket. Following such a future peerless strongman, even if it is just as a mount, it doesn't seem shameful. Moreover, Ji Yufei has given him enough face. He had said so much. If the purple crystal-winged Lion King still didn't agree, it might be killed today. Moreover, its child in the cave would also be in danger. Meet the master. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the proud purple crystal-winged Lion King finally chose to lower his head and surrender to Ji Yufei. Very good. Seeing this, Ji Yufei smiled and nodded. Below, Yun Yun witnessed this scene with her own eyes. Open black lens bracket. Yun Yun felt surprised, and the emotion value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. She was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Ji Yufei's strength refreshed her cognition again and again, and even far exceeded her imagination. Yun couldn't help but doubt, does such a monster really exist? In the sky, Ji Yufei was still explaining the purple crystal winged lion king. In that case, you get ready, and then follow me to leave the monster mountain range. As for your child, you can deal with it yourself. Then, he landed on the ground and came to Yun's side. Open black lens bracket. Yun feels embarrassed, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Yun rarely feels embarrassed. She actually thought that such a strong man was just bragging. At this moment, Yun's attitude towards Ji Yufei has quietly changed. She no longer regards him as a young boy as she did just now. This is the natural reaction of the weak to the strong. At the same time, Yun thought that she even told Ji Yufei that she would help him recommend Ji Yuhe, which made her feel ridiculous. Ji Yufei smiled slightly and was about to make fun of this iceberg beauty who rarely showed emotions. Suddenly, his brows rose slightly and looked to the east. Why is she here? Yun looked in the direction of his gaze without knowing why, and remained silent. Ji Yufei frowned and felt a little irritable. What exactly did these two people want to do by coming to disturb him? Although Xun'er and Ling Ying did not deliberately reveal their aura, Ji Yufei's strong soul power sensing still found that the two of them were approaching this side. Chapter 31. Yun didn't understand why Ji Yufei frowned. At this moment, she seemed very quiet and didn't speak to disturb Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei also rubbed his eyebrows, looking a little impatient. He didn't want to go ahead and look guilty, but waited quietly for the two people to come. After a while, two black dots emerged from the distant sky and flew quickly. As the distance got closer, the two black dots gradually became clear, and they were Xun'er and Ling Ying. It's really him. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er is surprised, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Xun'er's eyes have been looking anxiously, and now he finally saw Ji Yufei. Although she had been prepared in her heart, she was still a little surprised when she saw it with her own eyes. Moreover, the next moment, she saw a beautiful woman standing next to Ji Yufei. Although the woman was wearing a plain robe, she couldn't hide her proud figure. She was tall, with cold eyes, a beautiful face, a head of black hair tilted down, and a graceful and noble appearance. At first glance, she actually looked like a good match for Ji Yufei. Who is this woman? Open black lens bracket. Xun'er is jealous, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. For some reason, Xun'er felt an inexplicable jealousy in her heart. She shook her head, thinking that she must be missing brother Xiaoyan. What does Ji Yufei have to do with her? Soon, Xun'er and Ling Ying landed in front of Ji Yufei. As soon as Xun'er came up, she asked Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei, why are you here? Her tone seemed a little anxious. If Ji Yufei didn't know that she was only thinking about his brother Xiaoyan, he would really think that his ex-wife was worried about his safety. I should be asking you this. Ji Yufei looked impatient and responded in a very cold tone. I came out to experience, and you, why are you following me? What on earth is she doing? She actually followed him all the way to the Warcraft Mountains. Xun'er bit her lower lip after hearing his tone, shook her head and denied, I'm not following you. Ji Yufei certainly didn't believe it. If he wasn't following her, how could it be such a coincidence that both of them were training in the Monster Mountain range? Seeing Ji Yufei's lip corners raised sarcastically, with a mocking look in his eyes, Xun'er was a little angry. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er is angry, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. The Northwest continent is a famously barren land. Where is it worth it for a monster like you to train? It's better to go anywhere than to train here, Xun'er said, and she was more certain of her guess. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she asked again, do you have other purposes? Open black lens bracket. Xun'er is suspicious, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Other purposes? Hearing Xun'er's questioning tone again and again, even a person with a good temper would be angry. Ji Yufei's good mood of subduing the purple crystal winged lion king was instantly destroyed by Xun'er. He said angrily, does my business have anything to do with you? Xun'er betrayed him first, but she is still chasing him and questioning him. What is she crazy about? There should be a limit to being willful and ignorant. Ji Yufei closed his eyes, then simply turned his head and ignored Xun'er. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels uneasy, and her emotion value increases by 200 close black lens bracket. Seeing that Ji Yufei did not reply, Xun'er felt a little uneasy. Could it be that brother Xiaoyan has been killed by him? But he should not be that kind of person. I don't know what Xun'er was thinking about, and her words suddenly took on a pleading tone. Ji Yufei, I don't care what you think in your heart, and I don't doubt you. I just beg you. I know that because of me, you may resent brother Xiaoyan a little. Xun'er paused and choked a little. Please, don't hurt brother Xiaoyan, don't deal with him, okay? Open black lens bracket. Xun'er has a begging emotion, emotional value increases by 200 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Yun has a surprised emotion, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. On the side, Yun never said a word to disturb the two of them, but she was very shocked when she heard their conversation. Xiaoyan, Yun still remembered the name Xiaoyan. This person had made an engagement with her only disciple Nalan Yanran. And, Yanran broke off the engagement. The two had made a 3-year agreement. In this time, Yun came to the Warcraft mountain range because she learned that Xiaoyan's talent had been restored and his strength was improving rapidly. She was worried that Yanran would lose, so she came here to get the purple spirit crystal to make pills. However, Xiaoyan was clearly a young man of ordinary background and not very skilled. How did he have a relationship with the proud children of Ji Yufei and Xun'er? And, judging from this, the situation is probably very complicated. Xun'er and Ji Yufei's attitudes are not right, and I'm afraid it has a lot to do with Xiaoyan. Yun herself had no prejudice against Xiaoyan, and she would not look at anyone with tinted glasses. But today's chaotic situation made her feel a little bad. Yun frowned, and subconsciously disliked Xiaoyan. Hurt Xiaoyan, Ji Yufei frowned again, not believing what he had heard, and his anger rose suddenly. Unexpectedly, Xun'er, this woman, actually thought of him in this way. Hurt Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan is not worthy. Xun'er was too arrogant, he clearly didn't care, but Xun'er always felt that he was holding a grudge against her and Xiaoyan. He even came to the extent of traveling thousands of miles to the Monster Mountain Range in the northwest continent under the name of training, in order to kill Xiaoyan as soon as possible. Ji Yufei laughed in anger, his expression was very disdainful. He is not worthy of me to think about him like this. Looking at Xun'er, Ji Yufei's eyes added a bit of disgust. You are not worthy either. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels lost, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. After saying this, Ji Yufei felt upset, so he turned around and said softly to Yun who was a little dazed, your injury is not fully healed yet, you should rest more. Yun nodded, and before she could figure out the complicated relationship between them, she walked into the cave with Ji Yufei. Only Xun'er and Ling Ying were left outside. Xun'er briefly put brother Xiaoyan behind her mind, looked at the backs of Ji Yufei and Yun side by side, and murmured, who is this woman, what is the relationship between brother Ji Yufei and her? Xun'er was very angry, but also a little disappointed. After all, Ji Yufei was her ex-husband, and the two had just divorced not long ago. How could Ji Yufei get so close to other women? Moreover, Yun's appearance and posture were both excellent, and her noble temperament made Xun'er feel a little uneasy. She thought she didn't take the words Ji Yufei blurted out just now to heart, but the system's faithful prompts still exposed her thoughts. Facing Ji Yufei's disgust, Xun'er felt a little hurt. How did the good things in the past become his sword stabbing her? She was a little lost and took a deep look at the cave. The entrance of the cave was blocked by Ji Yufei, and Xun'er couldn't see the inside, so she couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. What will happen between Ji Yufei and that woman in there? Chapter 32. Xun'er was sulking because Ji Yufei refused to answer her questions directly and left her to take the woman into the cave. Ling Ying, who had never spoken like a transparent person, witnessed this farce and hesitated. Miss, since Master Ji Yufei said so, he would never deal with Xiaoyan. Master Ji Yufei is very prestigious among the younger generation of the clan. Although I don't know much about him, I know that he not only relies on absolute strength to convince others, but also relies on personal charm. At least with my eyes, I can't see any concealment or lies from him. Looking at the angry Xun'er, Ling Ying couldn't help but speak. He believed in Ji Yufei in his voice. Ji Yufei was a man who valued his promises and kept his words. Since he said that he didn't deal with Xiaoyan, he really didn't. On the one hand, Ji Yufei was a genius that Ling Ying needed to look up to, and his status was extremely noble. Ling Ying respected Ji Yufei from the bottom of her heart. When he first learned that Ji Yufei wanted to marry Xun'er, Ling Ying didn't say a word. After all, he had watched Xun'er grow up, so naturally he had a few more filters, and felt that no man in the world was worthy of Miss Xun'er. But after observing for a while, Ling Ying recognized his identity as Xun'er's husband from the bottom of his heart. Before, Xun'er asked Ling Ying to contact Xiaoyan, but Ling Ying didn't want to. Obviously, Xiaoyan was inferior to Ji Yufei in every way. Between Xiaoyan and Ji Yufei, Ling Ying obviously preferred Xun'er and Ji Yufei to get together. The combination of two gifted people must be more perfect. Although Xiaoyan had a good temper and was calm enough, his talent was far inferior to Ji Yufei. However, Ling Ying couldn't stand Xun'er's stubbornness. In addition, he had been with Xun'er for many years, so he had to lean towards Xun'er and help Xun'er pass on the information. Master Ling, of course I understand the truth. Since Ji Yufei said he would not attack brother Xiaoyan, it is a done deal. There is absolutely no possibility. Just now I was so angry and reckless that I questioned him without thinking. Xun'er lowered her head and said in a low voice. Although she always refused to let others go, she now blamed herself a little. Last time, Xun'er was so angry that Ji Yuyao sent people to deal with Xiaoyan that she misunderstood Ji Yufei without knowing right from wrong. She thought she would not repeat the same mistake, but she did not expect that this time. Just now, watching Ji Yufei and Yun Yun walking together very pleasingly and stepping into the cave side by side, Xun'er felt more and more uncomfortable. She bit her lower lip and suddenly said, "No, I want to go in and take a look. What if that woman has bad intentions? They must not have any accidents in there." Ling Ying had no choice but to hold his forehead and responded. But he did not intend to go in, but just waited outside. Xun'er hesitated for a moment and planned to enter the cave. Just as she was about to enter the cave, her expression changed and a sound of breaking wind sounded in the sky. "Human, you are not allowed to enter the cave without the master's permission. Stand back." The purple crystal-winged lion king hovered in the sky, and its huge figure enveloped the sky. It lowered its head and warned Xun'er and Ling Ying very seriously. The broken horn on its head was still aching, but it had been stopped by Ji Yufei. On this day, the purple crystal-winged lion king was in a tense state and never relaxed. There were too many strong people encountered today. Not only did it encounter Do Huang Yun Yun who came to ask for the purple spirit crystal and cut off half of its beast horn, but also a Do Zong strongman like Ji Yufei. Moreover, among the people who came to Ji Yufei later, there were actually Do Huang peak level. Ling Ying didn't seem to have a sense of existence. He existed as a shadow and was used to hiding himself. But the purple crystal-winged lion king was also quite afraid of Ling Ying. It stared at Ling Ying, estimating his strength in its mind. When it warned him, its eyes were also vigilantly on Ling Ying. However, the purple crystal-winged lion king understood that even if he was not an opponent, he had to come up to stop him, so as to show his loyalty to Ji Yufei. Besides, these two people obviously knew their master and would not attack him. In response to the purple crystal-winged lion king's whispered warning, Xun'er looked up at it, not afraid at all. She shouted in a slightly sharp voice, "Get out of the way." The purple crystal-winged lion king paused, and anger surged in his heart. Ling Ying didn't want to offend him, but it didn't mean that this arrogant little girl could act recklessly. The purple crystal-winged lion king's voice was quiet for a moment, and then a subtle fluctuation spread in the air. Ling Ying keenly sensed the condensation of fighting spirit, and his eyebrows slightly frowned. He walked forward a few steps and stood in front of Xun'er, blocking the sight of the purple crystal-winged lion king Yinwu. Ling Ying turned around and persuaded Xun'er, "Miss, Master Ji Yufei may be angry now, so we should not go in for the time being. It won't be too late to explain after Master Ji Yufei calms down. If you go now, you'll just run into his gun. I'm afraid you won't be able to calm him down." Under Ling Ying's persuasion, Xun'er hesitated for a moment and finally calmed down. She glanced coldly at the entrance of the cave and waited outside the cave. The faintly condensed fighting spirit finally dispersed, and Ling Ying breathed a sigh of relief. If Xun'er couldn't be persuaded, I'm afraid he would have to fight hard with the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Even if they didn't take it seriously, they would inevitably get injured. On the other side, Yun Yun and Ji Yufei walked into the cave side by side. Yun Yun noticed the burning gaze from Xun'er behind her, but she didn't say anything. The two continued to walk a few steps inside, and Yun Yun finally couldn't help but ask, "Is the Xiao Yan you just mentioned the Xiao Yan from the Xiao family in Wudin City?" Yun Yun's intuition told her that these two Xiao Yans were the same person. However, Yun Yun was puzzled as to how a loser from the small Wudin city could know these top boys and girls. Yeah, Ji Yufei nodded nonchalantly, and said, very calmly, without saying anything else. He could sense that Xun'er and Ling Ying were still outside the cave. This made Ji Yufei feel a little unhappy. It was not because Xun'er was jealous of Xiao Yan. It was just because Ji Yufei was a normal person, and he would naturally feel unhappy when he was wrong for no reason and was speculated about. At this moment, Ji Yufei let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had separated from Xun'er now, and Xun'er's influence on him was not great. If it had been before, he would have been distracted for the whole day, constantly doubting himself. Ji Yufei shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. At this moment, he suddenly missed the simple girl with purple hair and purple eyes who was waiting for him to return in the small valley. At least, when she was around, Ji Yufei never had any bad negative emotions. Chapter 33, I won't stay in the Monster Mountain range for long. Ji Yufei paused, then continued, "Since I saved you this time, it can be considered that we are destined to be together. Next, I will help you break the seal of your body." Considering that Xianxia is still in that small valley, waiting for him to return alone, Ji Yufei doesn't want to stay here any longer. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun feels grateful, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Thank you. Hearing this, Yun Yun's eyes showed a hint of gratitude. She wisely didn't ask Ji Yufei why he was in a hurry to leave. Ji Yufei was about to start helping Yun Yun, but his movements paused again and said bluntly, "To help you break the seal, I need my palm to touch your body and input the fighting spirit into your body." Well, I'm not the kind of person who sticks to details. Yun Yun smiled, looking unconcerned, and responded softly. Next, Ji Yufei's palm gently rested on Yun Yun's slender back. His big palm was hot, and the hot body temperature carried the fighting spirit into Yun Yun's body continuously. Yun Yun's stagnant meridians were gently impacted by Dou Qi, and suddenly broke open. That feeling, sore but warm all over, Yun Yun couldn't help but moan. After she reacted, her ear tips were instantly filled with crimson. Although Yun Yun was not young, and was the leader of a sect, she had almost no experience in men and women, and had never had such close contact with men. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun felt shy, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. She twisted a little with some struggle, but Ji Yufei held her shoulder with one hand. "Don't move," he whispered in Yun Yun's ear, his expression was quite focused. Yun Yun's whole body froze, her cheeks flushed, and her fingertips were shy pink. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun felt shy, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. The seal was almost broken, and Ji Yufei released his hands. "Thank you," she whispered, her eyes wandering, still a little shy. Ji Yufei received the reminder of his emotion value, and looked at her thoughtfully. "The purpose of your coming here is to ask for the purple spirit crystal to refine the purple spirit pill. The purple spirit pill, the effect is to improve the cultivation of people in the realm of Dou Qi and Great Dou Qi. This pill is better than the purple crystal pill." Ji Yufei took out a pill from the ring and gave it to Yun Yun. This was made by him personally, and the effect is much better than the purple crystal pill. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun feels grateful, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Thank you very much, you have helped me so much." Yun Yun did not refuse, took the pill, secretly glanced at Ji Yufei, and thanked him again. "Then let's go." After sending the pill, Ji Yufei stood up and walked out of the cave first. Yun Yun stopped where she was, staring at his back for a moment, and then caught up with him. She realized what she had just done, and her mood was a little subtle. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun felt reluctant to leave, and her mood value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Hello, Master. Outside the cave, the purple crystal-winged Lion King greeted Ji Yufei respectfully when he saw him coming out. Ji Yufei responded indifferently, without even giving Xun'er a glance. On Xun'er's side, seeing Ji Yufei coming out of the cave, she quickly stood up and planned to explain the misunderstanding to Ji Yufei. Suddenly, her expression froze. Yun, who was behind Ji Yufei, had a ruddy complexion, a warm look in her eyes, and her hair was a little messier than before she went in. After careful observation, Yun and Ji Yufei were standing very close to each other, and there was an inexplicable special atmosphere between them that no one else could get involved. Xun'er couldn't help but have some strange thoughts in her mind. Could it be that something happened between the two of them in the cave just now? Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels sad, emotional value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Xun'er didn't know why she felt inexplicably sad. So, the explanation that she had carefully prepared for a long time was thrown behind her mind all at once. Xun'er took a few steps forward, stared at Ji Yufei's eyes, and asked loudly, "You two stayed in there alone for a whole hour, what on earth did you do?" Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels angry, emotional value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Hearing Xun'er's words, Ji Yufei didn't react for a while, but Yun knew that she had misunderstood. At the same time, this righteous questioning tone also let her know that Ji Yufei had a special relationship with the beautiful and noble girl in front of him. She ignored the emotions in her heart and wanted to explain, "This girl, it's not what you think." However, Yun was interrupted by Ji Yufei before she finished speaking. Ji Yufei looked a little impatient and said coldly, "What I did, what does it have to do with you?" Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels jealous and angry, emotional value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Hearing Ji Yufei's answer, Xun'er couldn't help but feel a little jealous. The next moment, the words came out without thinking, blurting out, "Ji Yufei, I didn't expect you to become like this. Take a good look at this woman, she's so much older than you, how can you like her?" Yun's appearance is mature and elegant, noble, tall, and compared to Xun'er and Ji Yufei, who are young and immature, she really looks like an elder sister. Open black lens bracket. Yun feels unhappy, emotional value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. But Yun heard this reckless words, and she was very unhappy. She wanted to explain, but was completely annoyed by Xun'er's thoughtless words. Xun'er's words at this time seemed very harsh. Yun should have ignored her attack, but she felt a strange emotion. She has a high status in the Jama Empire, when has she ever been looked down upon like this? Not to mention, she is still a young girl. Since Xun'er suspected that something happened between her and Ji Yufei, and said that she was old. What else could embarrass Xun'er more than fighting back with her own hands? Open black lens bracket. Yun has a competitive mood, emotional value plus 100. Close black lens bracket. Yun, who was aroused by the competitive spirit, actually reached out and held Ji Yufei's arm. At this moment, Ji Yufei's expression was a little stiff, like a piece of wood. He couldn't pull his arm out, and he couldn't pull it out. He could only let Yun lean on him tightly. Yun smiled charmingly. "Little girl, although I am a little older, I know more than a little girl like you. Ji Yufei doesn't like you, and there is a reason." Yun looked at Xun'er provocatively, her voice seemed to have a hook, and she said these words deliberately to anger Xun'er slowly. She also blinked her eyes artificially and leaned her body towards Ji Yufei. Feeling the stiffness of Ji Yufei's arm, Yun's lips curved up even more. Yun was usually cold and noble, and never took the initiative to approach any man. She was always high and mighty, and her eyes could not see any thoughts other than cultivation. If the people of the Jama Empire knew about this performance, they would probably be shocked. How could this still be the noble, cold and beautiful leader? She is clearly a demon. Chapter 34, 9.7%. Quote. Ji Yufei was stunned by Yun's sudden abnormal attitude. Especially, Yun was holding his arm and her body was still leaning against him. His arm seemed to touch a soft area of her body from time to time. This made Ji Yufei's cold face seem to have a little crack. Moreover, this kind of ambiguous physical contact was very subtle, which made Ji Yufei's heart beat faster. His brain was blank for a moment, and he felt the disorder of his heartbeat. But soon, Ji Yufei figured it out. Yun was like this because Xun'er's words just now made her angry, and the action she made at this moment was to deliberately anger Xun'er. How can you two? Xun'er saw Ji Yufei and Yun's ambiguous behavior, and her eyes froze. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er is jealous, and the emotion value is increased by 100. Close black lens bracket. She stomped her feet and became more jealous, and she was very angry at this moment. Ji Yufei, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's only been a short time since we've been apart, and you've already found a new lover. Who do you think I am? Open black lens bracket. Xun'er is angry, and her emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Jealous, angry. The system prompts faithfully inform Ji Yufei about Xun'er's emotional changes. Hearing her inexplicable jealousy, which then turns into anger, jealousy and other emotions, Ji Yufei feels even more disgusted. Xun'er is always pretending, and now it's just possessiveness. She doesn't necessarily care about herself. She just doesn't want to see the man who once loved her deeply, and soon there is another woman around him. And that woman is even as beautiful as her. Ji Yufei knows that although Xun'er is very angry now and looks angry, it seems that she really cares about him. However, once her brother Xiaoyan appears, then Xun'er will completely forget everything she just said. She will immediately throw herself into Xiaoyan's arms and will not think about these things at all. In Xun'er's heart, Xiaoyan will always be the first, and Ji Yufei is no longer interested in competing. No matter what I do, it's much better than your cheating in marriage. Ji Yufei looked at Xun'er with some contempt and said in a deep voice. His words were still filled with disgust and disdain, and did not change at all because of Xun'er's emotions. Ji Yufei was fed up with Xun'er's tireless interruptions and temper tantrums. After he lost the filter of his past love, he found that Xun'er was just a spoiled girl. Even if he really had something with Yun, now they are divorced and free to fall in love, what does it have to do with Xun'er? Why pretend to be a wife who caught him cheating, question him in the tone of his wife, and pretend to be affectionate? Sorry, I just didn't mean it. Hearing the conversation between Xun'er and Ji Yufei, Yun finally understood the relationship between the two and said sorry to Ji Yufei. At this moment, she understood that the relationship between Ji Yufei and Xun'er was probably more complicated. However, she just used Ji Yufei to vent her anger. Just now, seeing Xun'er's jealous and angry look, Yun was inexplicably happy, and couldn't help but curled her lips like a victory. At this time, her anger also subsided, so she let go of Ji Yufei's arm. At this time, she reacted again, and her actions just now were really too bold. It seems that Ji Yufei's arm has touched the sensitive parts of her body. Open black lens bracket. Yun has shy emotions, emotional value plus 100. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Yun's face looked more rosy than when she came out of the cave, and even her neck was faintly red. Even she herself didn't know what she did just now. In fact, it was not just to anger Xun'er. Rather, a large part of the reason was that she had developed some strange emotions towards Ji Yufei. How could Yun be that kind of woman? She was the most cold and noble, and she would never get angry about such things. If it were any other man, even if Xun'er said that to her, she would not get angry and hold the man's arm, and she would not be so bold as to say such slightly amorous words. Moreover, Yun really didn't notice the intimate and ambiguous physical contact between the two, or did she acquiesce in her heart? On the other hand, Xun'er had been stabbed into silence by Ji Yufei's sharp words. She was the most delicate, and she couldn't stand the disgust and disdain in Ji Yufei's eyes when he looked at her. In the past, it was only her turn to dislike Ji Yufei. Since when did Ji Yufei look at her with only negative emotions in his eyes? She sighed, and actually missed the past. But soon, Xun'er realized what she was thinking. Her face changed, she gritted her teeth, and stared at Ji Yufei with dissatisfaction. Master Ji Yufei was probably breaking the seal on that girl just now. As a bystander, Ling Ying naturally had to see things more clearly. He noticed some changes in Yun's cultivation and explained to Xun'er. So that's how it is. They didn't do anything dirty in there. Hearing this, Xun'er suddenly realized. She couldn't help but feel guilty for some of the words she said just now. In fact, this is also human nature. Yun's appearance and temperament did make Xun'er feel a little threatened. I'm sorry, Ji Yufei. Xun'er was going to apologize. At this time, Ji Yufei was too lazy to pay attention to her, but turned to the Lion King and said, "Lion King, what else do you want to prepare?" "Master, what I am most worried about is my child who has not grown up yet. If I leave, I'm afraid that the surrounding monsters will attack my child." Quote. The Lion King said worriedly, "Don't worry about this, I will set a seal in your child's cave to keep it safe. After a few years, it will completely absorb the energy of the companion purple crystal source inside, and that will be the time for you to reunite." Ji Yufei said lightly, and then went directly to the Lion King's cave. Yun Yun didn't want to face Xun'er and Ling Ying alone, so she also spread her fighting spirit wings and followed Ji Yufei. After the Lion King told his child, the little purple crystal beast, Ji Yufei began to seal the cave. With his strength, the seal will not be broken unless there is an extremely strong Dou Zong Peak or Dou Zun strongman. Next, Ji Yufei went directly to the Lion King's back. In this vast northwest continent, it would be more convenient to have a 6th-level magic beast to travel. In terms of speed, although it is not as fast as flying by yourself, it is enough. Goodbye, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely thank you for this favor. Quote. Open black lens bracket. Yun Yun feels reluctant to leave, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Yun Yun said goodbye to Ji Yufei, feeling a little reluctant, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. This was the first time she had such a strange emotion towards a man. Chapter 35, 10%. After Ji Yufei and Yun Yun parted ways, he only wanted to see Xianxia as soon as possible. I wonder how she is doing in the valley alone. He sat on the back of the purple crystal-winged Lion King and quickly rushed to the valley where Xianxia was. It seems that I misunderstood him again. Xun'er saw Ji Yufei and Yun Yun separate and heard their conversation just now. She realized that she might have misunderstood Ji Yufei again. The jealousy before dissipated completely, and Xun'er bit her lower lip. Open black lens bracket. Xun'er feels guilty, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. She felt a little guilty, wondering if her attitude just now was a bit too much, and wanted to catch up with Ji Yufei to make things clear. However, she hesitated for a moment. Xun'er knew that Ji Yufei hated her very much now and was unwilling to stay with her. After a long time, Xun'er sighed, and finally watched Ji Yufei's figure disappear from sight like a meteor in the distance, without moving a step. Forget it, let's find Brother Xiaoyan first, I don't know how he is doing alone. Ling Ying followed silently, and the two began to look for Xiaoyan's traces in the mountains again. No one mentioned the chaos just now. At this moment, in the small valley, Xianxia has been waiting for Ji Yufei for most of the day. If it were in the past, in such a place with rich energy and beautiful scenery, Xianxia could stay alone for a long time. But when it came to waiting for Ji Yufei, even in this short half-day, her mind was very confused. She loved to think wildly. A few butterflies flew around the window, and Xianxia held her chin with one hand, watching them entangled. The sun slanted down, and the girl's delicate face had no expression, and the corners of her mouth that were always raised when facing Ji Yufei had no arc at this moment. During the half-day she waited in the valley, her face was always a little gloomy. After putting her messy hair behind her small ears, Xianxia began to read the medical book seriously. After a while, she leaned back in her chair and sighed. Xianxia was actually a pessimistic person. Now she was the only one in this huge valley, and she always liked to think about negative things. She also thought, what if Ji Yufei actually lied to her and would never come back after leaving this time? At that time, should she hate that boy? Her mind was very complicated, her eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked like a weak willow in the wind. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is irritable, and the emotional value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. When Ji Yufei approached the valley, he received a prompt from the system. At this moment, the girl in the room was still reading the medical book that she couldn't read, but soon she noticed a sound of breaking wind. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is surprised, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. She looked up with great surprise, and what she saw was a fierce and huge monster. The monster was huge, and the surface of its body, which was 7 or 8 meters long, was actually covered with a layer of purple crystals. The sunlight shone, and the light was dazzling. The head of the monster was a lion head with a rather ferocious appearance, with blood-red eyes with strange purple light, and a huge mouth full of fangs. On the lion head, there was a half-remaining fiery red spiral horn, and clusters of purple flames swirled around the tip of the horn. On the side of the huge lion body, there was a pair of purple wings. When the purple wings flapped, clusters of light purple flames swept out like a flamethrower. The 4 thick claws were also covered with a layer of purple crystals. Every time they stepped down, the void would tremble. It was hard to imagine how powerful it was. The huge monster stood in the void, and an invisible pressure descended from the sky, making Xianxia tremble. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is afraid, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. However, the monster did not seem to have any malice, and it slowly landed on the ground. When Xianxia saw clearly that there was a very familiar figure standing on the back of the monster, the corners of her mouth curled up and her eyes were curved with a smile. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is happy, and the emotion value is 100 close black lens bracket. She lifted the hem of her long skirt and ran over anxiously. The silver bells rang, and the pretty girl ran towards Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei jumped off the back of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. "You've been waiting for a long time, I'm anxious to come back to see you. This is the mount I subdued. Were you scared by it just now?" When Ji Yufei spoke to Xianxia, he spoke softly and his voice was very gentle. "Yeah," Xianxia nodded slightly, her face slightly red. "Brother Ji Yufei is anxious to come back to see me." Open black lens bracket Xianxia feels shy, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei touched the tip of his nose. He hadn't seen Xianxia for a long time, and he had a lot to say to her. The two of them stood beside the purple crystal-winged Lion King and chatted. The Lion King was tall and just blocked the sunlight for them. "This is a 6th level magic beast. In the future, if we want to go to other places, it can take us." Open black lens bracket Xianxia is surprised, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. "You can subdue a 6th level monster." Open black lens bracket Xianxia is worried, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Her eyes fell on Ji Yufei with a trace of worry. "The monster looks very ferocious, are you not injured?" Ji Yufei felt his heartbeat quicken for a moment with just a simple concern. This was the first girl who cared about whether he was injured since he became a Dozong. Xun'er and Yun knew that he was powerful, but they never asked if he would be injured. Ji Yufei smiled more gently and touched the girl's head. "Of course not, how could I be injured?" Then, the two continued to spend 2 days in the small valley. The days without worries and pressure were really beautiful, and Ji Yufei never mentioned leaving. However, Xianxia knew very well that someone as outstanding as Ji Yufei, who was destined to be extraordinary, would not stay in such an isolated small valley for a long time. She couldn't help but worry. Ji Yufei was practicing, but he kept receiving system prompts. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is worried, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is reluctant to leave, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. "This silly girl, what are you thinking about?" Ji Yufei also saw some of her emotional changes. Just when Ji Yufei was about to speak, Xianxia spoke first. "Brother Ji Yufei, if you have other things to do, you don't have to worry about me. I can live well here alone. Are you trying to drive me away?" Hearing this, Ji Yufei pretended to be angry. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is panicked, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. No, Xianxia shook her head repeatedly. "I just think that this place is not suitable for your experience. The outside world belongs to you. Xianxia, if I go somewhere else, are you willing to go with me?" Ji Yufei asked very seriously. The air was silent for a moment, and Ji Yufei felt a little uneasy. "Yes," Xianxia nodded and agreed without hesitation. Chapter 36, 10.3%. "Well, prepare yourself these few days and leave with me then." Ji Yufei reached out and touched Xianxia's head, his eyes showing a gentle look that he had never had since his divorce from Xun'er in the ancient world. Open black lens bracket Xianxia feels shy, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. She secretly glanced at Ji Yufei, with a smile in her eyes. The edge of the magic beast mountain range. 8 Extreme Collapse. In a dense forest, a black giant ruler chopped a swift-winged wolf's waist at a tricky angle. Suffering such a heavy blow, the swift-winged wolf let out a wail and fell to the ground completely. The person fighting was Xiaoyan. He was on the edge of the Magic Beast mountain range, honing himself in battle every day and growing up from life and death battles. This time, the swift-winged wolf that Xiaoyan faced was a second-level magic beast, known for its speed. It was quite difficult for high-level fighting masters to deal with it. If it weren't for the training during this period, which gave him a lot of combat experience, Xiaoyan would not have been able to kill the Gale Wolf in such a short time. However, although Xiaoyan defeated the Gale Wolf, his neighbor was also injured and blood was constantly flowing out. Damn beast! Xiaoyan cursed inwardly and walked towards a cave not far away. He did not choose to collect the body of the Gale Wolf, but planned to let its breath shock the surrounding monsters, so that he could relax for a while. On the other side, Xun'er and Ling Ying were already very close to this place. Xun'er's eyes moved, and she stopped at the entrance of a cave as if she had sensed something in her heart. Ling Ying looked at her and carefully probed into the cave. He sensed a familiar, weak breath. "Miss, we found him." Xun'er and Ling Ying continued to search for 2 whole days, and finally found Xiaoyan. Xun'er and Ling Ying hurried into the cave. Xun'er was very surprised to see Xiaoyan sitting cross-legged and practicing with his eyes closed. But when her beautiful eyes turned, she found that there were almost dried blood and scars on Xiaoyan's arm. Xun'er. Xiaoyan opened his eyes and was surprised to see Xun'er suddenly appear. "Brother Xiaoyan, are you okay?" Xun'er asked with concern, bandaging the wound on Xiaoyan's arm with heartache. The two met again, and Xiaoyan did not ask where Xun'er had been during this period. He knew in his heart that Xun'er was a person he could not catch up with at present, and he could not expect Xun'er to stay with him all the time. He had to work harder. The two sat down, and Xun'er helped him wipe the blood off his arm. Her movements were very gentle. She bit her lower lip, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Brother Xiaoyan, I'm sorry." Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked at her in confusion. "Someone wanted to kill you before, it was because of me, my family. I'm sorry." Xun'er lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Xiaoyan. But Xiaoyan gently touched her head. "It's okay, how could I blame you?" Immediately, his eyes narrowed, and his still young face was cold. Can a big force take people's lives at will? Xiaoyan's words inevitably carried anger. He had not yet learned how to restrain his emotions. Thinking of Yao Lao who had not yet awakened in the ring, Xiaoyan frowned. Before, Ji Yu Yao just said it casually, and his men came from afar to the northwest continent, and killed him as soon as they met. Of course, Xiaoyan could not fight against the strong men of the ancient clan, and ended up in a situation of life and death. If it weren't for the critical moment, Yao Lao saw the opportunity to rescue him, I'm afraid he would have died. So at this moment Xiaoyan was still angry. Of course, he didn't blame Xun'er. Xun'er's life experience was mysterious, I'm afraid she was helpless. After that, Xiaoyan told his next plan. "Xun'er, I want to train in the Monster Mountain Range. While improving my cultivation, I will also look for elixirs to restore soul trauma." Even now, Xiaoyan still hasn't mentioned the existence of Yao Lao to Xun'er. Xun'er also understood him, and didn't ask him why he suddenly wanted to restore soul trauma. She remembered the mysterious strong man beside Xiaoyan before, and because of the previous things, she felt very guilty, and said seriously, "Brother Xiaoyan, don't worry, I will find the medicine to restore soul trauma for you as soon as possible." Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion, and he agreed. He closed his eyes again and took the time to restore the consumed Dou Qi. The cave fell into silence. Misty Valley. After living in the valley with Xianxia for 2 or 3 days, Ji Yufei was finally ready to leave here. That day, he took Xianxia to the back of the Lion King and planned to cross the Monster Mountain Range. Ji Yufei grabbed Xianxia's slender waist, jumped up, and landed on the Lion King's broad back. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia feels reluctant to leave, and her emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. After Xianxia came up, she looked back at the small valley with a nostalgic look. "Brother Ji Yufei, can we come back here in the future?" Ji Yufei touched her furry head. "Of course, I'll take you back whenever you want to." The little doctor smiled sweetly. Then, a transparent energy shield appeared on the back of the Lion King. This is to protect the people inside from the hurricane caused by high-speed flight. This is extremely dangerous to the people of the Gamma Empire, but it does not affect Ji Yufei at all. Those low-level monsters, sensing the breath of the Lion King, all crawled on the ground. How dare they come out to block the way? The purpose of Ji Yufei's trip is to cross the Monster Mountain Range and go to the eastern border of the Gamma Empire. The eastern border is close to the Tager Desert, where there is the strange fire that Ji Yufei needs in the second copy of the Demon Fire Remnant map. When the Lion King flew for a long time, Ji Yufei took out a pill from a jade bottle and planned to feed it to the Lion King to restore its strength. Is this the elixir? It's really not comparable to the crude fusion of medicinal materials I used with ordinary flames. Looking at the roundness and luster of the elixir surface, Xianxia showed admiration. Not everyone needs to make elixirs. I'll be by your side in the future. I can make any elixir you need. Ji Yufei spoke softly. He knew that Xianxia's dream was to become an alchemist, but unfortunately, the attributes did not match. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is moved, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Listening to Ji Yufei's words, Xianxia nodded obediently, with a smile in her eyes. She was relieved that she could not become an alchemist. After a few days of flying, the purple crystal-winged Lion King finally arrived at the edge of the desert. Perhaps because of the proximity to the desert, the weather here is quite dry and hot, and the scorching hot air makes passers-by sweat profusely. The scorching sun sprinkled down from the sky, baking the ground under his feet and constantly emitting suffocating heat. The heat slowly rose up, causing people's vision to be distorted and blurred. From a distance, the entire desert seemed to be distorted. Chapter 37. The purple crystal-winged Lion King stopped briefly at the edge of the desert. The surrounding climate was too hot. It's so hot. Without the protection of the shield, Xianxia's forehead was constantly sweating, and her long purple hair was wet and sticky. She loved cleanliness the most, but she saw Ji Yufei was thinking about something, so she didn't disturb him. She just shook her wrist silently to fan herself. Although she had made some preparations before coming, there were always omissions. Xianxia was wearing a little thick clothes now. Qingshan town is like spring all year round, so the clothes are a little thicker. It's so hot here. Ji Yufei turned his head to look at her and waved his right hand. A layer of Dou Qi barrier enveloped the two of them, and Xianxia soon felt that the climate became much more comfortable. Open black lens bracket Xianxia has a happy mood, and the mood value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. After some adjustments, the purple crystal-winged Lion King flew back into the sky and flew towards Ji Yufei's destination. Ji Yufei's first destination was Hebadong, who was hiding in the desert city after his cultivation was sealed by Queen Medusa. Looking at the yellow city gradually appearing in his vision, Ji Yufei did not slow down and directly ordered the purple crystal-winged Lion King to fly over. Xianxia sat on the Lion King's back and looked at the city not far away. Her pupils dilated with excitement, and her whole body was about to stick out. Open black lens bracket Xianxia is excited, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Brother Ji Yufei, the desert scenery is so beautiful. This is the first time I have seen a city in the desert. Ji Yufei pulled her back helplessly. Be careful, I won't catch you if you fall. Xianxia pouted and sat back obediently, but her expression was still looking at the bottom reluctantly. Her eyebrows were raised high, and her face suddenly turned a beautiful pink, and her eyes were wide open. Open black lens bracket Xianxia feels shy, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Brother Ji Yufei, why are those people dressed so coolly? Ji Yufei looked in the direction of the voice, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Although he knew the description in the original book, it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange like Xianxia. As they gradually approached the city, more and more passers-by appeared. And most of these passers-by were shirtless. Their skin was dark and lean, and they looked quite bold at first glance. And the women who occasionally passed by, although their skin was also slightly dark, had a somewhat sexy bronze color. The women here were not as reserved and shy as the women in the empire. A set of tight leather clothes just covered their chests and a little bit of the ground below. And those slender waists were boldly exposed. The slender and tight thighs were also just wrapped in some short skirts or shorts. When walking, the waist twisted like a water snake, which had a charming charm and style. This style is very similar to modern. Ji Yufei was used to the reserved and restrained dress. When he saw these hot-dressed women by chance, his eyes were stunned. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia felt jealous, and the emotion value increased by 100. Close black lens bracket. Xianxia certainly noticed his reaction, bit her lower lip, and turned her head away in anger. The next moment, Ji Yufei retracted his sight, sighed helplessly, and looked at Xianxia with some amusement. He said to himself, "It's just like that, not as good looking as our Xianxia." Open black lens bracket. Xianxia felt proud, and the emotion value increased by 100. Close black lens bracket. Xianxia snorted and turned her head. They joked with a smile, and Xianxia lowered her head and looked up at the yellow city whose specific scale could be seen. Inside the city, a complex of urban buildings with unique desert characteristics appeared in the field of vision. The strange-looking houses and buildings were eye-opening. Above the city gate, 2 huge light red fonts were carved on the city wall. From a distance, it actually had a faint bloody feeling. "Mochung," Ji Yufei said softly and smiled. As the purple crystal-winged Lion King flew over and gradually lowered its flight altitude, the originally slack city guards and pedestrians outside were all terrified. Open black lens bracket. Ji Yu Rao has fear, and the emotion value increases by 0.1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mo Sha has fear, and the emotion value increases by 0.1. Close black lens bracket. Most people have never seen such a huge monster like the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Ji Yufei's eyes swept over them calmly, and soon after, the Lion King stopped directly above the city. Next, Ji Yufei put his arm around Xianxia's waist, stepped on the void and landed in the city. The city guards, who were originally bullies, only looked at him with fear, shrank back and dared not speak. His appearance immediately caused a huge sensation in the city. Open black lens bracket. Yuan Jing felt shocked, and his emotion value increased by 0.1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Huang Lian felt admiration, and his emotion value increased by 0.1. Close black lens bracket. The desert environment is closed, outsiders generally do not come in, and people inside do not go out. People in this kind of place have never seen such a big scene. A boy who looks only 16 or 17 years old not only has such a terrifying flying monster, but can even fly in the air. It's incredible, Xianxia chuckled. The reactions of these people are exactly the same as when she first saw Ji Yufei's strength, which is of course normal. After all, anyone who sees a monster like Ji Yufei will be shocked. Then, Ji Yufei paused and called a passerby. "Excuse me, where is the shop selling maps?" The passerby just saw the calm-looking boy jump down from the huge monster and land easily from midair to the ground. He dared not answer such a strong man, and directly told Ji Yufei the location of the best map shops in the city. Let's go eat something first." After asking for the way, Ji Yufei did not rush to take her to find it, but planned to take Xianxia to find a restaurant in the city for dinner. After all, they had been traveling for a long time. He was fine, but Xianxia was not as good as him, so he was probably a little hungry. At this time, because the Lion King was still staying over the city, the whole city was very afraid. From time to time, there were fearful eyes cast at the huge flying monster in the sky. The monster was calm, but the pedestrians below were probably scared to death. Even if it had no desire to attack, it was like a knife hanging over their heads. How could they not be afraid? Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said to Ji Yufei, "Why don't we let the Lion King go outside first? This will scare the people in the city." Okay. Hearing this, Ji Yufei nodded. Since Xianxia proposed it, although he didn't care about it, he agreed directly. He sent a message to the Lion King and asked the Lion King to hover outside the city. When Ji Yufei and Xianxia were having dinner in the restaurant, an old man with white hair walked out of an ancient shop in the city. He also saw the 6th-level flying monster, and a deep thought flashed in his eyes. Could it be that someone has discovered me? Chapter 38. 10.8%. No, I think too much. After such a thought came to his mind, the old man shook his head again. He thought that if someone found him here, they would definitely come here directly. But now, after an incense stick of time, there was still no movement here. At this time, The turmoil in the city was slowly recovering as the purple crystal-winged Lion King flew away from the sky above the city. Therefore, he dispelled his worries. Are you full? In Mochung, on the balcony of a restaurant called Liang, Ji Yufei looked at the little doctor opposite with a smile on his face. Yeah, I'm full. Hearing this, the little doctor nodded with a smile, and then took out the handkerchief he carried with him to wipe the oil stains on the corners of his mouth. Although the conversation between the two was extremely plain, it was this plainness that further indicated an advancement in their relationship. Now, the two of them no longer have the restraint they had when they first met. Everything is very relaxed and casual. This way of getting along is the most comfortable. Then, come with me to buy a map now. Ji Yufei stood up and left the restaurant with Xianxia. Next, Ji Yufei and Xianxia walked through several streets in the city and soon came to the quaint shop before. The shop was called Gutu. It was not as luxurious and ostentatious as other shops. At first glance, it had a faint sense of quaintness. Ji Yufei and Xianxia walked into the shop side by side. The interior of the shop was not too spacious. The faint light of the two moonstones illuminated the shop quite brightly. There were not many people who came to buy maps inside, and it was a little deserted. Ji Yufei glanced around and finally stopped at an old man who was carefully making a map behind the counter with his head down. The old man was obviously quite old, but although he had a head full of white hair, the palm holding the black pen was still steady and powerful. It seems that this person is Hai Bodong. Ji Yufei smiled and said to himself in his heart, but did not go directly to the counter to ask. At this moment, Ji Yufei's aura was restrained. Even Hai Bodong, a former Dou Huang, could not see Ji Yufei's aura. Therefore, Ji Yufei and Xianxia's entry did not attract Hai Bodong's attention. Next, Ji Yufei came alone to an ancient wooden shelf in the corner of the store. This wooden shelf was obviously old and full of rotten wood holes. On it, some yellowed maps were randomly piled up. Looking at the broken marks on the surface of these maps, they seemed to be failed products when making maps. And this was exactly what Ji Yufei was aiming for. He flipped through these yellowed maps casually, and a faint musty smell came to his face, making him frown slightly. The next moment, Ji Yufei picked up a stack of failed works and shook his palm slightly. Under his shaking, a broken picture only the size of a palm suddenly fell from this stack of failed works. Sure enough, it's here. Ji Yufei was not surprised to see the fallen fragments of the map. He already knew all this. Once the fragments of the pure lotus demon fire are gathered together, they can become a secret means to check and balance the pure lotus demon fire when the demon fire is born. What is this? It looks like a treasure map, but it is seriously missing. Xianxia took a look at the fragments of the map in Ji Yufei's hand, and was a little curious about why Ji Yufei was holding such a thing. Haha, this is a good thing. Ji Yufei smiled and didn't explain too much. Instead, he took the fragments of the map to the counter and asked, "Old sir, do you have other fragments of this kind here?" Ji Yufei knew that Hai Bodong had another fragment of the map. He studied it for a long time after getting the fragments and didn't get the answer, so he divided his own into two. As Ji Yufei finished speaking, the old man at the counter finally stopped drawing the map and raised his head suddenly. His eyes were a little fierce, and there was a scary scar from his left cheek to the corner of his eye, which made Xianxia feel a little scared, and he subconsciously grabbed the corner of Ji Yufei's clothes. "Don't be afraid." Ji Yufei noticed Xianxia's actions and gently touched her head. "Have you ever seen this kind of incomplete map?" the old man asked in surprise. Open black lens bracket Hai Bodong has a surprised emotion, and the emotion value increases by 80 close black lens bracket. "Well, I have seen it before. I wonder if the old man can give up and sell this hidden map to me." Ji Yufei smiled and nodded. "No." The old man shook his head, and although his voice was flat, there was a sense of no doubt. "Old man, as long as you are willing to sell it, you can name any price." Although he was rejected by Hai Bodong, Ji Yufei still did not give up. He was determined to get this incomplete map of the demon fire. "Young man, don't think about this incomplete map of mine. I don't care about money, and don't think about robbing it. It won't do you any good if you do that." The old man at the counter waved his hand and said lightly. He didn't seem to be afraid that Ji Yufei would run away with the demon fire remnant map in his hand. "Brother Ji Yufei, since the old man is determined not to sell, let's go." Xiao Yixian said very simply. She didn't want Ji Yufei to conflict with the old man. In addition, in her opinion, Ji Yufei would not do such a thing of robbing. Don't worry, he will choose to sell it. Hearing this, Ji Yufei smiled at Xiao Yixian, then turned to look at the old man. You said so, the former Duhuang strongman. Who are you? As Ji Yufei's words fell, a fierce light suddenly emerged in the eyes of the old man at the counter, and a strong momentum spread. Open black lens bracket high bodong has shock and suspicion, emotional value plus 80 close black lens bracket. What's going on? This sudden change made Xiao Yixian a little surprised, but now she also knew some of Ji Yufei's strength, so she didn't panic about it. On Ji Yufei's side, he gave off a warm breath to protect Xiao Yixian, so that Xiao Yixian would not be affected by the icy and bone-eroding momentum. Young man, I didn't expect you to have some foundation. Looking at Ji Yufei, who was not damaged at all by his momentum, the white-haired old man couldn't help but be surprised. So, what is your choice now, old man? Ji Yufei nodded slightly without comment and smiled. I said that I would not sell it to anyone. If you plan to take it away by force, don't blame me for bullying the weak. He said lightly, and the white hair behind the old man moved without wind. The icy fighting spirit lingered around him. At this time, Xiao Yixian stood aside very obediently and did not interrupt. If I say that I can unlock the seal in your body, you won't consider it. Do you want to stay in this border town on the border for the rest of your life and be an ordinary shop owner selling maps? Chapter 39, 11.1%. Can you really break my seal? Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Hai Bodong's eyes flickered, and he was obviously a little shaken. Open black lens bracket Hai Bodong was hesitant, and his emotion value increased by 80 close black lens bracket. Do you know who put the seal on me? But soon, Hai Bodong's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm, and he laughed. You are just a young boy, and you dare to say that you can break the seal that I have been unable to do for decades. Open black lens bracket Hai Bodong was disdainful and suspicious, and his emotion value increased by 80 close black lens bracket. Haha, it seems that if I want you to believe, I must show my cultivation. Hearing Hai Bodong's sarcasm, Ji Yufei smiled and shook his head, and at the same time, he no longer deliberately restrained his cultivation aura. An extremely domineering aura spread from him, and in just a moment, Hai Bodong was stunned in place, with his pupils dilated. How is it possible? Even Queen Medusa back then was not so strong. Open black lens bracket Hai Bodong was horrified, emotional value increased by 80 close black lens bracket. This boy is so young, but he can actually possess such terrifying strength. It seems that he can really break my seal. Hai Bodong couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart, but at this time, he was also quite afraid of Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei's genius has simply refreshed his worldview. Open black lens bracket Hai Bodong has expectations and fears, emotional value increased by 80 close black lens bracket. Haha, old man, don't worry. Since I said I want to exchange, I won't do anything to snatch it. Knowing Hai Bodong's emotions, Ji Yufei smiled and said. Hearing this, Hai Bodong was relieved. If Ji Yufei wanted to rob him, he would really be helpless, because the momentum Ji Yufei showed just now, even if Hai Bodong was not sealed, he would not be Ji Yufei's opponent at all. My friend, I'll be honest with you. I was one of the top 10 strongest men in the Gamma Empire. Haibodong, I'm sure you've heard of me. Haibodong's address to Ji Yufei changed from boy to friend. And when he said this, he seemed to have some expectations in his heart. I've heard of it. The Ice Emperor's name is very famous. Hearing this, Ji Yufei nodded. His response made Haibodong look proud, and he sighed in his heart. Even though I have disappeared for so many years, my reputation is still spreading in the empire. Then where are you from? Haibodong continued to ask. I'm not from the Gamma Empire. Ji Yufei said bluntly. I came here because I learned that there was a strange fire in the Tager Desert, so I came to find it. On the side, Xiao Yixian was not surprised to hear these words. Ji Yufei had already told her about the search for the strange fire. So that's it. Hearing this, Hai Bodong was thoughtful. He did not doubt Ji Yufei's words. After all, it was difficult for a place like the Jia Empire to produce a demon like Ji Yufei. Perhaps, only the vast Zhongzhou could produce such a genius. You just said that you are willing to unseal me, but are you serious? The next moment, Hai Bodong finally mentioned his seal. Of course it's true. Ji Yufei nodded confidently. Hai Bodong's seal was done by Queen Medusa. If you want to unseal it, you can choose to use high-level elixirs to unseal it, or you can force the seal to break. With Ji Yufei's current cultivation, it is not difficult to do this. Okay, if you can really unseal me, you can take this incomplete map. In addition, I have been here for decades, and I can also provide you with some news about strange fire as a reward. After getting Ji Yufei's affirmative answer, Hai Bodong also showed his sincerity. Just this fragment is not enough. After Hai Bodong offered the reward, Ji Yufei smiled and shook his head, saying, there are some traces on one side of this fragment, which is different from the other side. It is obviously divided. I didn't expect this boy not only has a strong cultivation, but also has a very delicate mind. Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Hai Bodong's face changed slightly, and he was surprised again. Open black lens bracket. Hai Bodong was shocked, and his emotion value increased by 80. Close black lens bracket. My friend, you guessed right. This thing was indeed divided into two parts by me. The other part was hidden by me. If you can break my seal, I will give you that fragment. Hai Bodong hesitated for a moment and nodded. Before breaking the seal, he could not hand over the second fragment. Then let's start. Ji Yufei did not hesitate. It would not take much time to break a seal. I wonder how you plan to break my seal? Hai Bodong asked. During these years, he has been trying to find a way to break the seal, and found a recipe for a pill called Breaking Evil Pill. However, he had been unable to find an alchemist who could refine the 6th grade elixir and possess the strange fire, and he was still short of one medicinal ingredient. This seal can be directly broken with Dou Qi. As soon as the voice fell, a stream of hot Dou Qi emerged from Ji Yufei's palms. This majestic Dou Qi fluctuation made Hai Bodong's face pale instantly. He had no time to react, and his body was wrapped by Ji Yufei's powerful Dou Qi. Then, a large amount of Dou Qi began to flow into Hai Bodong's body. After a while, Hai Bodong's body trembled violently for a while, and his old face suddenly tensed up. On his forehead, the strange dark green energy condensed rapidly. After a while, it actually formed a dark green small energy snake pattern. These snake patterns are the key to sealing Hai Bodong's body Dou Qi. And now, Ji Yufei only needs to completely wipe out these snake patterns to break the seal. The next process may be a bit painful, be prepared. Ji Yufei reminded Hai Bodong, and then moved the seal in his hand, and a stream of energy suddenly surged out of Hai Bodong's body. Ah, at this moment, Hai Bodong's veins bulged, as if he was enduring great pain. However, this time was not long. After a while, those snake patterns were squeezed out of Hai Bodong's body by Ji Yufei's fighting energy. Those snake patterns had just left Hai Bodong's head, and there was a violent tremor, and then turned into a puff of green smoke, which dissipated. At the moment when the snake patterns left the body, Hai Bodong's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. The brilliance shot out from his eyes like a substance, and a fierce momentum, like a lion awakening, surged out from the body that had been suppressed for decades. Haha, this damn seal is finally gone. I have become the Duhuang again. The seal was broken, Hai Bodong's face was filled with ecstasy, and he raised his head and laughed wildly. Chapter 40, 11.4%, Yunlin Sect. As the most powerful sect in the Jama Empire, the Yunlin Sect is located directly on a majestic mountain only more than 10 miles away from the capital of the Jama Empire. Because of the name of Yunlin Sect, this mountain is also called Yunlin Mountain. A mountain is named after a sect, which shows that it is not ordinary. Yunlin Mountain is steep, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, and there is only one road leading to the top of the mountain. It can be said to be a dangerous place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Moreover, there are disciples of Yunlin sect patrolling all over the mountain at all times. The whole mountain is like a small fortress. Only 2 miles away from the foot of Yunlin Mountain, there are 50,000 cavalry stationed here by the empire. Although these 50,000 cavalry are called guarding the capital, anyone can see it. This is the ruler of the empire, guarding against this tiger near the capital. The size of Yunlin sect can be seen from this. At this moment, outside the main hall of the Yunlin sect, a middle-aged man with a rather elegant appearance stepped in a little anxiously. This man was the elder of the Yunlin sect, Ji Yuhe, and at the same time, he was also the most powerful alchemist in the Jama Empire. After hearing that Yun Yun had returned to the sect, Ji Yuhe quickly rushed over. Sect Master. At this time, Yun was also in the main hall. As soon as Ji Yuhi came in, he hurriedly greeted her and turned to look at her. Did the Sect Master get the purple spirit crystal on this trip? I heard that a very terrifying battle broke out in the Warcraft Mountains a few days ago. It should be between you and the purple crystal winged Lion King. Yun's eyes flickered, and she shook her head, silently indicating that she did not get the purple spirit crystal. Since she left the Warcraft Mountains, she has been a little absent-minded. Hearing this, Ji Yuhi also sighed. He thought that Yun's emotions were because she did not get the purple spirit crystal. If he had the purple spirit crystal, he could refine the purple crystal pill and give it to Yanran. But the next moment, Yun blinked, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She said, although I didn't get the purple spirit crystal, I accidentally got a pill that is better than the purple crystal pill from a young alchemist. Hearing this, Ji Yuhi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a little suspicious. Just as he was about to ask Yun, he was interrupted by Yun's words. I have given the pill to Yanran. At least, so far, the effect is very good, there are no side effects, and the cultivation has increased very solidly. It's so perfect that it doesn't look like a pill. Yun's voice was full of praise. After all, medicine is 3-point poison. Although most pills have mild effects, they are more or less poisonous. It's okay to take it occasionally, but taking it for a long time and in large quantities will easily damage the origin. Yun did not encourage Nalan Yanran to take the pill, but she was only thinking about improving her cultivation quickly, and she was confident in Ji Yuhi's ability to refine medicine, so she took the initiative to help him find the purple spirit crystal. But the pill that Ji Yufei gave her was different, she did not sense any toxicity. It was mild and harmless, and it seemed to have no side effects at all. It is estimated that in less than a month, after digesting the power of the pill, Nalan Yanran will be able to successfully break through to the realm of the great fighting master. Ji Yuhi frowned when he saw Yun's admiration for other alchemists. How powerful can the pill refined by a young man be? Moreover, for a Dou Qi who wants to touch the realm of the great Dou Qi, his purple crystal pill is the best choice. Where did the formula of this young man's pill come from? However, Ji Yuhi then checked with his own eyes and found that after Nalan Yanran took the pill, her cultivation was indeed very significant. Her aura was obviously much more depressed, and those Dou Qi seemed to be cultivated in a real way, very stable. This pill is indeed better than the expected effect of the purple crystal pill. Such a result also made it difficult for Ji Yuhi to say what he had been holding in his heart. Before, Yun asked him to refine the pill, and he put forward a condition, that is, Yun and he had to go to the Tager Desert to find the strange fire. Yun readily agreed at that time, and promised Ji Yuhi that after Ji Yuhi successfully refined the purple crystal pill and gave it to Nalan Yanran, she would help him find the strange fire. But now, before he refined the purple crystal pill, Yun had already obtained a better and gentler pill from others, which made Ji Yuhi a little embarrassed to speak. After all, this was considered a broken promise, so how could he ask for compensation again? Ji Yuhi's lips moved, and although Yun was a little slow, she knew what he wanted to say after seeing it many times. Elder Ji Yuhi, don't worry, I will still help you with what I promised you before. Just consider it as a thank you for helping Yun Lan sect so much before. Yun said coldly. After all, Ji Yuhi has made great contributions to Yun Lan sect. You know, the pills of the Pill King are hard to find in the outside world. When Ji Yuhi helped them refine pills in Yun Lan sect, he usually only charged a very small fee, or asked them to accompany him to go out for a fight like this time. After all, although Ji Yuhi is good at refining medicine, he is still not strong enough to protect himself. Choosing a few powerful bodyguards and exchanging them for the pills he refined is his best choice. As the leader of the sect, Yun, although Ji Yuhi failed to help her this time, it would be unreasonable for her not to help. Thank you very much, Sect Master. Ji Yuhi was overjoyed, and then said, this should be done as soon as possible, and we will set off tomorrow. Yun agreed happily. In Shimo City, with the help of Ji Yufei, Hai Bodong finally recovered his Duhuang cultivation. He broke the seal and felt the long-lost fullness of his body. But Hai Bodong still didn't dare to attack Ji Yufei, and handed over the half of the incomplete map as promised at the beginning. In addition, He also gave Ji Yufei a map that he drew that might contain the location of the strange fire. Of course, Ji Yufei didn't actually need the location of the strange fire, because he knew that the strange fire had been taken away by Queen Medusa. Going there to look for it now would only be a wasted trip. All Ji Yufei needed was a map of the desert. Very good, thank you. Ji Yufei took it with a smile, and then took Xianxia out of the Gutu shop. Next, they had to really enter the desert. Shimo City was actually only the outer edge of the desert, and they were going to the deep desert where there was really no human habitation. The climate there was not good, it was very hot, and water resources were scarce, so Ji Yufei began to take Xianxia to purchase some supplies in Shimo City. In the desert, water is indispensable, and some food was also purchased. Xianxia followed Ji Yufei obediently, but Ji Yufei did not ask her to help carry things, but put them all into the ring. After collecting the supplies, they left the city, sat on the back of the Lion King, and set off again to the depths of the desert. Chapter 41. Could such a genius come from Zhongzhou? At this time, Hai Bodong had recovered his former Dou Huang strength. At this moment, his Dou Qi turned into wings and stayed in the air outside the desert city. He looked at Ji Yufei and Xianxia riding the huge flying magic beast amethyst-winged Lion King away with a trance in his eyes, and murmured in his heart. Hai Bodong could of course recognize that the huge magic beast was the overlord of the outer periphery of the magic beast mountain range, the 6th level magic beast, the amethyst-winged Lion King. The 6th level magic beast is equivalent to the human Dou Huang cultivation level, and the amethyst-winged Lion King is even in the middle of the 6th level. Even he has to be careful when facing it head-on. Now, Hai Bodong's cultivation has been restored and the seal has been broken. The Ice Emperor who was once so powerful has finally returned completely again. He was sealed by Queen Medusa and spent his cultivation in the stone desert city in a daze, guarding a small shop. Maybe Hai Bodong was lucky to meet Ji Yufei this time, or maybe he was unlucky and was blackmailed by Ji Yufei for a large sum of blood. In the past, the unruly Ice Emperor might have fought Ji Yufei happily. But now, after so many years of precipitation, he no longer had the spirit of the past. Moreover, although he could not see through Ji Yufei's strength, he could also sense how terrifying energy was buried in the body of the thin-looking boy. Therefore, the sudden surge in strength at this moment did not make Hai Bodong have any bad thoughts about Ji Yufei. He could be sure that Ji Yufei's strength was far beyond his. The aura emitted by Ji Yufei that time was much stronger than when Hai Bodong faced Queen Medusa. Intuition told Hai Bodong that this ignorant boy was very dangerous. As for those incomplete maps that didn't know what treasures were buried, although Hai Bodong didn't know what the incomplete maps were for, he could still know. The secrets hidden in these fragments of the map are definitely not small. After all, it was because of these fragments that he was hunted by Queen Medusa. He was embarrassed to end up with his cultivation sealed and hiding from place to place. Queen Medusa is such a person, the absolute queen of the snake people. As proud and powerful as she is, it is probably the first time that she will go to the ends of the earth to find Hai Bodong and those fragments of the map in person. I have disappeared for so long, and I should go back to the imperial capital to see how my old friends are doing now. After a while, Hai Bodong exhaled a breath of turbid air, his brows relaxed, and finally put aside the things about Ji Yufei and the fragments of the map in his mind. He spent too much energy and time on these things. Now that they were all taken away by Ji Yufei, he also felt a long-lost sense of relief. After all, it was too hard to guard the treasures and be afraid of when Queen Medusa would appear in front of him and kill him mercilessly. This time, Ji Yufei also untied his heavy burden. Before leaving, Hai Bodong took one last look at the huge city located at the junction of the desert and the land. Yellow sand filled the sky, enthusiastic people walked shoulder to shoulder through the streets. Everything was familiar, but today he had to say goodbye unexpectedly. Hai Bodong also thought that he might have been growing old in fear in the stone desert city. Fortunately, someone gave him the opportunity to go back. He sighed lightly, his expression slightly lonely. The secluded life for decades also made him, who was originally very indifferent, develop some feelings for this place. Hai Bodong did not look back, and his figure gradually moved away. He didn't know if he would come back in this life. The ancient map on the corner of the street was quietly closed. No one knew where the old store manager had gone. They only knew that the store had never opened again. On the other side, as the Lion King carried Ji Yufei and Xiao Yixian into the deeper part of the desert, the surrounding climate became hotter and hotter. However, staying on the back of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, with the energy shield to isolate her, Xiao Yixian did not feel the heat. She sat on the Lion King's broad back and looked at the scenery below. This place is too different from Qingshan town. Even though Xiao Yixian has seen it several times, she still can't help but marvel. Along the way, they saw a lot of cultural customs below, and also saw snake people, which made Xiao Yixian very curious. Is this the snake man? Brother Ji Yufei, it seems quite special to walk with a snake tail. Xiao Yixian was not afraid of these guys with human bodies. There was pure curiosity in her eyes. Ji Yufei just smiled and didn't tell her what a terrifying existence snake people are to humans. Once, Xiao Yixian yawned and looked down again. But she saw a battle between snake people and humans in the desert below. There were a dozen tall snake people in total, surrounding 7 or 8 humans. The snake people were tall and strong, making the humans among them look weak and pitiful. At this time, Ji Yufei said that most snake people hated humans and were cruel, and many of them killed people on sight. If nothing unexpected happened, these humans would be killed in this siege. The snake people and the humans of the Jama Empire hate each other, and this hatred has even reached the point where they will attack each other as soon as they meet. This hatred has accumulated over time. There is no absolute right or wrong. It is a disaster for both sides. Originally, Ji Yufei did not intend to intervene in this matter. However, Xiao Yixian saw this scene and asked Ji Yufei for help without hesitation. Brother Ji Yufei, help them, Xiao Yixian said in a pleading tone, with some pity in her eyes. Because she saw that among the humans below, there was a woman holding a child. Okay, hearing this, Ji Yufei glanced at Xiao Yixian. The panic in her eyes made Ji Yufei feel her kindness again. Xiao Yixian had spoken, so how could Ji Yufei remain indifferent? So he directly ordered the Lion King to fly over there. The size of the Lion King scared both sides and made them flee before they got close, and those humans got a glimmer of hope. With the speed of the Lion King, it took only half a day to get close to the city closest to the border of the Jama Empire, Shimo City. Ji Yufei stopped here. He remembered that Qinglan, the poor girl with half human blood and half snake blood, was in this city. According to Ji Yufei's understanding, Qinglan has a kind personality, but she has suffered unfair discrimination and abuse since she was a child. Even if she has a strong talent, she has never stimulated it. So, Ji Yufei had an idea. He wanted to take Qinglan to practice in advance. Perhaps, only when she is strong, those who once discriminated against and insulted her will not dare to do so again, and she can get fairness instead of unwarranted abuse and insults. Moreover, Qinglan is also an important character in the original work, and her luck must be good. If she can stay with him for a long time, it will also be helpful for Ji Yufei to collect emotional values. Chapter 42. This time, without Xiao Yixian's reminder, Ji Yufei did not let the purple crystal-winged Lion King fly into the city directly to cause panic like last time. Instead, he stopped a few miles outside the city and asked the Lion King to wait somewhere outside the city. He and Xiao Yixian entered the city in a low-key manner. After entering Shimo City, Ji Yufei still took Xiao Yixian to a restaurant first. Deep in the desert, yellow mountains were everywhere, and people would choke on a lot of yellow sand even if they took a breath. Although most cities have air filtering formations, they are not enough. Ji Yufei and Xiao Yixian flew all the way from high altitude, and the situation was better than on the ground. After all, they were protected by a protective shield. But the two of them just walked from outside the city to the city, and they were covered with a lot of yellow sand blown up by the strong wind. Xiao Yixian looked at her white dress with tears in her eyes and saw that it became a little dirty. There was also some yellow sand on her face. Ji Yufei looked down and chuckled, but the sharp-eared Xiao Yixian heard it and stared at him with a pair of big eyes. Were you snickering just now? Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian has doubts, emotional value plus 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei quickly cleared his throat and shook his head seriously. When Xiao Yixian was about to attack with her eyebrows raised, Ji Yufei spoke first. Let's find a place to take a bath first, and take you to buy clothes later. Okay. Xiao Yixian was attracted by his words, and her eyes lit up. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has excitement, emotional value plus 100 close black lens bracket. Really? Brother Ji Yufei, you can't lie to me. I saw a lot of shops along the way just now, and the clothes on display are all very beautiful. Ji Yufei laughed and touched her furry head. Okay, I'll give you all my money to buy clothes later. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is excited, emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia usually looks very calm, but she is a little girl after all, and she can't take her eyes off beautiful clothes. Xianxia accompanied him from Qingshan town to Shimo city without complaint. Of course he had to be nicer to this girl. Xianxia smiled and responded loudly, then hurried to take a bath. Ji Yufei didn't have any dirt on his body, but he took a bath. After all, he always felt that his body was a little dirty, so it was better to wash it. Soon, the two finished bathing and were clean. Xianxia changed into another long dress and took the lead to walk on the street. Ji Yufei followed her behind, with a smile on his face, looking at the lively girl in front of him. Since she came to the desert, her personality has become much more cheerful. She dared to make requests to him openly and would also joke. Ji Yufei was very happy, which meant that Xianxia trusted him very much now. No, since he invited Xianxia to leave Qingshan town without hesitation, this girl was destined to be with him. Her real personality was probably like this: she loved to laugh and make trouble. In Qingshan town, the gentle Xianxia was just a perfect mask to hide herself. Brother Ji Yufei, come up quickly. Xianxia looked back and found Ji Yufei standing there in a daze, so she hurriedly called him. I'm coming. Ji Yufei waved and walked towards Xianxia. These clothes are very exotic. Although they are not as close-fitting and bold as Xianxia had seen before, they also have a lot of hollows. Xianxia pinched a skirt, was silent for a moment, glanced at Ji Yufei, and her little face suddenly turned red strangely. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has shy emotions, emotional value plus 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei sat aside waiting for her to choose clothes. Hearing the system prompt, he looked over with some confusion. But she raised the corners of her mouth, as if she was laughing secretly, but her face was red. Your face is so red, are you feeling unwell? Ji Yufei asked with some concern before he left. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is panicked and shy, and her emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia seemed to be frightened by him, and she jumped away, her ears were red, and her eyes looked around. Nothing. Ji Yufei shook his head, picked up a few clothes picked by Xianxia, and went to pay the bill. When he turned around, he saw Xianxia's eyes full of stars. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is happy, and her emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Brother Ji Yufei, you are so handsome. When I was in Qingshan town before, the sister of the shop next door told me that a good man is one who is willing to spend money on a woman. After listening to her, Ji Yufei held his forehead helplessly and led the silly girl who kept mumbling back to the restaurant. The next day, Ji Yufei planned to find Qinglin. Qinglin's situation has been very tormenting. If he went one day earlier, he could get her out of that situation in advance. Although Ji Yufei claimed that he was not a good person, Qinglin's life in the original novel was not a decent life. In addition, she could also provide him with emotional value, so he planned to find Qinglin earlier. Xianxia, I sensed an extremely strong physique in this city yesterday, and I wanted to take a disciple. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has doubts, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Xianxia had some doubts on her face when she heard it, and muttered to herself, Brother Ji Yufei is going to take a disciple, so from now on, there will be one more person around me. Xianxia, when I find someone, I will take you with me. Stay in the room by yourself, don't go anywhere, and don't run around, understand? Ji Yufei instructed. Brother Ji Yufei seems to care about me very much. Hearing the tension in Ji Yufei's tone, Xianxia was stunned. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has a heart-beating emotion, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei didn't expect that a casual remark from him would cause such a big reaction from her. Xianxia didn't expect that her heartbeat would suddenly speed up. Before, when Ji Yufei had something to deal with, he would let her wait alone in the same place. No, I'm going now to see what kind of person the disciple you're going to accept, brother Ji Yufei. The corners of Xiao Yixian's mouth curled up, her eyebrows curved, and a smile appeared on her pale red lips. This smile was more beautiful than the short-lived night blooming Sirius at midnight. Ji Yufei looked at it, and his eyes could not help but be stunned. He coughed to cover up and quickly changed the subject. Open black lens bracket Xiao Yixian has a happy mood, and the mood value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Xiao Yixian smiled even more when she saw Ji Yufei's rare panic. Okay, let's go together. Next, Ji Yufei nodded in agreement and took Xiao Yixian to fly over the city. There was nothing under his feet, but he was flying freely in the sky as if he was walking on flat ground. And with Ji Yufei's strength, almost no one in the whole city could detect his existence and breath. Unless they saw it with the naked eye, they could not find his existence at all. In a corner of the city, there is a large manor, which is the base of the Shimo City Desert Iron Mercenary Group. Ji Yufei remembered that the two young leaders of the Shimo City Desert Iron Mercenary Group were Xiao Yan's eldest brother Xiao Ding and second brother Xiao Li. Chapter 43, Desert Iron Mercenary Group, Martial Arts Arena. A dozen mercenaries stood in a row, and standing in front of them were two young men. One of them was dressed in white and looked relatively calm, while the other had a fierce look on his face. These two were Xiao Yan's elder brother Xiao Ding and second brother Xiao Li. At this moment, they were teaching mercenary fighting skills in the martial arts arena. At this time, in the backyard of the Desert Iron Mercenary Group, a thin girl in green clothes, half of her face was covered by a braid of green hair, and she walked in the crowd with her head down. She looked very young, as if she was less than 14 years old. Her emerald green eyes were as plain as water, but they had an inexplicable magic, like the cold eyes of a snake, and you would be sucked into it if you looked at each other. The girl had a delicate face, small and exquisite, but she never raised her head in the crowd. Wherever the girl in green went, everyone she met, whether mercenaries or servants hired by the mercenary group, looked at her with disgust. She lowered her head and accidentally bumped into a tall man. "Are you blind, you annoying thing? It's bad luck to see you." The man turned back impatiently, and when he saw a green braid and an exotic green dress, he started to curse. Facing these undisguised malice, the girl's eyes were very timid, and she never dared to resist. She only dared to hide in a deserted place, squatted down, buried her head between her legs, and sobbed softly. "Little girl, do you want to stop being discriminated against from now on?" Suddenly, a voice sounded in Qinglin's ears. The person asking the question was Ji Yufei, who quietly sneaked into the Modi mercenary group. Qinglin couldn't stop sobbing softly, but held her breath the moment she heard the voice. Open black lens bracket Qinglin feels surprised, and the emotion value increases by 70 close black lens bracket. She looked up suddenly and saw two brothers and sisters who were a few years older than her. These two people were naturally Ji Yufei and Xiao Yixian, who came to the Desert Iron Mercenary Group. They both hid their own auras just now, and saw some unfair treatment Qinglin suffered in the sky. Although Qinglin has a place to stay in the Desert Iron Mercenary Group, he still suffers from this inexplicable discrimination and abuse. Especially Xiao Yixian, who saw these things, was even more sympathetic. Just now, she was watching from behind, and Xiao Yixian almost couldn't help rushing over several times. Open black lens bracket Xiao Yixian feels angry and distressed, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. After knowing Xiao Yixian's emotions, Ji Yufei also told her about Qinglin's life experience. Xiao Yixian had heard before that near the Tager Desert, human women were occasionally humiliated by snake people. According to common sense, snake people and humans generally do not get pregnant when they have sex. However, nothing is absolute, and there is always a very rare chance that a woman who has sex with a snake person will get pregnant and give birth to a child. Qinglin is the child born from the union of a snake person and a human, with snake man blood. Snake people and humans seem to hate each other from birth. Both humans and snake people regard people like Qinglin as a curse. There seems to be nothing else to live for so many years except more cold eyes and ridicule. Even later, Qinglin was taken in by the two leaders of the Desert Iron Mercenary Group and worked as a maid in the mercenary group, responsible for logistics, and was hated by almost all mercenaries. The mercenaries on the edge of the desert all have an indelible blood feud with the snake people. Qinglin is indeed pitiful, but when they think of the snake man blood in her body, they can't help but feel hatred and disgust in their hearts. Qinglin, who has both human and snake blood, bears the discrimination and disgust of both snakes and humans. To be honest, she is extremely innocent and has never made any mistakes. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin feels confused, and the emotion value increases by 70. Close black lens bracket. Qinglin looked at Ji Yufei and Xiao Yixian in a daze. At this time, Ji Yufei's feet did not touch the ground, but were suspended in the air. This young man looked like a powerful person. At least, there was no one stronger than him in Shimo City. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin feels hesitant, and the emotion value increases by 70. Close black lens bracket. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently, but there was still some timidity in her eyes. If you want, worship me as your master. I can make you a powerful person that everyone pays attention to. Ji Yufei said. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin feels yearning, and the emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Then, Xiao Yixian came directly to Qinglin and persuaded Qinglin. Come with us, this brother is very powerful. In the future, when your cultivation becomes stronger, no one will dare to bully you. Xiao Yixian is very kind, and her gentle eyes make a good impression on Qinglin. Qinglin looks at her, feels a little relaxed, and reveals a faint smile. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin has a relaxed mood, and the mood value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Master, can I? Qinglin was very excited, but he still looked at Ji Yufei with some trepidation. You can do it, since I chose you, it proves that you have the potential. Ji Yufei nodded. I am willing to worship you as my master. Qinglin said solemnly. However, the two leaders of the Modi mercenary group have been kind to me and took me into work here before. Therefore, I have to say goodbye to them before I leave, so as not to worry them. Then, Ji Yufei agreed. He directly swept the mercenary group with his soul power, and soon called the two people to come over. The voice with majestic pressure surprised Xiao Ding and Xiao Li in the martial arts field. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Ding has a feeling of surprise and panic, and the emotion value increases by 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Li has a feeling of surprise, and the emotion value increases by 50. Close black lens bracket. After that, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li quickly came to Ji Yufei. Qinglin slowly told him that he had become a disciple of senior Ji Yufei and was leaving. At the same time, he thanked the two leaders Xiao Ding and Xiao Li for their care before. Seeing this, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they were a little surprised. They didn't expect that Ji Yufei looked so young, but he had such terrifying strength. At first, they thought they had provoked such a strong man, and they rushed here in fear. Finally, after hearing what happened, the two of them were also happy for Qinglin. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Ding felt happy, and his emotion value increased by 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Li felt happy, and his emotion value increased by 50. Close black lens bracket. Since you two have taken care of Qinglin before, you can take these two pills. They are good for your cultivation and can also repair many hidden injuries on your body. Ji Yufei took out two pills that were useful for improving the cultivation of fighting masters and gave them to the two. Without waiting for them to react, he took Qinglin and Xiao Yixian away. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li looked at each other, with gratitude in their eyes. Thank you, senior. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Ding felt grateful, and his emotion value increased by 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Li felt grateful, and his emotion value increased by 50. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 44. After returning to the restaurant, Xiao Yixian lived in the same room with Qinglin, although Qinglin was a woman and looked very outstanding. However, because she was still young, she had not yet fully understood many things. Xiao Yixian would not be jealous of other women around Ji Yufei. Moreover, Ji Yufei was simply accepting disciples, and Qinglin's life was so pitiful. Qinglin, take a look at which one you like, go take a shower and change into it. In the room, Xiao Yixian took out several new clothes that were suitable for Qinglin that she had just bought on the street. Thank you, Sister Xiao Yixian. Qinglin's eyes were red, and she thanked him softly. It was so great to meet them. The next day, Ji Yufei and the other two got up early and wandered around in Shimo City. Qinglin was a little restrained at first, After all, the temperament of Ji Yufei and Xiao Yixian was different from that of other people in the mercenary group. Especially Ji Yufei, although he looked ordinary at first glance, with only a good-looking face, his fighting spirit was not very strong. But Qinglin had an inexplicable sense of awe towards him, and always felt that Ji Yufei was the most powerful person she had ever seen. Xiao Yixian kept talking to her along the way, asking her to relax a little and not treat herself as an outsider. Ji Yufei and Xiao Yixian both treated her like a spoiled child, and she quickly became familiar with them. She slowly raised her head, which had always been lowered, and her smile became brighter. She looked a bit like a real carefree 14-year-old girl. However, when she occasionally looked into their eyes, Qinglin's eyes would flash a trace of inferiority, and she would quickly look away. She didn't want them to see the pair of green and charming cold snake eyes. Xiao Yixian was careful and discovered it at the first time, and found an opportunity to secretly mention it to Ji Yufei. Qinglin is so self-deprecating, I'm afraid it's because she was often discriminated against by others before. There was some pain in her eyes. Ji Yufei quickly comforted her. I will think of a way. Xiao Yixian believed in Ji Yufei unconditionally. He said he would find a way, so she just had to watch. After bringing Qinglin with him, Ji Yufei pondered for several days and felt that it was time for her to stimulate her talent. She was bullied before because she didn't know the terribleness of her talent. If Qinglin could fully develop her physique, who would dare to look down on her? If she understood how powerful the pair of discriminated snake pupils were, she might be happy and feel that she had the power to protect herself and them. Qinglin has a powerful physique like the green snake three-flower pupils, which can control some snake-like creatures and absorb the energy of snake-like creatures for her own use. Her talent is extremely strong. This green snake three-flower pupils is extremely rare, and it is difficult to pick one in a million miles. If Qinglin uses it well, she will have great achievements in the future. Originally, before Xiao Yixian brought up this matter, Ji Yufei had no intention of going to the magma land deep underground. Because the strange fire in the magma land had been taken away by Medusa, the remaining Qingliantai and Daihuo lotus seeds were of no use to him. So he simply didn't bother to make another trip, which was a waste of time. But now, Ji Yufei changed his mind. Anyway, he had to take Qinglin there to stimulate her talent. While controlling the two-headed fire spirit snake, he could also take out the Qingliantai and Daihuo lotus seeds. The Qingliantai and Daihuo lotus seeds were of no use to him, but they could also help Xiao Yixian and Qinglin speed up their cultivation. At night, Ji Yufei informed Xiao Yixian and Qinglin in advance. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin is excited, and the emotion value increases by 70. Close black lens bracket. When Qinglin heard that she was going out, the excitement in her eyes was about to overflow. She hurried back to her room, but she couldn't sleep after chatting with Xiao Yixian for a long time. After all, she was still a half-grown girl, and it was probably her first time to go on a short trip like this. The next morning, Ji Yufei took Xiao Yixian and Qinglin out. With his understanding of the original work, he naturally knew the approximate location of the magma land. As he approached, his powerful soul power could sense a special breath. It turned out to be this place. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin has a hesitant emotion, and the emotion value increases by 70. Close black lens bracket. When they came to this desert, Qinglin looked a little hesitant. She murmured to herself, and Ji Yufei certainly heard it clearly, but he did not speak. Instead, Xiao Yixian looked at her in confusion. What's wrong, Qinglin? Looking at Xiao Yixian's concerned eyes, Qinglin's lips trembled, and she made up her mind and turned to look at Ji Yufei. After all, brother Ji Yufei was the strongest, and he would definitely understand what she meant. Qinglin said, Brother Ji Yufei, I sensed something unusual about this place half a year ago. This place seemed to have a very strong breath coming here half a year ago. This breath is somewhat similar to some of the blood in my body. When mentioning her blood, Qinglin's voice was a little stagnant and she passed it over vaguely. And in front of that breath, even the leader of the Sand Mercenary group is much weaker than him. Qinglin added. Xiao Yixian also became curious, staring at Qinglin non-stop, making Qinglin a little shy. Unexpectedly, Qinglin could sense that a strong man was coming here from a distance of dozens of miles. Thinking of what Ji Yufei said before that Qinglin was gifted and wanted to take her as a disciple, Xiao Yixian suddenly became thoughtful. Qinglin, your perception is correct, there have indeed been strong men here. Ji Yufei nodded after listening to Qinglin's words. Then, he used his fighting spirit, and his body flew rapidly into the sky. The whole person floated in the air, and one hand grabbed towards a desert. The air paused for a moment, and the sand there was directly sucked to both sides, and continued to spread out around. After a while, a passage appeared under the sand. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin is shocked, and his emotion value increases by 70. Close black lens bracket. Brother Ji Yufei, did you sense this? You are amazing. Qinglin saw Ji Yufei find a mysterious passage very smoothly. Even though she knew that Ji Yufei was powerful, she was shocked by his speed. Ji Yufei smiled calmly and landed on the ground. Then, Ji Yufei took Xianxia and Qinglin down and entered the mysterious passage. And they gradually came to the deepest part of the passage. Underground, the fire attribute energy is extremely rich, and the temperature is naturally very high. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted because of the high temperature, and the scorching air waves swept the entire small space. However, with Ji Yufei's fighting spirit protection, Xianxia and Qinglin were fine. Qinglin experienced this kind of fighting spirit shield for the first time, and looked at it curiously for a long time. They walked for a while and finally saw the end. At the end of the passage, there was an underground magma lake. In the huge cave, the fiery red magma was flowing slowly. Occasionally, huge bubbles emerged from the magma. But a moment later, with a slight sound, it exploded with a bang, and the hot magma burst out, as gorgeous as a fiery red firework. Chapter 45. Xianxia and Qinglin were both very surprised and attracted by the dazzling scene in front of them. They both stopped. Let you see a big guy. Ji Yufei smiled and plunged directly into the magma. Soon, he pulled out the two-headed fire spirit snake in the magma. Moreover, he stimulated Qinglin to stimulate the physical effect of the green snake three-flower pupils. Oh my god, Qinglin, you can actually subdue the 4th-level monster. Seeing that Qinglin could actually subdue the two-headed fire spirit snake, Xianxia was also happy for her. Next, Ji Yufei briefly introduced the green snake three-flower pupil's physical constitution to the two. This terrifying, insidious and cunning two-headed fire spirit snake stood quietly in place after being tamed by Qinglin, and it didn't move. Qinglin actually thought it was a little well-behaved. There was also a smile on her face. This simple smile showed her relief for her own bloodline and the pair of snake pupils, as well as her gratitude for Xianxia and Xianxia. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin feels grateful, and the emotion value increases by 70. Close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei looked at her calmly, and saw that the little girl seemed to have unloaded all the burdens, with a relaxed smile on her face, and felt much happier in her heart. Then, with Qinglin ordering the two-headed fire spirit snake to lead the way, Ji Yufei easily went to the place where the Qinglian earth core fire was born. He easily took the Qinglian platform and the earth fire lotus seeds and put them all into the ring. Brother Ji Yufei, should you find the strange fire this time? Seeing Ji Yufei coming up, Xianxia asked with some expectation. No, Ji Yufei shook his head, took out a piece of colorful scales, and said, this scale was left by Queen Medusa. I guess the strange fire here has been taken by Queen Medusa first. It seems that we have to go to the snake people. Is that so? That's a pity. Xianxia felt a little sorry. She knew that Ji Yufei came here to find strange fire. Qinglin also understood that perhaps Queen Medusa was the powerful breath she sensed half a year ago. Next, the three returned to the restaurant in Shimo City again. Ji Yufei waited for them to wash up and knocked on the door of Xianxia and Qinglin. He looked serious, and Qinglin was inexplicably nervous. Qinglin, since you have such a strong physique, you are a good seedling for cultivation. Next, I will teach you the method of cultivation. Ji Yufei said seriously. Yes, Qinglin also nodded seriously. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin feels grateful, and her emotion value increases by 70. Close black lens bracket. She was filled with gratitude and joy. In the future, she will also be able to protect brother Ji Yufei and sister Xianxia. Xianxia watched the two finish teaching, and then she spoke, saying what she had been thinking about for a long time to say to Qinglin. Qinglin, I actually have the same special physique as you, which is hated and feared by most people. It is called the evil poison body. She broke down the threats that the evil poison body would bring to the people around her, and its terrifying hidden dangers, and told Qinglin bit by bit. Xianxia didn't know whether she was comforting Qinglin or talking about the fear that had always been hidden in her heart. She was also afraid that one day she would be hated by everyone around her and eventually killed by the evil poison body. But seeing Qinglin, Xianxia felt relieved again. Qinglin finally knew that Xianxia had the evil poison body. No wonder Xianxia never had physical contact with her on weekdays. Sometimes Xianxia pretended to avoid her touch unintentionally, and Qinglin would be sad for a while, afraid that Xianxia might dislike her. After learning about the hidden dangers of the evil poison body, Qinglin was worried about Xianxia. At this time, Ji Yufei suddenly said, "Don't worry, I have a way to solve Xianxia's hidden dangers. However, it requires a lot of materials. When I find the strange fire, I will go to find those materials and try to solve it as soon as possible." Really? Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Xianxia's depression disappeared and she said in surprise. How could Ji Yufei not see the fear hidden under her bright smile? But he didn't say anything, waiting for Xianxia to speak herself. In this way, she could untie her knot to the greatest extent. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has an expectation emotion, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. After hearing Ji Yufei's words, Xianxia's eyes brightened, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her purple eyes seemed to be glowing. Qinglin was also sincerely happy for her. Next, Ji Yufei and the other two spent 2 days preparing in Shimo City, buying a lot of supplies for backup. Xianxia and Qinglin also happily visited all the stalls and shops. Ji Yufei finally planned to set off to the desert area occupied by the snake people. This time, after leaving Shimo City, the purple crystal winged lion king was also summoned by Ji Yufei. Qinglin looked at Ji Yufei and Xianxia with some doubts and stopped. Xianxia also looked up at the sky from time to time, as if waiting for something. "Brother Ji Yufei, sister Xianxia, why don't we leave?" Xianxia smiled mysteriously. "You'll know in a moment." Until in the distance, a huge flying monster rushed towards them in the sky, and Qinglin fell into a daze. The behemoth circled in the sky above their heads for a few circles, slowly landed, and finally stepped steadily on the ground. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin has a shocked emotion, and the emotion value increases by 70 close black lens bracket. "Qinglin, this is brother Ji Yufei's flying monster, not bad," Xianxia explained with a smile. Open black lens bracket. Qinglin has a shocked emotion, and the emotion value increases by 70 close black lens bracket. Looking at the little girl's dazed look, Ji Yufei couldn't help but smile. He helped Xianxia and Qinglin onto the back of the purple crystal winged lion king. Qinglin finally woke up and looked around with excitement on his face. The purple crystal winged lion king flew into the sky, and Qinglin was as excited as Xianxia, who sat on the back of the lion king for the first time. Following the route on the map, Ji Yufei and his party arrived at the territory of the snake tribe after flying for a whole day. Because they were carrying 2 women, they had to travel a long distance for a whole day. Ji Yufei found an oasis and stopped so that they could bathe in the lake. "This is the territory of my snake tribe, please leave quickly." After entering here, the purple crystal winged lion king, with such a huge target, was naturally discovered by the snake people of the snake tribe. However, facing a 6th level magic beast, the tone of these snake people was not very fierce at first, but rather quite tactful. "Get out if you don't want to die," the lion king roared. Under the vibration of his wings, many snake people of the snake tribe were blown away. Under the absolute crushing of strength, many snake people did not dare to move forward again. At this time, in a desert only more than 100 miles away from here, a battle was also taking place. One of the 2 sides in the battle was the leader of the snake tribe, Yu Mei. On the other side, there are Ji Yuhe and his group who came to the desert to look for strange fire. Chapter 46. Haha, I didn't expect that I would meet a Do Wong level warrior just after arriving in the desert. I guess you must be a leader of the snake people. Ji Yuhe's Do Qi biplane fluttered lightly, and he took a step forward, smiling at a charming snake person in the distance. The snake person had a charming face and a hot body, which was very eye-catching. In the beautiful diamond-shaped eyes, there were wisps of spring-like water. "Who are you? Why did you come to the depths of our tribe late at night?" Don't you know that you humans are forbidden to enter here? The charming smile on Yu Mei's pretty face had completely faded at this time. Instead, there was a cold solemnity. Obviously, in front of this sudden terrifying lineup, she had no leisure to joke. We want to see the queen. He said bluntly. Want to see Her Majesty the Queen. Hearing this, Yu Mei's beautiful eyes suddenly curved into a beautiful and dangerous arc, and she sneered, we, the snake people, have been at odds with you humans for many years. What else can we talk about? If you are sensible, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, once the 8 leaders of my snake people gather together, the number of strong men in the Gamma Empire will probably shrink significantly. Yu Mei threatened. It seems there is nothing to talk about. He obviously would not retreat because of the threat from the other party. As he finished speaking, the other 2 Do Wangs around him began to besiege Yu Mei. Yu Mei saw that the situation was not good and chose to flee. On the side of the Oasis Lake, the snake people of the Mei Snake tribe did not dare to approach the oasis under the intimidation of the Lion King, but only passed on information to the outside. A 6th-level magic beast, even if Yu Mei, the most powerful leader of their Mei Snake tribe, was here, I am afraid she could not stop it. Moreover, Yu Mei, the leader of the Charming Snake tribe, has already left. The remaining Charming Snake tribe members can only be on guard against the Lion King and Ji Yufei and his men. Very vigilant eyes swept over them from time to time. Those snake people who used to kill humans cruelly did not dare to rush over and attack. Ji Yufei waited until Xianxia and Qinglin finished bathing and changed into clean clothes before deciding to set off. Xianxia was delicate and gentle, while Qinglin had a pair of cold green eyes, but the whole person was well behaved. The 2 wore skirts that were not so conservative in the desert, and they were beautiful in their own ways. The desert was really hot. Although she was protected by Dou Qi, Xianxia still found it troublesome and learned from Qinglin to braid her purple long hair into a braid, which fell from her shoulders from back to front. Ji Yufei was stunned when he saw her particularly gentle appearance. Xianxia was originally wearing an open skirt, revealing a pair of white arms, and her face was a little shy and blushing. Seeing Ji Yufei's eyes on her, her ears turned red and she turned her head away, not daring to look at him. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia feels shy, emotional value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Next, the 3 of them sat on the back of the purple crystal-winged Lion King and began to move deeper. As night fell, a huge tribal fortress slowly appeared on the distant horizon. The fortress was brightly lit. However, the flickering fire in this peaceful and tranquil environment revealed something unsettled. On the huge city wall that was dozens of meters high, there were countless arrow towers densely packed. The arrows, which were purplish in color, shone through the arrow towers, and under the moonlight, they glowed with a cold luster. They were accurately and coldly aimed at every corner around them. Once they were fired, no matter who it was, they would be pierced into a sieve. However, strangely, in such a strict defense circle, a huge passage was forcibly destroyed. What is even more bizarre is that all the arrow towers near the huge passage were smashed into pieces by a powerful force that came from nowhere. Ji Yufei saw from afar that a passage in this solid fortress was destroyed by force from the outside world, and he was thinking. Looking at this situation, could it be that Ji Yuhe and his group walked in front and broke into the fortress of the Charming Snake tribe? Looking at the fortress in front, Ji Yufei murmured in his heart. However, he remembered that in the original book, Ji Yuhe and his group should not have set out at this time. But judging from the traces of destruction, it can only be Ji Yuhe and his group. Because others do not have such strong strength, and a strong man with such strength would not suddenly run to the depths of the desert and find the Charming Snake tribe so accurately. Therefore, it can only be Ji Yuhe, who was plotting for the strange fire, who brought all this forward for some special reason. But soon, Ji Yufei stopped worrying too much. Perhaps, his crossing to this world triggered some butterfly effects. In this case, it is also normal for some things to deviate from the direction, and he does not need to delve so deeply. Ji Yufei looked up at the fortress in front of him, and after thinking for a while, he felt that he didn't need to be so timid. After all, this was the tribe of the snake people. Lion King, just rush over, don't stop. Ji Yufei ordered the Lion King. The purple crystal-winged Lion King paused, and then, without slowing down, he rushed straight towards the Charming Snake tribe. In the snake tribe, The guards guarding the fortress did not find anything unusual at first, until they saw the huge monster flying in the distance. They realized something was wrong. "Stop it," one person shouted loudly. Then, cold arrows and countless poisonous spears flew out from the city wall. The Lion King snorted disdainfully. "Are these snake people looking down on it? Some poisonous little trash also want to stop it." As the purple crystal-winged Lion King's wings fluttered, a powerful hurricane swept in. The hurricane blew away the poisonous spears, and those attacks could not get close to it at all. The Lion King continued to fly without caring, and did not care about these attacks at all. Ji Yufei was not a bloodthirsty person. He broke into someone else's tribe this time, so he did not kill anyone. Only the Lion King was allowed to fly over the fortress, without causing any casualties to the snake people. After flying over the charming snake tribe, Ji Yufei continued on his way. Along the way, he encountered many snake people blocking him. However, those obstacles were not a big deal at all. The purple crystal-winged Lion King was in the sky, and many attacks were launched from the ground, which could not threaten it at all. One day later, the holy city of Medusa. In the spacious and luxurious hall, a beautiful figure leaned against the back of the chair slightly tiredly, occasionally lazily glanced at the empty purple crystal throne on the high platform, and couldn't help shaking her head helplessly. Rubbing her smooth forehead with her slender hands, the woman's pretty face suddenly showed a touch of joy, raised her head and looked outside the hall, and a dark shadow shot in like lightning. Finally arrived. Seeing the dark shadow entering the hall, the woman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You Mei, what happened?" 3 martial law orders were issued in a row. "Those humans are very strong." The figure entering the hall was obviously a male snake man, with a faint fierce aura. Glancing at this male snake man who was of the same status as herself in the tribe, Yu Mei sighed lightly and said lazily, "Very strong. I ran into them last night, and I fled in panic. Moreover, there are more than just this group of people. Oh, do you know their exact strength?" Hearing this, the male snake man's pupil shrank slightly, walked to the hall, and sat down in front of the spacious table. There was an unconcealable coldness in his voice. 1 Do Huang, 3 Do Wang, and 4 Do Ling. Yu Mei pursed her sexy red lips. When she spoke again, she sat up a little straighter, and her originally lazy face became a little more serious. "The most important thing is another group of people." Chapter 47. Yu Mei's eyes were more solemn than ever before. The tribe sent a message that among that group of people, there was a 6th-level flying magic beast. 6th-level magic beast? How come these guys suddenly gathered so many powerful people? The male snake man called Mobaz frowned with a much more solemn expression. "Do you know the strength of the other people who were traveling with the 6th-level magic beast?" Mobaz asked with a gloomy look. "There were 2 very weak girls and a boy. My tribe couldn't see through his strength at all. They said that the man didn't seem to have any fighting spirit fluctuations." Yu Mei thought of the news from the tribe and frowned. She was very afraid of this mysterious boy who could tame a 6th-level magic beast. Mobaz asked in a deep voice, "Have you notified Her Majesty the Queen?" "What did she say?" "I have notified her, but Her Majesty the Queen seems very calm. She just asked me to send intelligence and call you over." Yu Mei nodded and said helplessly. Seeing that Mobaz didn't believe it, Yu Mei was about to close her eyes, but her pretty face suddenly changed, and her body suddenly sat up from the chair. "Here they come." When Yu Mei sensed the auras that suddenly appeared outside the city, Mobaz beside her also sensed it. His face sank slightly, and he looked at Yu Mei, and then the 2 of them flashed outside the hall in an instant, and their bodies rose rapidly into the air. A moment later, they arrived on the city wall that had been put under martial law. At this time, outside the city wall, a huge monster was suspended in the air, and several figures were suspended not far in front of the monster. The visitors were Ji Yu-hee and his group. Among them, Yun was wearing a black robe and was the only Do Huang strongman helper invited by Ji Yu-hee. "Human, why did you trespass into our territory without consent?" Mobaz shouted angrily. "Hee, this must be the leader of Mobaz of the Moshe tribe." Ji Yu-hee walked out slowly and said with a smile, "Who are you?" Mobaz sneered. "Haha, I'm Ji Yu-hee." The middle-aged man smiled and said softly, "Ji Yu-hee, the Dan King of the Gamma Empire. Hey, this name is well known." The word Ji Yu-hee also surprised Yu Mei and Mobaz. Although the snake people rarely look at the strong people of humans, they have to pay enough attention to the master of medicine like Ji Yuhi. Because they also know very well what kind of appeal a master of medicine like Ji Yuhi has. Haha, 2 leaders, I'm here to be a noble, but I just want to talk to Queen Medusa. I wonder if Her Majesty can show up and talk. Ji Yuhi smiled politely. To see Her Majesty the Queen. Sorry, we can't convey this request for you. Shaking his head, Mobaz refused without hesitation and said lightly, Ji Yuhi, you should take your people away as soon as possible. When the 2 sides were deadlocked, a figure suddenly appeared from the twisted space in the sky. The beautiful woman who suddenly appeared was wearing a graceful purple brocade robe. Her body under the brocade robe was plump and exquisite, like a ripe peach, exuding a faint charm. Her long black hair casually fell from her shoulders, vertically between her slender waist, and under the brocade robe, a purple snake tail was exposed, swaying slightly, a wild and enchanting temptation, making people inexplicably feel a little hot all over. Queen Medusa. With the appearance of this enchanting woman, Ji Yuhi and others finally became a little nervous. Even Yun Yun did not have the strength to defeat the notorious Queen Medusa. At this time, on the other side, after flying at high speed all the way, the purple crystal-winged Lion King gradually approached the holy city of Medusa. Xianxia, Qinglan, you wait here, I will be back soon. As if sensing something, Ji Yufei asked the Lion King to stop, turned around and told Xianxia and Qinglan. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia is worried, and her emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Qinglan is worried, and her emotion value increases by 70 close black lens bracket. Both of them knew how powerful Ji Yufei was, but they couldn't hide their worries when they knew that he was going to go deep into the holy city full of snake people who hated humans alone. Ji Yufei had to comfort them a few words, bid farewell to the 2 women, and rushed away. He came just in time. Outside the holy city, Ji Yuhi and his group were silently confronting Queen Medusa. After seeing Ji Yuhi and his group recognize that it was just a shadow of Queen Medusa outside and then force their way into the holy city, Ji Yufei found the direction, concealed his breath and sneaked into the holy city of the snake people. Queen Medusa divided the breath of the strange fire into several parts in different directions to confuse people, but Ji Yufei was quite familiar with the strange fire. His perception spread to the entire holy city, and the huge spiritual power allowed Ji Yufei to quickly find the true direction, and he did not blindly search like Ji Yuhi and his group. Soon, Ji Yufei came to the east of the city. A huge temple slowly appeared in sight. He completely concealed his own aura, and without any snake guards noticing, he entered the depths of the temple quietly as if he was in an empty space. At this time, a small clear lake appeared in Ji Yufei's eyes. In the center of the lake, there was a small island. The water around the island was rippling, and there was no bridge leading to it. The lake seemed calm and peaceful, as if it was easy to reach the island in the center of the lake, but there was a means of no fly, and the lake water was even poisonous. Although Ji Yufei could crack it, in order not to alert the enemy, he could only carry it through. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would be at a loss for the poison in the lake. Ji Yufei chose to wrap his body with strange fire and swam through the lake. The sea heart flame he had obtained played a huge role in this environment. The sea heart flame was glowing with a faint blue light, wrapping his body, making Ji Yufei seem to be burning, but it could not be extinguished when it came into contact with water. Arriving at the island in the middle of the lake, Ji Yufei did not stop and continued to move forward. Then, following the guidance of the strange fire in his perception, he found a bamboo forest. The further he walked, the stronger the strange fire became. In Ji Yufei's sight, the center of the island was completely different from the periphery. Here, there was a circular open area. The surrounding bamboos and flowers were all cleaned up. Here, there were only small and smooth stones scattered in it. These stones were sunken into a small pool in the open area. The small pool was filled with crystal clear water, and white mist was lingering on the surface of the water. In the center of the small pool, there was a lotus seat carved out of strange crystals, and on the lotus seat, a ball of green flame was slowly rising. Ji Yufei hid in a corner, restrained all the breath on his body, and blended into the environment. He knew that the purpose of his trip was there, but he was not in a hurry to do it. After a while, an enchanting figure appeared. It was Queen Medusa. She planned to use this strange fire to burn herself to evolve. Chapter 48, When a face that was so beautiful that it almost reached the level of enchantment was imprinted in his eyes, Ji Yufei's eyes could not help but freeze for a moment. At this time, Queen Medusa was wearing a set of luxurious and expensive purple brocade robes, which wrapped her graceful body. Her plump and fiery exquisite figure released enchanting temptation. The pair of narrow and long lavender eyes, with a flowing eye wave, were naturally charming, and almost every man's sight could be sucked away. Under the purple brocade robe, a purple snake tail was exposed, sweeping lazily, releasing wildness in strange style. At this moment, Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes were staring at the blue flames in the small pool. After staring at the blue flames quietly for a long time, Queen Medusa suddenly sighed softly, looked up at the sky, and then her fiery body slowly stood up. "It's time," murmuring softly, Queen Medusa revealed two white wrists under her purple brocade robe, and her slender hands slowly formed several seals in front of her body. As the seals in Queen Medusa's hands changed, the crystal lotus seat suddenly trembled violently. The blue flame that lost its restraints turned into a raging fire in just a blink of an eye. Queen Medusa bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and slowly unbuttoned her brocade robe with her jade hands. Immediately, a perfect jade body that seemed to be a masterpiece of heaven was exposed naked in the bamboo forest. Ji Yufei's breathing was slightly faster, and his blood was boiling. The scene in front of him was too erotic. Even if he didn't have this intention, he couldn't help but have some natural physiological reactions. A dazzling light bloomed from Queen Medusa's body, constantly expanding and shrinking, accompanied by a roar during this period. Ji Yufei was not disturbed by the strong light. He closed his eyes and used his soul power to perceive everything happening around him. He clearly saw that above the island, a purple giant snake that was more than 10 feet long was floating. The purple giant snake had a slender and powerful body, with a faint sense of elegant beauty. Its lavender pupils were not as ferocious as the snake people Ji Yufei had met before, but they were full of tranquility and indifference. During this period, Ji Yufei just lowered his eyes and looked at Queen Medusa quietly without interrupting her. Since Queen Medusa chose this path, she would either be wiped out or evolve into a 7-colored swallowing python. At that time, no matter what the outcome was, Ji Yufei would be able to take the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. When Queen Medusa evolved, a melee was taking place in the holy city of the snake people. Ji Yuhi and Yun Yun and their group rushed into the holy city of Medusa in the melee with the snake people, and struggled to find traces of the strange fire. Ji Yuhi was sensitive to the aura of strange fire, but he could not easily distinguish which aura of strange fire was real like Ji Yufei. They could only search blindly and fight their way out of the holy city full of snakemen. The densely packed snakemen seemed to be endless. As soon as they killed a group of snakemen, another group would come out from the corner in the shadow. Ji Yuhi keenly realized that these snakemen were probably stalling for time. They were probably waiting for the rescue of the strong snakemen. Ji Yuhi thought it was not good and shouted directly, "If we can't find the strange fire again, we will evacuate immediately." But the next second, Yun Yun glanced to the west. "It's too late. Looking at this aura, it's probably another leader of the 8 tribes." Hearing her words, Ji Yuhi and his companions' faces changed slightly. In the western sky, a red shadow was flying towards the city like lightning. About a minute later, a male snake man covered in red fighting spirit appeared in the sky above the city. He swept his eyes in the air, and finally stopped on Ji Yuhi and others with a grim face. "Damn humans, you dare to enter the holy city of our tribe. This guy is the leader of the flame snake tribe among the 8 tribes, Xianxia. Although he has a very hot temper, his strength ranks among the top of the 8 tribes. He is a very difficult opponent." Frowning slightly at the sudden appearance of the snake man, someone in Ji Yuhi's group said helplessly. Hearing this, Ji Yuhi frowned, glanced at the other party, and said, "In this way, they have reached 3 Do Wang." Even though Ji Yuhi was fully prepared, he felt a little pressure in the face of so many powerful snakemen. On this side, the purple giant snake arranged the energy barrier, and after circling in the sky for a few times, it made a crisp low hum. Then, the giant snake dived headfirst into the green flame without looking back. In the strange fire, shrill screams continued to be heard. After nearly half an hour of high pitch, the green flame gradually became weaker. At this time, the purple snake's body, which was originally covered with beautiful purple scales, was now charred. The body of more than 10 feet long was burned to only 2 or 3 feet. It is hard to imagine how many bones and blood were burned in this body by the strange fire. Ji Yufei watched closely from the side, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Queen Medusa's perseverance was extraordinary, and she could endure such torture. If it were him, it would be difficult to endure such pain. The charred skin of the giant snake that fell stiffly on the ground was slowly falling off, as if something was about to break out of the body. Suddenly, a colorful light and shadow quickly flew out of it. Ji Yufei saw it clearly. In front of him was a slender little snake that was only about 2 centimeters long. It was covered with tiny colorful scales, lavender snake pupils, and had a faint sense of demonic. A strange fresh fragrance lingered on the body. Although it was just a snake body now, it exuded elegance and dignity. Although the little snake did not look too fierce, it was a little too beautiful. There were not many sharp attacking parts on the colorful little snake. However, Ji Yufei knew that this small body contained a terrifying power that even Dou Huang's strongman dared not underestimate. Ji Yufei looked at it with interest, and then his eyes turned to the blue flame. He took out the blue lotus seat and threw it over, and the blue lotus seat slowly took the blue lotus earth core fire back to the lotus heart. Suddenly, the empty lotus heart position was filled with strange blue flames. The blue lotus earth core fire was collected and put into the ring, and Ji Yufei looked at the colorful little snake. The little snake was also looking at him, and it was already rubbing against his trouser legs eagerly. Seeing this cute little thing, Ji Yufei reached out and put it into his sleeve. The colorful little snake came out of his sleeve, wrapped around his arm, and gently rubbed his wrist like a spoiled child. It made a faint hissing sound, and seeing that Ji Yufei didn't look at it, it rubbed him lightly again. Because Ji Yufei was the first person the colorful snake saw, in the eyes of the little snake, this strange snake with 4 limbs and walking on 2 legs was like its relative. The little snake's purple eyes looked at Ji Yufei. Open black lens bracket. The colorful swallowing sky python has a curious emotion, and the emotion value increases by 50. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 49. Ji Yufei was about to touch the little guy's head, but when he heard the system prompt again, his hand movement paused slightly. Open black lens bracket. Queen Medusa is surprised and angry, and the emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Listening to the system's prompt, Ji Yufei was not really surprised. He knew that there was another soul in the body of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Queen Medusa and the 7-colored sky-swallowing python now occupy the same body. However, at this moment, Queen Medusa's soul has not yet taken the dominant position. However, Ji Yufei did not pay much attention to this. He treated the soul of Queen Medusa in the 7-colored sky-swallowing python as if he were treating an ordinary clumsy 7-colored snake. He touched its head happily. When it was naughty, it liked to bite his wrist, and Ji Yufei also patted its head gently as a punishment. Open black lens bracket. Queen Medusa has anger, and the emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Queen Medusa has murderous emotions, and the emotion value increases by 100. Close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei doesn't care much about Queen Medusa's temper. With his cultivation, he is not afraid that the 7-colored sky-swallowing python will suddenly turn into Queen Medusa. Even if it changes, he has 10,000 ways to prevent the queen from retaliating against him. At this time, in the holy city of the snake people. Slowed down by a group of snake people, Ji Yuhi and his party struggled to kill the surrounding enemies. Queen Medusa's breath suddenly disappeared. Yun said in a low voice. The next moment, as the azure lotus earth core fire was taken away by Ji Yufei in the temple. The breath of the strange fire suddenly disappeared, and no one could sense its existence. Ji Yuhi was holding a pill in his hand and was about to throw it to the person next to him, but he was suddenly stunned. He stared at the temple where the green smoke gradually dissipated, frowned and said, "Why did the breath of the strange fire disappear? The energy fluctuations inside are extremely calm. As for the strange fire, was it destroyed by Queen Medusa?" Yun also said with a little hesitation. As an alchemist, Ji Yuhi knew the energy of the strange fire better. Could it be that Queen Medusa failed to evolve? Such blind speculation is useless. Hope is right in front of us. Ji Yuhi and his party are killing their way to the temple. Outside the temple, the purple light curtain is broken, and cracks appear in the temple that cannot be peeped. Until the barrier left by Queen Medusa is completely broken, Ji Yuhi and his party also killed their way into the temple. Damn it, where is the strange fire? Ji Yuhi's soul perception quickly enveloped the entire island. He keenly explored every corner, but still did not find any breath of strange fire. Then, Ji Yuhi's originally calm face showed a rare trace of anger. There were many other snakemen in the holy city, and they found that the aura of Her Majesty the Queen, who was the most powerful in their perception, had disappeared. The whole city gradually fell into a dead silence as the aura of Queen Medusa disappeared. After a moment, pairs of hateful eyes turned to Ji Yuhi and the black-robed man in the air. A snake man finally couldn't help but shouted angrily, "Your Majesty." Seeing that something was wrong, Ji Yuhi and his group wanted to leave, but were stopped in place. Come as you want, leave as you want, what do you think my snake people are? Xianxia, who had a bad temper, glared at Ji Yuhi and others from above with the fiery fighting spirit on his body like a rising flame. Ji Yuhi's light blue flame swept out, but although the blue flame was extraordinary, Xianxia was not afraid. On his face, there was a sneer of disdain. He stretched out his hand and clenched it slightly. The fiery Dou Qi on his body suddenly condensed into a flaming palm and shot out violently. The flaming palm wrapped the blue fireball, and the blue flame was crushed. At the first contact, it was obvious that Xianxia had a slight advantage in strength. I will stop them, you go find the strange fire, and then find a way to escape. Facing so many strong people, Yun could only use the worst strategy. After all, she was the only Dou Huang among the few. Hearing this, Ji Yuhi nodded heavily, and then fled quickly under the cover of Yun. Get back here! Seeing the actions of Ji Yuhi and others, the three Xianxia shouted angrily and launched an attack. Yun easily summoned thousands of green wind blades, each of which had a terrifying pressure. Your opponent is me, she said lightly. However, in the stalemate, Yun's movements suddenly paused. She looked to the northwest and muttered to herself, 2 more people are coming. It seems that we should retreat. The blue wings of fighting spirit spread out behind her, and Yun turned into a black light and disappeared quickly. She fled outside the holy city of Medusa, but was caught up by them again. The 5 people surrounded her, but Yun's fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. She drew out the long sword, and her figure was as light as a wild goose, and she attacked quickly. Damn it! From Yun's sudden attack to the moment when one of the 5 snakemen was injured and retreated, it only took about 10 seconds. When everyone came to their senses, the green-robed snakeman, who was among the strongest in the snakemen, had already been injured and was running back in a panic. She is too fast, don't fight her alone, form the 5 snake poison seal. Looking at the injured green-robed snakeman, the gray-robed old man shouted with a gloomy face. Immediately, at the moment when the 5 people formed the seal, a circle of faint energy shield appeared out of thin air, wrapping them tightly in it. 5 snake poison seal, start. After a moment, an extremely huge energy column suddenly appeared in the sky. The huge energy column suddenly began to churn, and in an instant, the energy column turned into a more than 10-foot-long energy green snake. Yun and the green snake were entangled, and people from the snakemen continued to come to join the battle. The green snake's strength is not that terrible, but it is very annoying. If she drags on, I'm afraid even 10 Dou Huangs will not be enough to consume it. At this moment, a faint voice came from the horizon. I didn't expect that when we met again, you would step into such a dangerous situation again. Open black lens bracket. Yun felt shocked, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Suddenly, Yun heard a familiar voice and looked up in disbelief. Just in time, the deep dark eyes of Ji Yufei who came in the air were in sight. I saw him lightly tap the void with his fingers, and a flame flew out from his fingertips. The huge energy green snake, just touched a little flame, rolled violently, and disappeared completely in a few breaths. This combined attack technique was broken, and the 5 Dou Wangs of the snake people suffered serious backlash. Open black lens bracket. Yin Shi felt fear and suspicion, emotional value increased by 20 close black lens bracket. Sir, do you want to save this person? Ji Yufei glanced at him coldly, and a majestic pressure swept over. The 5 fighting kings of the snake people looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Open black lens bracket. Xianxia has fear, and the emotion value increases by 15 close black lens bracket. Sir, we have recorded today's account. Yanxi and his men restrained their fighting spirit, said a few harsh words, and left with the surrounding snake people in disgrace. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun has gratitude, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun has excitement, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. I didn't expect that he would save me again. How should I repay him? After Yun Yun recognized Ji Yufei, her eyes were fixed on him without moving away. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun has gratitude and heart-moving emotions, and the emotion value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Who is this? He is so young, but he actually has such a terrifying cultivation. In the distance, Ji Yuhe, who was fleeing in a hurry, of course saw this scene, and his usually calm face once again set off a huge wave. Open black lens bracket Ji Yuhe has shock and doubt emotions, and the emotion value increases by 50 close black lens bracket. Chapter 50. The figure hanging in the air gradually became clear, and Yun Yun's beautiful eyes were shining. For the first time, she felt at ease. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun felt at ease, and her emotion value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. She was the leader of Yunlan sect, and she had always been the only one to protect thousands of people. She had almost never been protected like today, and the only 2 times were by Ji Yufei. What's more, Ji Yufei still had a young face and was so strong. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun felt grateful, and her emotion value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei fell to Yun Yun's side. Before he spoke, Yun Yun opened her lips and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, you saved me again. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun felt good, and her emotion value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei smiled at her lightly, and his calm appearance was so different from the domineering person who protected her just now. Yun Yun looked at him with sparkling eyes and took off the hood on her head. This was her second time to experience the hero saving the beauty. Although she didn't understand what emotions were surging in her heart, she wanted to get closer to Ji Yufei. At this moment, Yun Yun's good impression of Ji Yufei was almost full. Ji Yufei was stunned for a moment when he heard the system's prompt, and his eyes changed slightly. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun has a heart-moving emotion, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Her emotions towards him were not only limited to good impressions, but also had other things. She stared at Ji Yufei's face intently. Her eyes were almost greedy, but she hid the joy of reunion after a long separation very well. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun has a joyful emotion, and the emotion value is increased by 100 close black lens bracket. During this period of separation from Ji Yufei, whenever she thought of some things that happened between the two of them in the Warcraft Mountains, all she could think of was Ji Yufei. He happened to save her who was seriously injured, and helped her break the seal of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. The two had a brief physical contact. The burning palm seemed to touch her back again, causing her heart to shake. Originally, she thought that they had no more contact since that separation. Unexpectedly, it was Ji Yufei who saved her again when she was in danger this time. Open black lens bracket Yun Yun felt nostalgic, emotional value increased by 100 close black lens bracket. Her eyes were calm, she stood beside him, her small face covered by a black hood was cold and noble, and her black hair tilted down. The thin sword was put away by her side, and there was still blood on it. If there was no emotional value prompt, Ji Yufei would never have discovered the fluctuations in Yun Yun's mood. It's a small matter. Ji Yufei smiled calmly. Through the emotional value provided by Yun Yun, Ji Yufei also understood some of her thoughts. However, Yun Yun was not like Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, who had no worries and could be brought around. Behind her was a huge sect. She had too many burdens on her body, which she couldn't let go of. Ji Yufei didn't need to force Yun Yun to put everything down and follow him. Therefore, after chatting, Ji Yufei planned to leave. He and Yun Yun both had their own things to do, and their fate could only support this short intersection. After this, they would go their own way like two lines that no longer intersect. Ji Yufei did not intend to say these words. Because he knew that Yun Yun must understand, she just didn't want to understand. The people on the side of the snake people were originally very rampant, and at this moment they just looked at this mysterious strong man with fear, not daring to act rashly. After all, Ji Yufei's strength was beyond their imagination. Even the 5 Dou Wang's joint attack formation, the 5-snake poison seal, was easily broken by this man. Unless the elders of the tribe took action, they would not dare to go up and die. Among them, the older snake leader, Yin Shi, looked at Ji Yufei with fear, and then quickly rushed to the holy city. Here, after Ji Yufei and Yun Yun finished chatting, the two were silent for a short moment. Yun Yun knew that Ji Yufei was leaving, but she couldn't stop him. Open black lens bracket. Yun Yun felt reluctant, emotional value increased by 100. Close black lens bracket. But she looked at Ji Yufei, who was about to leave, and suddenly stopped. Open black lens bracket. Yun Yun felt doubtful, emotional value increased by 100. Close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei's expression did not change, and he whispered to her, "A few old people are coming to support their young tribesmen." Because, just now he felt that the 4 Duhuang auras that had always been silent in the holy city of the snake people suddenly began to move. Originally, no matter how they fought with the snake people, and how many snake people Ji Yuhi, Yun Yun and others killed in the holy city, the 4 Duhuang auras had never moved. Ji Yufei knew these 4 people very well. They were the foundation of the snake people. However, because these 4 people were old, they would not take action easily. As long as it was not a critical moment, they would just stand by and watch. Because once a big battle, it would inevitably consume their energy. They never act rashly, which is why the 4 old guys have been able to live so long. Yun Yun frowned and looked at the sky in the distance. There, it was the direction of the holy city of the snake people. Although her cultivation reached Do Huang, it was far inferior to those 4 old guys. Therefore, she could only sense the vague strong and domineering aura approaching rapidly. "My snake people will not allow others to bully us." As a rather sharp voice sounded, the snake people not far away raised their heads, their faces full of ecstasy and respect. These 4 old guys finally couldn't help but take action. In Ji Yufei's sight, 4 snake old women were rushing out of the city quickly. However, in an instant, 4 extremely oppressive auras approached, and 4 gloomy snake old women stood proudly in the air, with wings transformed from Dou Qi behind them. Their eyes, inadvertently, stared at Ji Yufei tightly. At this time, Yun Yun, who was standing next to Ji Yufei, murmured in disbelief, 4 Dou Huangs. And the snake people are good at joint attack formations. The combined power of the 4 people is far more than that of Dou Huangs, and can even reach the realm of Dou Zong. This is trouble. Looking at the lineup of the snake people, Yun Yun's pretty face showed panic. She looked at Ji Yufei with some uneasiness. If she relied on these 4 people alone, she would not be able to compete at all. On the other side, Ji Yuhi and his group, who had stopped running because they thought the situation was settled because of Ji Yufei's move, also changed their faces. The information they had previously found about the snake people did not mention the 4 Dou Huangs at all. Unexpectedly, the snake people's foundation was so huge that there were 4 Dou Huangs. And with Ji Yuhi's vision, he could naturally see it. These 4 people are not ordinary Dou Huangs, they are all the best among Dou Huangs. Any one of the 4 Dou Huangs would be enough to crush the people brought by Ji Yuhi. Not to mention, there are still many snakemen over there. In addition, the snakemen from the 8 tribes of the snakemen are still rushing here. Ji Yuhi couldn't help but regret not evacuating in time. He sighed secretly, and it would be extremely difficult to get out next. However, when Yun Yun, Ji Yuhi and others were worried, Ji Yufei's face was still calm. There was no ripples because of the sudden appearance of the 4 Dou Huangs.